good.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. I am Jason Neubauer of the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis, Washington, D.C. I'm the Chair of the Coast Guard's Marine Board Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan, with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As a designated party in interest, OceanGate has a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for the cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. An area has been set aside for news media use during the proceedings. The media may question witnesses concerning the testimony that they have given after I've released them from these proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. The NTSB has provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a statement for the record?
Good morning, Chair. My only update today is the NTSB will release 3 factual reports related to this accident. They will be on our website, if not already. They're related to 2 on material science and 1 on meteorology. There'll be a follow-up direct link on our Twitter feed at NTSB_newsroom at the top of the hour.
Thank you, sir. Our first witness of the day will be Dr. Don Kramer, a senior materials engineer with the NTSB. Dr. Kramer, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good morning. Could you please raise and stand and raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated, Doctor.
Dr. Kramer, thanks for making the trip down from DC. Lieutenant Commander Williams is going to start with your questioning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Kramer. First, I'd like to thank you for being here with us today. We understand that you have a presentation to give, but prior to that presentation, I have a few background questions for you. Can you please describe your educational background?
Yes, so I have a bachelor's in metallurgical engineering from the University of Illinois, which I received in 1994. And I have a PhD in material science and engineering from the University of Minnesota, which I received in 2000.
Can you briefly describe your work history?
Yes, so after receiving my degrees, I was a postdoctoral fellow at the National Institute of Standards and Technology from about 2000 to about 2002. I then was a postdoc at Northwestern University until about 2005. From there, I worked at a medical device company from 2005 to about 2008. And in 2008, I joined NTSB.
What are your past and current duties with respect to working at the National Transportation Safety Board?
So as a materials engineer at NTSB, I'm in charge of or tasked with investigating mechanical failures of materials in transportation accidents. NTSB is a multimodal organization, and I am part of the Office of Research and Engineering, which supports all the modes. So we participate in accidents in aviation, highway, pipeline, rail, as well as marine.
Thank you. And what is your current position at NTSB?
My current position is the acting chief of the materials laboratory.
Thank you. Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Dr. Kramer's presentation? Dr. Kramer, I would like to invite you to present your material.
All right. Good morning. This work was performed at the request of and in collaboration with the Coast Guard's Marine Board of Investigation. I would like to thank the Coast Guard for the opportunity to participate in this investigation. Before beginning my presentation, I would also like to acknowledge the assistance and feedback from my colleagues at the NTSB, as well as these listed organizations. Today I'm going to present some results of the Materials Group investigation into the implosion of the OceanGate Submersible Titan. After some nomenclature, the presentation will be broadly divided into two parts. In the first part, I will describe what we have learned about the construction of the Titan's composite hull and the implementation of its real-time monitoring system. I'll briefly discuss the version 1 hull. I will then move on to the second, or V2 hull. This hull was manufactured using a multi-step co-bonding process that was different than the V1 hull in that it contains multiple adhesive bonded joints. We were able to examine some material from the manufacturing of the V2 hull, and we found several anomalies within the composite and the adhesive joints, including waviness, wrinkles, porosity, and voids. I'll show examples of those as well as some features consistent with rubbing damage at one of those adhesive joints. Next, I'll recap the Titan's real-time monitoring system. I'll talk briefly about the principles behind these methods and review how OceanGate implemented them on Titan. The second part of my presentation will focus on changes in the mechanical response of the hull following Dive 80 and observations gathered from images of the wreckage on the ocean floor. I'll show that the Titan's real-time monitoring system detected the loud bang that we've heard about previously, and that the strain response of the hull changed on subsequent dives after the bang. I'll finish with some images from the Titan wreckage. These will show that the composite hull experienced substantial delaminations at or adjacent to two of the hull's co-bonded joints. Before continuing, I do need to note that the NTSB's own investigation into the Titan mishap is still ongoing, and as such, the scope of my testimony will be limited to factual information. Also, there is a significant amount of additional documentation that can be found in the NTSB reports. I'll begin with some basic nomenclature. So the first term to define is composite. A composite in general is any material made up of more than one material, but as applied to Titan, it'll refer to unidirectional carbon fibers that are embedded in and reinforced by a hardened polymer matrix. OceanGate utilized several methods of fabricating composite structures from unidirectional fiber. One was wet winding, For this method, the fiber starts out dry and is dipped into a liquid resin bath by the user at the point of use. The other is pre-preg. In pre-preg systems, the carbon fiber is pre-impregnated with resin by the fiber manufacturer, or often by the fiber manufacturer, and is often delivered as a flat sheet on a roll. It can then be split into tapes or tows. Here's an example of a pre-preg splitting operation. This is a comparatively small machine and would probably not have been sufficient for the amount of fiber that OceanGate needed for Titan, but it illustrates the idea of splitting. A rolled up sheet of pre-preg is loaded into the machine and is sent through a series of cutters, producing a large number of tapes or tows. The tows are then rewound onto individual spools. One of these individual tows could contain thousands or even tens of thousands of individual carbon fibers, depending on its width and thickness. The pre-preg tapes that we saw in the previous slide are clearly very thin, so objects built up using layers and layers of these tapes will have a laminated structure. One course or level of unidirectional material is a ply or lamina. I'll now discuss the manufacturing of Titan's composite hull. The Titan V1 cylindrical composite hull was manufactured in 2017 and was at the core of the Titan pressure vessel. The hull was manufactured using a combination of wet wound fiber for the circumferential plies and pre-preg for the longitudinal plies. The ends of the cylindrical hull were capped by titanium rings called segments that were glued to each end. The segments in turn were mated to cylindrical titanium domes that were bolted on at either end, and the forward dome contained no affordance for the viewport. As previously noted, a crack was discovered in the composite hull and it was retired from service in 2019. Oh, too loud. Okay, all right. Investigators had the opportunity to examine a leftover piece of the Titan V1 hull. The hull was originally manufactured with excess material at both ends, and then the hull was trimmed to size. The leftover piece was trimmed excess material from one of those ends. The piece contained voids and delaminations. One notable delamination was located about mid-thickness and is shown from different directions in these two images as indicated by the white arrows. After OceanGate retired the V1 hull, they manufactured two 1/3 scale test articles. Just like the Titan V1 hull, those cylinders were manufactured with extra material on both ends, and then the cylinder was trimmed to size. One of those trimmed end pieces is shown in this image, and in greater detail in these images. Yep, thank you. The trimmed end piece contained two notable wrinkles and a mid-thickness delamination as indicated by the arrow in the upper image. According to multiple former directors of engineering for OceanGate, both subscale test articles imploded or were on the verge of imploding at or below 2,800 meters. OceanGate identified these wrinkles as a likely cause of the low implosion pressure. In order to mitigate the wrinkle problem, OceanGate pursued a co-bonding process, which I'll describe in a couple of slides. After building a couple of test rings to test the viability of the co-bonding process, OceanGate proceeded with building a full-scale version 2 hull for Titan. The full-scale V2 hull was manufactured by automatic fiber placement. This is a robotic system that, in this case, was probably attached to an overhead rail and trolley system and contained multiple spools of pre-preg tape loaded into a fiber placement head. The head can apply multiple tapes in multiple directions. For the first two plies, the tapes were applied in the circumferential direction, like a spiral from one end of the hull to the other. For the third ply, the tapes were applied in the longitudinal direction. The sequence was then repeated until 133 plies, approximately 1 inch of pre-preg material, had been applied to the hull. The hull then proceeded to curing and co-bonding. The co-bonding process, or multi-cure process, as it was sometimes referred to by OceanGate, involved building up the composite hull in 1-inch layer increments. After the first inch of prepreg was applied, the layer was capped by a peel ply. This peel ply was a plain woven synthetic fabric that was designed to be removed later. The assembly was then cured at elevated temperature and pressure in an autoclave. After curing, the peel ply was stripped from the surface. The act of stripping the peel ply is intended to create an active surface for adhesive bonding. After peel ply removal, bulges in the hull were removed by grinding. A layer of film adhesive was applied, followed by another inch of prepreg, capped once again by a peel ply. The assembly was once again sent to the autoclave for curing. This process was repeated until a nominally 5-inch thick hull was produced. The image on the right shows a cross-section through a trimmed end piece of the hull. The lighter lines spaced about an inch apart are the layers of film adhesive used to join the carbon fiber composite layers. This image shows the rough V2 hull upon completion. The rough hull was manufactured with excess material at either end, which was subsequently trimmed off. The materials group examined trimmed end pieces and a recovered piece of the V2 hull and found waviness, wrinkles, and porosity within the composite layers and voids within the adhesive that joined the layers. The Titan hull exhibited waviness and wrinkles within the hull layers, especially the 2nd through the 5th layers. The image on the left is an overview image of one of the trimmed ends. The image on the right shows a portion of the through thickness face under oblique lighting. The oblique lighting reflects off of the composite plies based on their orientation. The periodic light-dark reflections are an indication of the waviness of the layered structure. We examined the trimmed end in closer detail and found instances where wrinkles had been ground flush with the outer surface prior to the building of the next layer. The image on the left shows an example of wrinkle grinding. A thorough examination of one of the trimmed ends indicated that the number of ground wrinkles increased with each successive layer, peaking at 24 for the 4th layer. No grinding was performed on layer 5 as it was the last layer. It should be noted that the number of plies removed by grinding varied significantly. In a survey on a block of material brought back to the lab, the number of plies removed by grinding varied from 1 to 12. We also observed porosity between composite plies. This is an image of a single layer piece of the hull that was retrieved from the ocean floor. The side that is shown is the adhesive used to join 2 layers. The other side is painted, indicating that it is the innermost layer, or layer 1. The strip has been cut out to evaluate the through thickness material structure. Here's a macro scale image of the cut piece. The next slide is at higher magnification and shows the composite plies in greater detail. The higher magnification images reveal the laminate structure of the hull. The lighter gray layers are circumferential plies, where the fibers lie within the slide, and the darker gray layers are longitudinal plies, where the fibers run in and out of the slide. In between the plies, there were thin layers of resin that contained porosity. A higher magnification image on the right of the slide illustrates this point. Several examples of pores within this fine resin layer are indicated by the red ovals. The amount of porosity within these resin layers was estimated to be between 18 and 27%. Finally, investigators observed voids in the adhesive used to join the co-bonded layers. Some voids were present in all layers. However, at the interface between the 1st and 2nd layers and between the 3rd and 4th layers, some of the voids formed elongated structures in the adhesive. These structures were visible on longitudinal cross-sections like the one shown. The appearance and structure of the voids within the adhesive bond is illustrated by this laboratory fracture. A thin strip of hull material at the layer 1 and layer 2 adhesive joint was snapped open, and the resulting fracture surface is shown in the lower image. 3 distinct regions were seen on the fracture surface. The green regions are fractured adhesive. The vertical linear features are fractures through the carbon fiber composite. The checkerboard-like regions are thin layers of hardened epoxy that are above the carbon fiber composite but beneath the adhesive. The checkerboard patterns were left behind by the peel ply that was used during the curing process and then subsequently removed. The areas where you see this pattern were associated with the voids. Examination of the retrieved single-layer hull piece also revealed features that were consistent with rubbing damage on the adhesive surface. Voids were observed on the surface of the piece, like those observed on the trimmed end. As shown in the images above, some of these voids contained cream-colored debris that was readily removed with the tip of a fine blade and a synthetic bristle brush. The debris was collected and its chemical spectrum was analyzed along with a sample of the green film adhesive. As seen in this image, the debris and the adhesive had similar spectral peak positions and relative peak intensities. There were also physical characteristics consistent with rubbing. As shown in the image and indicated by the red arrows, the adhesive exhibited rubbing marks that were oriented in the longitudinal direction. Next, I'll discuss the components of Titan's real-time monitoring system. This system comprised 2 sensor types. The first type, of course, was acoustic event detection, and the second was the monitoring of mechanical strain or deformation. I'll start by discussing the acoustic monitoring system. The Titan's acoustic monitoring system functioned on the principle that fractures and other forms of material damage create sound waves. These sound waves can be detected using acoustic sensors. These sensors are just tiny microphones that can be affixed to a surface and trained to listen for sounds associated with breakdown of the material. This is a complex but established field of engineering. The Titan's acoustic monitoring system comprised 8 sensors, with 7 attached to the inner surface of the hull and 1 attached to the inner surface of the aft titanium segment. On the hull, 2 were located at the forward end, 3 were in the middle, and 2 were at the aft end. The system listened for acoustic events that exceeded a predetermined amplitude, and when it detected one, it counted it as a hit and added it to a running tally of the total number of hits. There were 2 thresholds for the number of hits. The first threshold issued a yellow alert, and the second issued a red warning, at which point the dive was to be aborted. The amplitude and quantity of hits were established based on acoustic activity from the retired V1 hull and the subscale test articles. Investigators examined acoustic emission data from dives in 2022, and when the data was analyzed, it was noted that 3 of the 8 sensors did not appear to detect acoustic events. One of those sensors was located at the forward end of the hull on the starboard side, and 2 were in the middle, as indicated by the red circles on the illustration. This slide illustrates the difference in sensor response. The slide shows 2 plots side by side of the forward acoustic emission sensors from dive number 76, which took place on July 6th of 2022. These are the original plots produced by OceanGate. Elapsed time is shown on the horizontal axis, and acoustic event amplitude and dive depth are shown on the vertical axis. The left plot shows captured acoustic events at the forward port side sensor, while the right plot shows acoustic events captured by the forward starboard side sensor. The latter sensor did not appear to register any significant events. Next, I'll discuss the strain monitoring system. Titan monitored hull strain using readily available metal foil strain gauges. As these gauges stretch or compress, the resistance of the metal foil changes, and hooking the gauges into a circuit and measuring the voltage drop across the gauge terminals enables the measurement of strain. The gauges were grouped into right angle pairs as illustrated on the right. There were 8 strain gauge pairs on Titan. 5 gauge pairs were located on the hull, and 1 pair was located on the aft segment. 2 gauge pairs were originally located on the forward dome during testing at the Deep Ocean Test Facility and may have been moved to other locations on the hull. As illustrated by the red arrows on the image, 1 gauge in the pair was aligned in the circumferential direction and measured hoop strain. The other gauge was aligned along the axis of the cylinder and measured longitudinal strain. All right. On July 15th, 2022, Titan executed a dive to the Titanic, entered into the dive log as dive 80. Upon returning to the surface, the crew heard a loud bang, which was documented by the pilot in the OceanGate dive log and has been discussed at this hearing. This was the 14th dive to a notable depth for Titan V2 since initial deployment and the 6th notable dive of the 2022 expedition. The real-time monitoring system captured this loud bang, and it also captured changes in the hull's strain response after the bang. The audible event was captured as indicated by the acoustic activity plot on the left. The sensor shown here was located at the forward port side of the hull. The horizontal axis displays time, and the vertical axis, again, displays both acoustic event amplitude and dive depth. The acoustic activity increased upon returning to the surface leading up to the event, which is indicated by the red arrow. Several strain gauges also responded to this event. The graph on the left shows the hoop and longitudinal strain responses during the dive for Group 4. As Titan descended, the gauge outputs increased in response to the external pressure as expected, and during the ascent, the output decreased as expected. Shortly after returning to the surface, the hoop and longitudinal gauges both showed a sudden shift in gauge output as indicated by the red arrow.
Lieutenant Steele, could we go back and try to get back on that page? It looks like it's not loading.
Okay, well, we'll just have to proceed, unfortunately. And so this is also presented in the materials lab factual reports. So if need be, interested in individuals can refer to the factual report. When plotted together, one can see that the sudden change in strain gauge readout coincides with the large acoustic event.
Dr. Kramer,
Yeah.
I think this is important. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess to see if we can get that slide to, show to function? Is there stages on that slide that should be loading?
It essentially shows both the, for whatever reason, it's not plotting correctly. It shows an overlay of the acoustic emission and the strain response for the, 30-minute interval after it surfaces. But it's,
Sorry, let's just take a 5-minute just recess. I think we can get that slide
right.
working, sir.
okay.
We will reconvene at 9:18.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, so referring to slide 40, when plotted together, one can see that the sudden change in strain gauge readout coincides with the large acoustic event. Some of the gauges showed a change in strain response after dive 80. OceanGate strain data was typically, and perhaps always, plotted as a function of time. The changes in mechanical response are easier to visualize by plotting the strain against dive depth, as shown here for the hoop strain at gauge group 4. Plotting the data in this manner is more akin to a stress strain plot, which is a standard way of visualizing this type of data. For dive 80, prior to the event, excuse me, the relationship between strain and dive depth was a straight line for both the descent and the ascent. Going backwards in time by 3 dives and comparing dive 80 to an earlier dive 75 reveals no significant change from dive to dive. Moving forward in time and looking at dive 81, the dive immediately after the event, we see a change in the initial strain response of the hull. The next slide focuses on the initial and final 1,000 meters of the dive. The graph on the left shows the hoop strain, and the graph on the right shows the longitudinal strain. Changes in the initial strain response are seen in both directions. Furthermore, the changes persist from dive 81 through dive 83, which is the last dive for which we have strain data. Yeah, you can swap back over now. So next slide.
It's coming up.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So changes in strain response after dive 80 were also seen for the longitudinal strain for gauge group 5 and to a lesser extent for the hoop strain at gauge group 8. Those changes also persisted for dives 82 and 83. There were no apparent changes for groups 3 or 7. Oh,
Might not be able to do.
perhaps we should switch over to the PDF version.
Agreed. Lieutenant Steele, let's just stick with
Yeah.
the PDF.
Next slide. Sure, I got my bearings right here. So the acoustic emission response at the forward port side sensor showed a slight initial increase after dive 80 and a fall off afterwards. Here we see the response for dive 80 and its spike in acoustic activity after returning to the surface. Looking at dive 81, there was an increase in acoustic activity during the descent, and once again an increase in activity after returning to the surface. Dives 82 and 83 show a trend of the hull becoming quieter with successive dives, as seen here for dive 82. Next slide. And here for dive 83. One note about dive 83, this dive did not take place at the Titanic wreck site and did not go to the same depth as the other dives. According to the dive log, it reached a depth of 2,954 meters. This is the last dive for which acoustic emission and strain data is available. For the final part of my presentation, I'll go over some images of the Titan wreckage where we will see that the hull encountered a significant amount of delamination, the majority of it within or adjacent to co-bonded adhesive interfaces. This image shows the Titan wreckage as it was discovered on the ocean floor. The aft dome, aft segment, top rail, side rails, and the aft portion of the composite hull were located together. The forward dome, shown to the right, the forward segment, and the tail section were each found by themselves. Much of the forward hull had fragmented into multiple pieces spread around the ocean floor. One segment of the hull, near the top of the vessel, though, was intact nearly along its entire length and also stayed with the main wreckage. This is an image of the single layer piece that was recovered and examined at the laboratory. This piece was located approximately 350 feet from the main wreckage and had a piece of lead wedged in a crevice. Here's another view of the main wreckage. From this view, two notable pieces of the wreckage are visible and indicated. One is the piece that extends nearly the entire length of the hull near the top, and the other is a piece on the port side as indicated by the white outlines. This image shows these two pieces laying flat on the ocean floor during a recovery mission. Both pieces, and in fact much of the hull, had delaminated into multiple shells or layers. A cross-section image on the right illustrates where these delaminations occurred. The first shell consisted solely of layer 1. The second shell consisted of layers 2 and 3, and finally the outermost shell consisted of layers 4 and 5. The delamination between the innermost shell and the middle shell, could you please go back, actually? To the slide. I'll go ahead and give you a cue for next slide when I'm ready. Okay. Right. No, I kind of lost where. So the sorry, I lost where I was. So the delamination between the innermost shell and the middle shell occurred within the adhesive at the layer 1, layer 2 interface for all the pieces that could be examined. This was seen earlier on the single layer piece at the forward end of the hull, and it can be seen here for the layer that's labeled 1 at the lower right of the image. Another layer 1 piece is hidden on this image, but is visible on the next slide. It too shows separation within the adhesive. The delamination between the middle shell and the outer shell shows a more complex separation pattern. For the piece that was located on the port side, shown on the left, we can see the green adhesive at the top of layer 3, consistent with separation within the adhesive. Next, okay, good. Looking at this same piece with the outer shell removed, we see that toward the aft end, there's a mixed region where some of the separation took place within the adhesive and some within the adjoining composite layer. At the forward end, there's also a square patch of composite material still attached to the surface. Okay. Also of note for this piece, the outer shell consisting of layers 4 and 5 was fractured through the layers, and a chunk of it was missing, which is why the top surface of layer 3 is visible. These through thickness fractures were not found in the middle shell. Turning our attention back to the long piece from the top of the vessel at the right of the image, the separation between the middle shell and the outer shell appeared to occur primarily through the carbon fiber composite or along the interface with the adhesive. This can be seen for the piece labeled 2 and 3 on the right of the image. The dark color is consistent with fracture of the composite. The outer shell consisting of layers 4 and 5 is labeled in the background at the top of this image and is highlighted on the next slide. From this point of view, the green adhesive at the bonded joint can be seen on the inside of the 4th layer. Delamination features were also observed on other pieces of the hull. Images and descriptions of those pieces are contained within the NTSB factual reports. So to summarize, the Titan V2 hull was manufactured from pre-preg unidirectional carbon fiber using a co-bonding process with multiple adhesive interfaces. Examination of the hull material revealed waviness, wrinkles, porosity, and voids within the multi-layered structure. A recovered piece of the hull exhibited features consistent with rubbing. Examination of strain gauge data after dive 80 event showed a change in the mechanical response of the hull for 4 strain gauges across 3 locations of the hull. Those changes persisted from dive to dive. As just described, the composite hull showed significant delamination into 3 shells, a shell comprising layer 1, a shell comprising layers 2 and 3, and a shell comprising layers 4 and 5. This brings me to the end of my prepared testimony. I would like to thank the Coast Guard for the opportunity to present these findings and would be happy to answer questions at this time.
Dr. Kramer, thank you for that thorough presentation and all of the forensics working up to that. We appreciate your time and also collaboration with the other substantially interested states to the investigation and the Coast Guard. Lieutenant Commander Williams has questions for you, sir.
Dr. Kramer, can you explain to me how a wrinkle would form in carbon fiber?
So the way that the wrinkle likely formed for OceanGate was during what would be called a debulk, or from vacuum bagging part of the procedure. To consolidate the layer, they would wrap the entire assembly in a impermeable bag and then apply a vacuum. This is to try to remove the excess voids or excess open volume. That causes a compression or consolidation of the material against the mandrel or the form.
As you noted, the second hull, or V2, was cured after each 1-inch layer in an autoclave. Can you explain to us what an autoclave is and its purpose?
Sure. So an autoclave is an oven where you can increase the atmospheric pressure. And so the purpose of increasing the atmospheric pressure is to increase the external force on the composite as it is curing so that you can remove as much voids and porosity as possible and consolidate the material as best as you can.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the diagrams that you have outlined on slide 33. Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up slide 33? This slide is the location of the acoustic admission sensors. As you noted, the blue sensors means that the sensor was working, and the red means that there was no acoustic activity detected. As we know, Channel 2, Channel 4, and Channel 7 all had full-scale acoustic admissions. You should have a laser pointer in front of you. Can you show me on your diagram where those sensors were located? I'm sorry, I don't think it's in front of you. We have to go grab the laser pointer for you.
Don't think I have the laser pointer. While we're waiting, can you repeat the question? I started looking around for my laser pointer.
I was going to ask you if you could show me on the diagram where sensors for channels 2, 4, and 7 are.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so channel 2 would be right there. So that is the at the forward end of the hull on the port side. Channel 4 would be in the middle of the hull at the top. And, sorry, can you remind me again, what was the?
In channel
final one?
7?
Channel 7. I believe this is channel 7. I believe channel 7 is also on the top of the hull at the aft end.
We also noted from the real-time monitoring data that channel 6 and channel 8 had acoustic admissions, but they were not full scale. Can you show me where channel 6 and channel 8 are located on the diagram?
So channel 6 would be on the aft titanium segment or ring, and channel 8 would be right here on the lower port side at the aft end of the hull.
Earlier, we had discussed that the acoustic emission sensors 1, 3, and 5 had little to no activity. I wanted to confirm that AE sensors 1, 3, and 5 are the ones shown in red on your diagram.
That is correct.
In your presentation, you noted that there was dust present in the peel ply impression between layers 1 and 2, which is slides 26 and 27 of your presentation. I wanted to confirm that the test that you conducted showed that the dust was consistent with being the same material as that of the adhesive layer.
What slide was that?
Slides 26 and 27.
Okay, so this, I think, at this point, the only way that I can really respond to that is when we examine the debris and a piece of the adhesive using a Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy system, they produce these spectra that have similar peak positions and similar peak intensities. And the wave number positions and the intensities are indications of the types of molecular structures that are present in the sample. And I think at this point, that's about all I can say to that.
Thank you. Did you conduct material testing on the cut-off ends of the carbon fiber hull?
So we did conduct some material testing of material. We conducted one type of test. Well, actually, okay, go ahead with your question.
To confirm, the cut-off ends, those were from the second hull, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And what material tests did you conduct on the cut-off ends of that second hull?
Okay, so on the cutoff end, the test that we conducted on the cutoff end was a through thickness shear type test. We also conducted some material testing on the recovered hull piece, and that was a longitudinal compression test of the carbon fiber, and we also submitted a sample for porosity measurement as well. But those two samples were from the recovered piece.
And to confirm the results of those, are those in the documentation that will be provided?
That's correct.
Okay. What was the overall thickness of the carbon fiber for that second hull?
The overall thickness of the hull was what was measured on the trimmed ends, and the two trim ends measured, I believe it was like 5.16 and 5.17 inches.
what could cause the overall thickness to exceed 5 inches? More specifically, could porosity be the cause of producing an overall thickness that exceeds 5 inches?
Well, I think the best way that I can answer that question is to note that the material in question does have some data available for it as far as what the expected porosity content is, and the expectation is that the porosity content should be in the vicinity of 0.4 to 0.5%. The material spec sheet for the same material calls out a cured ply thickness value of 7.5 thousandths of an inch. So 20 of those plies should have, on average, a thickness of about 0.15 inches. And 133 of them should have a stack height of about 0.997 inches. So when we measured the thickness of the layers, they were consistently above that value. They were about 1.02 to 1.03 inches. When we sent samples out for porosity measurement, we came back with values that on average were about 2.2% for porosity. And when we looked at the structure of the composite, we noted that at the base of the layer, there was no visual indication of porosity, but when we looked towards the top of the layer, as we showed in the image, there was an indication of porosity. And so, obviously, porosity is open volume, and so that is certainly something to be considered.
The dive depth strain curves that you presented, I wanted to confirm that you developed those curves, and this was not something that you received from OceanGate.
That is correct.
Speaking specifically about what you found, after dive 80, were you able to tell the difference between the strain curves when you looked at the strain curves developed by OceanGate? Or more specifically, was there an obvious deviation between the strain curves developed by OceanGate, or was the only way you noticed the nonlinear response of the strain at shallow depths was by graphing this information in a different way?
So, Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up slide 65? So this slide here shows the hoop and longitudinal strain gauge output for Group 4, for dive 80, and for dive 81. The graph on the left is the original OceanGate data as I received it. I did go ahead and replot it for dive 81 because as Mr. Brooks testified, occasionally their plotting software would produce strange outputs on occasion, and so it was very difficult to do a side-by-side comparison. But this is the type of data that, as far as we know, OceanGate was producing, and so these would have been the plots that they would have been evaluating. And so I guess it's a matter of opinion as to whether one can discern the changes in strain output from these graphs.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Dr. Kramer, Lieutenant Commander Whalen has a question.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. When you measured, and we had just discussed measuring the thickness of the version 2 hull, and the number was approximately 5, what was it, 5 point?
It's somewhere between 5/32 and 3/16 above the 5-inch, the nominal 5-inch thickness. Yeah.
Did you do the same tests on the version 1 hull? Or the same measurement, I should say?
I did do a thickness measurement on the version 1 hull.
And what was that?
It was like 4.97. It was slightly below 5 inches. Lieutenant Steele, can you? I do have a slide where I have a visual comparison of those two. You can bring that up. That's slide 63. Yeah. So this slide here shows a piece of the version 1 and a piece of the version 2 trimmed ends stacked on top of one another. So you can, I think, visually see the difference in the thickness of the two hulls.
And that would have been the area of the carbon fiber, not specific to these two as they're trimmed ends, but the width of the carbon fiber as visualed in this is the same as would be on the trimmed off end, which went into the clevis of the titanium ring.
That is correct. And in fact, we did have a chance to examine the outermost shell, the layer 4 and 5 of that very long piece. And we were able to see that the outside of that layer had material removed from it to presumably to bring the thickness down to the level where it could be inserted into the titanium ring.
And they were the same titanium rings that were used on version 1 and version 2?
That's correct. That's my understanding.
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Lieutenant Steele, can you bring up slide 34, please? Dr. Kramer, I'm going back to the acoustic emission data from Dive 76.
Mm-hmm.
And this question comes down to, I'm trying to figure out if the acoustic sensors were inoperable or just maybe hearing less noise prior to the Dive 80. And we had previous testimony that this could, the lesser acoustics could be due to a scaling issue from the different graphs. And that's what I want to ask you, sir. Looking at this, is the potential for channel 1 to be a scaling issue? Are these the same scales?
Well, so these two graphs, these two plots are the same scale.
So in your opinion, is it likely that the other acoustic sensor is either highly degraded or inoperable?
I don't think that I'm in a position to answer that question. I'm sorry.
For Dive 80, did you see any indications of a acoustic reading on on channel 1 for the loud bang?
I think it's fair to say that for any dive that we examined in 2022, on the plots, we didn't see any, on channels 1, 3, and 5, we did not see any indications of notable acoustic events. There were, as you see on this slide here, the the right graph, the forward starboard sensor, there are occasional blips, like if you look, well, yeah. So there are occasional blips like the one that you see, but in general, they do not show the same type of acoustic characteristic that the other sensors show.
And sir, now I'd like to talk about the sanding to fair the hull after each 1-inch layer was applied. Do you know if that sanding was done on carbon fiber layers that were longitudinal or cross-sectional?
Well, so for any sanding event that went 3 layers down or more, it would have sanded into both circumferential layers and longitudinal layers, because the repeating sequence, the repeating stack is 2 plies in the circumferential direction, 1 in the longitudinal direction, and that sequence is repeated, until the desired thickness is achieved. So if it's a single layer that's been sanded into, it would actually depend on which interface it is, because it actually changes from interface to interface what the orientation of the topmost ply is.
And was there a consistent topmost ply?
No, because the number of plies was 133, and since that's not evenly divisible by 3, it sort of cycles through the possible top layers, essentially.
Understand. And sir, if I remember right, you said the deepest sanding you saw was 13 plies?
We brought back a block of one of the trimmed end pieces, and on that particular block, I think the largest count that we had was 12.
So that would essentially be 6 layers, 6 different plies.
It's 12 plies,
Okay.
so it's almost 12 plies out of 133. So you're approaching 10% of the layer.
In your professional opinion or experience, would that reduce any of the strength of the overall layer?
Well, I think that would require some analysis in order to quantify that. I think there is some literature to suggest that there is some leeway in fiber orientation, but I think it requires detailed analysis in order to determine the severity of it. Yeah.
Understand. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Good morning, Dr. Kramer. And I just have one follow-up. Do we know how the uncured light green adhesive was applied?
So we're talking about the adhesive that is used to join the layers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that is provided as a sheet or a film, and so that's essentially how it's applied. It comes as a big sheet, and then it's just draped over the hull.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer.
Yep.
At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer, for your time today, and thank you for your analysis. Is it correct that the issues you just discussed in your presentation do not relate to the viewport that was used on the Titan at the time of the implosion?
So I did not discuss the viewport in my presentation.
Thank you. We have heard testimony of a theory that the glue joint between the carbon fiber hull and the titanium rings may have been a potential point of failure. Was the review of that theory within the scope of the analysis that you performed?
So we did have an opportunity to examine the titanium rings and the adhesive and whatever remnants of adhesive were on those rings, and that information is documented in the factual reports.
Thank you. You testified to the delaminations, voids, and rubbing damage and debris fragments that you observed. Could you explain how you determine which of these issues were present before the incident as opposed to being caused by the implosion?
Well, so I don't think that I have stated anything about the timing of these observations, and so I'm not offering any analysis at this point as to whether they occurred before or after the implosion.
Okay. And similarly, I'm assuming that you also didn't determine in your analysis, haven't determined whether these issues you've observed could be the cause of the implosion.
Yeah, that is still subject to our own internal analysis at this point.
Got it. So we have heard testimony that the voids near the ends of the carbon fiber are expected due to the winding process, which is why the ends are trimmed off. Was this considered during your analysis?
I am aware of that, and that is something that will be taken into consideration.
Thank you. That's it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kramer. We're done with our questions.
At this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess just to make sure there's no final questions for you, sir. And we'll reconvene at 10:05.
Okay.
Thank you. This hearing is now back in order. Dr. Kramer, Lieutenant Commander Williams has some follow-up questions, sir.
Dr. Kramer, I just have two follow-up questions. We heard testimony earlier during this hearing that using cutoff ends of the hull to produce witness panels to conduct mechanical testing of carbon fiber is a standard used in industry. Would the cutoff ends of the hull that you analyzed be representative of this to be used to conduct mechanical testing?
Can you maybe rephrase your question? I feel like you're asking me to offer an opinion as to whether this material would be, well, anyway, go ahead.
To restate the question or to rephrase the question, the cutoff ends that you analyzed, is that consistent with what would be used to make witness panels?
Well, so I have to claim a little bit of ignorance here. I was not actually present for that particular presentation. So, but I would say that I think that if an organization wanted to do a witness panel, that would be something that would have been planned for and would have been part of the manufacturing process.
My next question is to confirm the cutoff ends of the hull that you analyzed were not found as part of the debris of the Titan.
That's correct.
They were excess material from the winding of the hull.
That is correct.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. And for the record, I want to state that the cutoff end caps were maintained and provided by OceanGate from their Everett facility.
Just to clarify, you mean the trimmed ends?
The trimmed ends,
Yeah,
yes.
of the carbon fiber, not the
The-
end caps,
the-
just to be clear.
Right, and I'll rephrase. The trimmed ends from both the first and second Titan hulls were maintained at your Everett facility and provided to the Marine Board. Lieutenant Steele, can you call up slide 28, please? Dr. Kramer, I just want to reference this slide, which says rubbing damage, longitudinal rub marks. Does this indicate that fore and aft there was some kind of rubbing damage between the layers of the carbon fiber?
Yeah, so essentially, we're evaluating the features that are on this fracture surface, and the linear features that are aligned with the red arrow are not consistent with the types of fractures that we would typically see. They're more consistent with, excuse me, with fracture faces that are rubbing against one another. Sorry, and that motion creating those features.
So in your experience with fracture analysis at the NTSB, this would not be indicative of a catastrophic failure with no pre-movement?
Well, I think, again, that starts to get into the issue of correlating observations with timing,
Okay.
and that starts getting me into analysis.
Understand. Thank you. Lieutenant Steele, can you call up the slide for dive 80, please?
What number is that, sir?
It's slide 38. sorry, actually slide 39 is the strain gauge for response for dive 80. Dr. Kramer, I want to understand the shift that occurred during the loud bang and what that might indicate from a strain gauge perspective. Is this indicating that the strain gauge moved in relation to the hull, or is it that the strain gauge is receiving data differently? Can you just explain what this means to you?
Well, so the strain gauge is physically bonded to the hull, and so unless the also any changes in the strain of the hull are expected to be reflected in the readout of the gauge, and so that's what we're seeing here. I guess maybe I'm not understanding your question.
Does this mean that the hull is now experiencing the strains in a different manner?
So it means that it means that there is a sudden change in both the longitudinal and the hoop strain at this particular location of the hull. And we see this type of response for this is gauge group 4, and we don't see it for other gauge groups such as group 3. And so there's a change in the strain in the hull that is occurring at this location that is not occurring at other locations.
Is that something that would be problematic if you were monitoring strain gauge data?
Well, without offering my own opinion about what I would do as a engineer, I guess I would just refer back to Mr. Brooks's testimony about his concern about it and other people at Ocean Gate.
Thank you. Oh, and can you confirm where strain gauge 4 is on the hull? Do you remember?
Well, so we do have a document from the Deep Ocean Test Facility that shows the strain gauge layout. But based on Mr. Brooks's testimony, there is a little bit of uncertainty at the moment as to exactly where that gauge is. And so I think at the moment, I'm hoping to get that clarified shortly so that we can be more specific about that.
Yes, sir. Okay,
Yeah.
that remains under investigation then. The
Yeah,
exact location.
Yeah, the diagram from the Deep Ocean Test Facility does provide a location for it. We just need to confirm whether it changed or not.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fawcett?
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Will a sound make a movement that's detectable by a acoustic strain gauge? All right, correction on that, on a strain gauge.
Well, so you're talking about in the context of the Titan?
Correct.
Well, so I think that I think if we look at so we have both strain data and we have acoustic emission data, and I think that if you look at those two, you would probably conclude that they're not correlated.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any final questions for Dr. Kramer? Dr. Kramer, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable to the board at this time, ahead of your analysis?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Sir, I want to thank you again for the time you've spent on this project and collaboration with the MBI. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you through NTSB counsel. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. At this time, we will recess until our next witness, which will start at 10:30. Before we begin with our next witness, I'd like to make a note to the record. During this morning's testimony by Dr. Kramer of the NTSB, Dr. Kramer provided both oral and written acknowledgement and thanked the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, TSB, for its feedback to the factual report. It is important to note that the feedback that was provided by the TSB on Dr. Kramer's report was strictly on factual elements, as the TSB is an independent Canadian agency and is conducting its own independent investigation of this occurrence. And that collaboration was done under International Maritime Organization protocols, and as Canada has been designated as a substantially interested state to this incident that the MBI is investigating. And that was because the support vessel for the Titan was a Canadian flag vessel, the Polar Prince. We will now hear testimony from Mr. William Conan with Hydrospace Group. Mr. Conan, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good afternoon. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Conan. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
And just for the record, if you energize your microphone, just please. You should have a green light when you're active.
I have a green light. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Lieutenant Commander Williams will start out with the line of questioning.
Good morning, Mr. Conan.
Good morning.
First, thank you for being here with us. As we ask questions, we will take breaks, and if you need a break, please let us know. All of my questions are related to your background, Hydrospace Group, your involvement in the submersible industry, and your interactions with OceanGate. My first round of questions is just related to your general background. Could you please briefly describe your educational background?
Well, that might be difficult to be brief, but yes. I'm a trained engineer. I studied at McGill University in Montreal, did my bachelor's and master's degree in electrical engineering, and with specialty in electromagnetics, wonderful things, and gravitated from space into the hydrospace direction. If it may please the board, if it's the right time, I would like to give some more background information, which I believe might be relevant if this is the proper time to do so, because I believe
Yes, that's fine.
Commander Williams.
Yes.
There's a lot of interest. First of all, it's a privilege to be here this morning, to be in front of the board. Applaud your work. This is hard stuff to do. It is difficult, it is complicated, but it is very important, and we all understand that we deal with complex stuff and the public has many, many questions. And we are partly here to reassure them that there are men and women that are working day and night, paying attention to things. And I have been in a position of leadership in this industry for quite a few years, and I believe it is important to paint or at least speak to motivations and aspirations on why we do these things. And I'd like to give a little bit of background on how I got to be here. I'm currently the president and CEO of Hydrospace Group in California. I am co-founder of Seimagine Hydrospace, which we established in 1995 for construction of small submersibles. I'm the chair for the Submarine Committee, which used to be called the Manned Undersea Vehicles Committee, for 20 years. I'm the executive director of the World Submarine Organization, an industry association that voices our concerns. I'm co-chair for the American Society of Mechanical Engineering, the Safety Standards Committee for Pressure Vessels for Human Occupancy. We will be referring back to that. It is an investment into the future and the professionalism of engineering. I am been for more than 20 years a member of the Special Review Committee for the American Bureau of Shipping that reviews yearly what the rules are governing manned submersibles. I was a member of the Deep Submersible Pilot Association, which was established in 1968 in Houston and California, and is one of the first instances of members of the industry back then, pilots, grouping together, addressing the need not only for design standards, but also for the manned aspect or the crew aspect for training pilots and so forth. The Deep Submersible Pilot Association, referred to as DSPA, is known worldwide. It disbanded in 2014, and it has been in the endeavor to continue that tradition of training young people and bringing up professionals that we are reinstating it as part of the World Submarine Organization. For all the young people out there who are wondering what they should do with their life, we're here to tell them there is a lot of work to be done out there. The oceans needs people. Knowledge is not a commodity. It is not something you type onto Google. Knowledge is a responsibility. It comes with duties. It comes with care. It must come with reverence. That's why we teach young children to go to school. The only way knowledge works is we write it down, the next person reads it, remembers it, and carries it forward. It is very dangerous to ignore acquired knowledge or dismiss such knowledge. That's how engineering works. The duties we have as leaders, we all know, we're all old enough to understand what the burden is of that responsibility. We need to make sure young people know that as well, and we bring them forward. To that extent, I'd like to just briefly, for the benefit of the board and anybody listening is wondering, well, where does all this come from, give you some background. I was born in Germany, just like my father and all the many generations before him. I was born on a farm. We grew up on a tradition of independence, hard work, reliance, resourcefulness, and paying attention. My parents moved to Canada in 1965. They had 5 children. I was I'm the second of 8. And they also moved into the unknown. Their aspirations to continue farming, the hundreds of years of farming tradition in Germany, they carried over into the New World. Like my father quoted, he says, "We went from the land of our ancestors to the land of our children." There was a lot of sacrifice it involves. People that listen to this, anybody who's been an immigrant understands what sacrifice means and the resourcefulness it takes. We spent the better half of 25 years finding out that this great land of opportunity has a lot of pitfalls and a lot of people that will take advantage of you. And so did our father. With 8 children, we literally spent 25 years working really hard to save the family farm. Well, like they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. We became pretty darn strong. There was never any money around, but we know how to work. The gifts we got was from our father and our mother. From our mother, we learned discipline, tradition, justice, and competence. From our father, we learned courage, self-reliance, and integrity. And he sent us out into the world and said, okay, I might not see this, but you guys go ahead. You don't get to pay for this. You can only pay it forward. What we've got, essentially what I have, I built with my own hands and with the gift and the talents of God. It takes hard work. And it takes vision and purpose. So I didn't get to be in this position of leadership and taking on all that just out of happenstance. After university, I did have an opportunity to move to California. Wasn't crazy about getting a job. I suppose it's a farmer in me and the sense of independence. Someone says, here's $600, go to California, open a new office. for some engineering services. A lot of interesting stories there, but just like my father was moving into the unknown, it wasn't the first foray for us either. We moved from Germany into Quebec. Didn't speak any language. We learned in school, the kids in school, we only spoke German at home. The kids in school didn't know how to read or write either, so you kind of pick it up. High school, our parents had the good sense to think, you know, you should learn English. It's a good thing in life. Well, in mid-70s, the silent revolution of language revolution that was happening in Quebec was pretty tough. 4 years of high school, you were the odd man out. Couldn't really hide that you couldn't speak English, and couldn't really hide that from the French side you were going on the other side. Being the second of 8, we learned, certainly pushed ahead of everybody else and lead into a difficult position. Moving to Canada, I remember when we were told, we didn't know what was going to happen. Going to high school, I was the first one to go to university. Someone forgot to tell me that was supposed to be the best years of my life. I was just scared for 4 years. But that's how you lead. And you have to kind of just charter a course and keep your head down. That's what took me to California. So I had plenty of experience of 25 years of life experience so how do you chart? Well, the 3 years in California, you can be ahead of your time. I brought some very advanced computer simulation technology. You'll hear some of it from Mr. Bart Kemper for stress analysis, which is used everywhere. Well, we had developed at the university the equivalent type for electromagnetic analysis. It's quite advanced. It turns out it was 20 years early. We use a technology today. It was meant for mainframes back then in the late 80s. People thought, oh, you could run it on a PC. Well, what the computers do today in 1 minute used to take 2 days. The industry wasn't ready. But Valiance gets paid off too. So after 3 years of hard work in California, it did bring me in touch with a lot of different people in industry, and I found a place at a space company, Schaefer Magnetics. Mr. Ernie Schaefer, forever in my life will be grateful for him. He was my business grandfather I never had. He taught me how to run business. Schaefer Magnetics was making space systems. It was absolutely fascinating. The company worked on space exploration vehicles like Pioneer, Voyager, Mars Observer. I worked on Hubble, Space Station, Cassini, Iridium. Iridium was groundbreaking. Most satellite systems in the early 90s, if NASA built 3 or 4 satellites, it was a lot. Iridium was planning to build 66 satellites. That was unheard of. Well, those were some real frontiers. It was absolutely fascinating. As a boy that milked cows in Canada, to be in California working for NASA, JPL, the European Space Agency, Japanese Space Agency, that was amazing. Absolutely best job I ever had. It's the only job I've ever had. But serious business. You do realize that every single thing you touch, every single detail you do, people and the mission specialists on these satellite systems, they'll spend 30 years on this thing. And the success of that mission depends on all the hundreds of people that touch every single little bolt and detail, because if that fails, the mission stops. It focuses the mind. Competence is not optional. And I loved the job. Well, to my wife's chagrin, I figured I could do more. So by the time I got my green card, I started the submarine company. It's like, why would you do something like that? Well, that's where it comes down to having a sense of where do you need to go. And God makes funny things in life sometimes. I'd never seen the ocean until I was 25 years old. We literally were milking cows. My friend was getting married in Mexico, ended up in Acapulco, and the first time in my life I put on a snorkel. I'd seen the ocean, that river, it's a dark surface, there's stuff underneath. I put the snorkel on, and I didn't realize how profound the experience was going to be, but I found out that I saw a world I couldn't imagine. In retrospect, it was very humble, but it was amazing. After about an hour of snorkeling, I realized that I'd only had my eyes below the surface, and I was shocked that I thought I'd been diving for an hour, and I realized that this entire world that you have never known, which is so amazing, you could have been on Mars with life on Mars, it would have been the same feeling, was not 10,000 feet away, but it was just an inch below the surface. It stayed with me. By 1993, when I quit my job at Schaefer Magnetics, I had a different vision. And it combined all the work from farming, everything we learned that we lived for, our sense of values, the reason of being of agriculture, that it feeds the world, the level of productivity that we do today, that the world relies on for agriculture, is tremendous. And it is about productivity. That is the point. I remember my father in Germany sharpening his scythe because he was going to go cut grass for 3 cows. He'd spent the whole morning cutting it by hand. This is 1964, not 1864. I drive today through the valleys of California, and I see these large machines. Side note, I love machines. The person sitting at machine in one morning can probably cut 1,000 times of what my father would cut by hand in one morning. Both people working hard. Productivity is not supposed to make your life easy. It is supposed to get more done. The ability in 50 years of my lifetime to see a change in productivity, not of 10 or 20%, not 10 times, but 100 and 1,000-fold, is at the root of how we maintain our society today to feed everybody. It speaks to the agency we have on land and forest management. It is not from robots. It is from the talent and the hard work of people that is leveraged by machines. Machines don't work on their own. And I want young people to know that if you're good at running a machine, you don't have to be a PhD. You apply your talent and you make a machine work to produce 1,000 times more productivity. Now we have agency as humans to take care of things.
Mr. Conan, just for the interest of time, could we focus on your background related to submersibles, please?
Well, I understand. I appreciate your patience, but it is getting to that. Because it speaks on why we need submersibles. Because just like how we manage our land resources and our forest resources, we must focus on our ocean resources as well. And it is not through Google that you happen that. People have to go out there, and you can only manage these resources through access. Without tractors, without trucks, without road construction equipment, none of this happens. We have nothing underwater. We do not have access. People float on top and just dump things in there or take things out. Nature cannot just fix that on its own. And the magic of human presence is we have agency, and God gave us a head, it gave us talent, and gave every human 2 hands to do something about it. And we can clean up and we can fix and manage our ocean and coastal resources, but we need machines to do that, not just robots. Why? Because it takes talent. And until someone shows me how they're programming talent into a robot, I'll start paying attention. Start defining what talent is. I don't know how you define talent, but you can sure see it when you see it in action. And young people need to know that. They have talent. Maybe it's not for mathematics, but certainly running machines. We know that well. A farm makes that very clear, who has talent for what. So what's the motivation? The motivation is we must, I think it's President Roosevelt, in his address on the first national forest, which is a natural resource. When we did the first forests 200-300 years ago were considered something dangerous, something dark, something you had to conquer. Well, today we understand it is a very important ecosystem and a natural resource. And he says in an address, when he created the forest rangers, he says, there is nothing more important than a young man and a young woman can do for their country is to become a forest ranger and learn to manage one of the most important natural resources this country has. 100 years ago, that was pretty advanced. That was gutsy for him to go there. That was not the tradition of how people saw forests. Well, today we could do the same thing. Young men and young women need to help manage the resources we have in our coastal waters. And that is why in the next 30, 40, 50 years, we need to have machines go, and we need to have access to the ocean. That's how we have agency. That is a purpose why we're here. That's why this technology is important. It takes innovation. It takes hard work. I might not see it. My wife keeps saying, well, you know, I hope something works out, but can you do something that works out in our lifetime? It's like, well, maybe. So we are shooting out the children into the future. That's why we educate them. That's why we're here. We're telling them, pay attention. It's exciting. It's important. But there's also a cautionary tale. There's things we don't want you to do. There's a lot of hard work to do. So it speaks on the motivation why we're here. Why are we leading? Why are we pushing? Why are we paying attention? Why does it have meaning for us? Because we're shooting, we need to charter a course. We need to be sure, and this is the purpose of this body as well, and the importance of this board hearing. And it's a unique opportunity that hasn't happened in 30 years to have an opportunity like that to address as a group in the nation, as a planet, which direction do we want to take? That's why we're here today. I'm happy to answer questions, but this speaks on aspirations and motivations where we need to do. And this is complicated, it is hard work, and we can only do it all together with collaboration. So we're looking at collaborating with the Coast Guard. We're inviting state agencies from around the world that all have the same issues to see how do we deal with a new mode of transportation like submersibles, which people never thought would exist. But here we are. We're at the juncture of getting it done. So that is the motivation why this is important, why it is important to me, and why it is important for all of us to put our heads together. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Could you please tell me about your experience with submersibles?
Sure. We built our first submersible in 1995 through 96. We had it together in 1997 in California. And we figured what to do with it. The first objective is, why don't we do it, put it in for tourism? We looked at the NVIC, we had interpretations, hired a lawyer, and we actually had the idea of, oh, we can charter it out. So we actually had an admiral lawyer who drafted the whole thing. We had the waivers, and we were going to Catalina Island in US waters, passengers for hire. We said, we can charter it. We mobilized it to Catalina Island, and it didn't take very long, and we got a cease and desist letter from the port of Long Beach that says, please stop, $25,000 penalty per day. Well, that'll get your attention. I suspect Stockton would have paid attention to something like that too. And we ended up in front of the Marine Board in Alameda, California, where they said, okay, what are you thinking? Says, well, that's what the code says. I think we can charter the boat. It's a bareboat charter with a captain. The submersible was classed with the American Bureau of Shipping. And it says, no. Says, do you really think that the people that are going to bareboat charter the submersible know anything about the submersible? And I said, yes, well, no. It says, you're right. I had to agree. And in 1998, the board told me, Mr. Conan, as far as the Coast Guard is concerned, no citizen is able to make a risk assessment and a decision of informed consent when it has to do with submersibles. It is just too complicated. I had to agree back then, and I have to agree today. It is an issue that has come up quite a bit on all the waivers and the freedom of people making decisions, and it bespeaks of a very modern challenge we have in society today as the level of technology keeps increasing to the point where it is no longer possible for a citizen of the country to understand all the implications of the technology that is around them. Informed consent is a big issue. It's not going away. It's going to get more difficult. And very specifically with submersibles, no. I've heard many testimonies, many questions coming along, asking people what they thought and different opinions, which I thought was misdirected because no individual is able to make a risk assessment to find out if this thing is safe or not. Just not possible. So back to 1998, they said, okay, well, go home, you have class, but you need to have a full certificate of inspection by the US Coast Guard. You need to submit all the papers and have to give credit where credit is due. In retrospect, we submitted through the OCMI, we submitted all our documents. It went to the Marine Safety Center. They processed it. To us, it seemed like a very long time. They processed it in 4 months. By the end of September, we had everything. Well, we thought it was a very long time. And after 20 years, there was some very good participation. So I have to, after the fact, give them credit for being active. Well, it was end of September by the time we got the COI, and the season was over. So it cost us the whole season. It cost us a bunch of money. But that wasn't the hardest part. The hardest part is the Coast Guard also said, well, Mr. Cohen, to pilot these things, your pilots must have a certified captain's license by the US Coast Guard. So, okay, what does that look like? It's like, well, we have a 150-ton license. It's like, well, how's that going to help them pilot a submersible? It's like, well, it's not, but we don't have anything else. So in terms of experience and breaking new frontiers, we had to develop a pilot training program. It is still one of the proudest assets we have at the company today, because we spent a year working with the LA Long Beach Coast Guard Department to create a small submersible US Coast Guard approved pilot license training program. It took a while. We trained probably a dozen pilots that had either an endorsement to their captain's license as a small submersible pilot, or more than half of them, it was their original captain's license. It was quite extensive. We took the crew. We had a requirement of training them for 40 hours in classwork. They had to have 20 hours practical experience. They had to pass a written test. They had to apply to the US Coast Guard. Coast Guard had their standard requirements, seamanship of 90 days. They had to have a physical. They had to have drug testing. And it required that they have EMT training. When they applied to the Coast Guard and they passed for entry, the Coast Guard would administer an exam on our submersible. It's an exam that we gave the Coast Guard a number of questions to, and they had to administer to the pilots. But the pilots also had to show up at the Coast Guard with a certificate from the company that said that they'd passed the written exam and the training program. And if they passed all that, they actually got a Coast Guard certified pilot license. That was a big achievement, and nobody has ever done that in the past 30 years. Atlantis Submarines has some large tourist submarines in the Virgin Islands and in Hawaii, Guam, but no one's ever operated a small submersible with passengers for hire under an OCMI license. We did. We ran it all the way through 2002. So we're speaking from direct experience, knowing that it is possible, it is feasible, and it's doable. Question is it scalable? We can speak onto that later. There's a lot to be said in terms of where do we need to go. But that is the experience we had, the ability to put that together, and I must give credit again to the LA Long Beach Port Coast Guard, that the level of collaboration we had to develop this pilot training program was just stellar. There's a lot of complaints on all sorts of things by the Coast Guard. I mean, there's always things, but on that application, again, in retrospect, it really was something special. Now, It turns out that part of the challenges we have is there's a lot of independence on the Coast Guard captains from port to port. And the adjudication on what they recognize has a lot of variance. It is a problem. The independence that each Coast Guard captain has is jealously guarded because they know by the time, if you're in DC, whoever's in DC, eventually you end up at a port, and you like to have that independence of judgment. Makes a country work, but it has its challenges. By 1999, we started operation. We've toured thousands and thousands of people safely, women and children. It was a 2-person submersible. We're the first ones to come up with these little bubble submersibles. We built some more. The next one went into the Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands has its own Cayman Island Shipping Registry. That's the equivalent of their Coast Guard. They have a lot of traditions on submersibles. To put that in for tourism, they said, okay, we do, bring it over, but we want all your pilots to be US Coast Guard certified pilots. It's like, that's not a problem. We moved some of our US Coast Guard pilots to Cayman Islands. After a year, we pleaded and says, okay, do we have permission now that you know how this system works? Can we train native? Can we train in Cayman and certify pilots in Cayman under the same program? They agreed. Why? Because the foundations and the integrity of the program were solid, and it was underwritten by the US Coast Guard. So we didn't just make this stuff up. It's brand new. Is it innovation? Yeah. Is it flashy? No. But it's really, really important, and it's fundamental on how we do. This program, this training program, is something we've been carrying for 25 years, being very careful, and we export that process. It gets us into the countries around the world where the governments are not sure what they should be applying. It's like, well, try this. Here's a template. We have built 16 submersibles today, over 25 years. We consider them the best submersibles in the world. We pay attention. We just delivered the last submersible to the National Geographic Society, who after years and years of figuring out what they should buy, chose Seamage and Hydrospace to buy their submersible. They'd never bought an asset in the life of the society. The first asset they have on the books is one of our submersibles. We're proud of that. And not only because the vehicle is good, is because we pay attention, not just to detail, but how we manage and how we train the people.
Mr. Conan, those submersibles, are they classified?
Yes, ma'am, they're all classed
classified?
by the American Bureau of Shipping. The experience led us from the very beginning, working with the Coast Guard to work these details out in the face where the Coast Guard says we don't have anything. We worked with them. We worked with the American Bureau of Shipping very closely to do that. It was innovative. And you want to talk about innovation? And I want to make it very clear that safety and innovation are not mutually exclusive aims. You can do innovation. You just have to do it right. The competence is not optional. You have to pay attention. What did we do? The first submersible we said, Mr. Conan, you're crazy, because our 2-person submersible had the pilot on the outside. You might still see some of these on there. So we had 2 people inside the bubble, and the pilot was outside. Who makes a submersible with a pilot outside? Well, it was a very nice, little, comfortable, it's like a limo tour. You have a lot of privacy in your own little cabin. Moms and their kids would just live it. That was unheard of. Not only did we get it ABS classed, we got it through Coast Guard certification, and we got it under pilot training program. So nobody can tell me that it's hard to get innovation through. We are making very deep submersibles today. They're all classed. We work with ABS, very closely with ABS. I've been on the Special Industry Committee. ABS invites industry to help them write their rules and review their rules. They have a special committee on submersibles codes. It's voluntary. You don't get paid for this. You just invest your time and energy into it. So I've been with ABS on their special committee for more than 20 years. It's collaborative effort. This also brought me to the next phase of taking over the chairmanship of the Marine Technology Society Committee on Manned Submersibles. That was in 2003. Most people thought, you know, submersibles, this is all going to be taken over by robotic systems. There was not much attention being paid at all on it. It's had very humble beginnings, but I pushed, coming from space, where it was a professional industry, where there was engineers, thousands of engineers working around the world with conferences discussing technologies, regulations, and all that within that industry. That was my aspiration to come into the hydrospace industry, and finding out it was a whole lot more parochial. Well, that's where my mother spoke to me and saying, there needs to be better traditions than that. And I set up the first conference where we'd invite all professionals from around the world to meet one place for 3 days, and everyone sit around the table to discuss manufacturers, operators, regulators, owners, enthusiasts to sit at the table and work out issues and talk about the latest technologies, the latest expeditions, the latest operations. What are the foreseeable regulations that are coming in? And invite the regulators to listen in what the industry was done. Well, in 2003, I can tell you it was very humble. It was part of the underwater intervention, and I've been leading that for the last 21 years, bringing the world together within that conference to discuss very serious industry issues. And I invited the American Bureau of Shipping. I heard Roy's testimony, Mr. Thomas's testimony on Monday. Did a great job. They try hard. And it does make progress. And I've asked Mr. Thomas, can you come, and he came into the very first one in 2003, can you come and give an idea to the audience what ABS is planning for their next rule changes, or what are they looking for, so that it's done in community and reviewed. And if people have issues and questions, they can be done there and then. Well, credit to Mr. Thomas, he's been doing this for 21 years. And every single year he comes to brief everybody in industry, and we can ask questions, just like we do here today in an open dialogue. That is called progress. Is it slow? Yeah, it's slow, but it works. That is our connection to the American Bureau of Shipping and the connection to the classification societies, working with the Lloyd's Registry people and with DNV, and at the time, Germanische Lloyd's. Our connection to Germanische Lloyd's as chair of the industry and inviting many people, they play a big important part here in the discussion of the Titan. We can jump ahead a little bit, but one of the key things that happened, and there are many questions on the technicalities of a submersible, but the much bigger overarching issue with Titan was that did OceanGate have any choice to class their submersible? That was one of my big concerns. Because if everybody bows out and no bids, then Titan would have, OceanGate would have an option, say, well, you know, we asked and nobody was ready for it. Well, Mr. Thomas did say, ABS said, hey, we have to no bid. We do not have any knowledge on the technology for carbon fibers, which is fair enough. Lloyd's Registry, the discussion yesterday, I believe Lloyd's Registry did attend the dives in the Bahamas. They were right there. They witnessed the dives. And after the dives, decided they were not going to bid on it. So it only left the DNV group.
Mr. Conan, do you know that knowledge firsthand
No,
about
I do
Lloyd's
not.
Registry? Okay, I just want to make for the record.
So
that
we could-
You're
yeah.
speculating on
I'm
that. sir.
speculating on that. But it's part of the reports. I do an annual report on the industry overview. I mean, that is part of the something I do. One of the very first things I did coming into the submarine industry, one of the first persons I contacted was Captain Don Walsh, 1994. He was in Long Beach, and I talked to Dr. Walsh. And the first thing I did is I asked him for a report to give me an idea of who is doing what. The report on the state of the industry back then, 1994, 1995. It actually cost a lot of money, but it was worth it. These reports today, I make every single year for free. Why? Because it's important for people to know. And that is part of we do within the conference and within MTS. It comes down to the question of how is that tied to the class agencies? Well, because it is important to bring in the class agencies and find out what is going on. Mr. Harold Powley is probably someone that would be helpful to talk to. Mr. Harold Powley was a department chair of DNVGL at the time. Mr. Powley was also the European representative at the ASME Pressure Safety Standards Committee for the pressure vessels for human occupancy. We had a close relationship, for sure, with Mr. Powley, and we had many, many discussions. One of the services that DNVGL provides today and provided back then was very custom, highly specialized engineering within their classification department. They have very experienced engineers that was focusing on submarine technology. And I remember talking with Mr. Powley, and he said he bent over backwards and spent 2 or 3 months creating a proposal for OceanGate to certify the Titan. He says it was really difficult, but they really tried to find a way to do it. And they made a proposal, and they made a bid. And you work.
Sir, can you just clarify the time frame that occurred?
This would be 2018, 2019.
Thank you.
Yes, it was early in. They were looking. It was at the time when were doing the Bahamas as well. It was an issue. Can you actually class something like that? I'm sure Mr. Powley would be more than happy to share some of that. He is retired now, he's in Germany, but to contribute, because he spent a lot of hours and a lot of energy that he got flack for because they weren't being paid for it to come up with a proposal. But it was important. And like much of the other stuff, it was rejected out of hand.
Objection, just to clarify again, the basis for the information is Mr. Conan's discussion with Mr. Powell.
Mr. Harold Powley, department chair of DNVGL in Hamburg.
Understood.
And he communicated that information directly to you, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there is a sense of part of the leadership and the discussion we have is to find out what is happening, what do you do? And it's like, okay, this is really important. And Mr. Powley understood that, and the GL group out of Hamburg had the capability to do that. Now, it wasn't particularly cheap, but that wasn't the point. It would take time and it would cost money. But somebody stood up and says, yes, we can do this, we can work with it.
Did you actually get a chance to review that report, sir?
No, I was not privy, no. But I'm sure Mr. Powley would be happy to provide that information, and it's really important. But it does also say that within this industry, when the public is asking, okay, is anybody paying attention here? Yeah, we were paying attention. We have hundreds of thousands of engineers silently working day and night doing these things. Nobody knows. We don't need to have adulation for it. We just do this because we are professionals. And that was exactly one of those works. And I don't think Mr. Powley really minded doing all that work, but it was highly disappointing on the casual rejection nature that it was received at, because it was an important step for them to step up and provide that proposal. So in terms of industry experience, submersible experience, going all the way through working with, not just working with the class agencies, but engaging them in the dialogue with industry and making sure industry has a dialogue with the class agencies. And it's not about complaining, it's do something about it. And that is part of the deal to work on the conference. Say, okay, you have grievances, let's talk about it. But you have the responsibility to show up at the conference and talk. So yeah, I have a big Rolodex, and it's not just names, but I know what the people are doing. Why? Because I engage them and I say, you have to come, you have to say something about this, you have to present about it. Stand and be counted, you're part of the community.
Mr. Conan, can we start talking about Hydrospace Group and your involvement with acrylic windows?
Yes, ma'am. Let's go back. We have been making acrylic windows, in the conversation we're talking to are very specifically acrylic windows for pressure vessels for human occupancy. So just for definition, we will call these PVHO, pressure vessel for human occupancy. It is a very important field. I believe Mr. Stanley spoke about it. Other people might have spoke about it. It is a very unique code on this planet today, without big over-exaggeration. The PVHO code comes from a very distinct work for Dr. Jerry Statue, working for the US Navy, spending 40 years testing a new material. At the time, acrylic was pretty special in the 60s and 70s, to find out how can we render this technology safe to make windows out of them. Acrylic was invented in Germany in the 1930s, and I believe the Trieste submarine that made the historic dive in 1960 was one of the first ones. That was one of the discoveries or the adulations of Auguste Piccard, is to use acrylic in the window because it is not brittle like glass. Mr. Statue spent 40 years. The testing, physical testing for 40 years of finding out how do these windows behave, different geometries, round windows, flat windows, circular windows, cylindrical windows, how do they behave under pressure, to come up with a design methodology to find out how can you determine that these materials and these configurations are safe. This led in 1977 to the publication of the first ASME PVHO safety standard. I have looked. There is no other country that has a basis of data of testing to come up with an alternative, which is why today's ASME PVHO code is a de facto international standard document. It is central to all the discussions we have over here. ASME PVHO is part of the CFRs in this country. It is the law. It is often not mentioned. It is central to this. And what does constitute a PVHO? A PVHO is any pressure vessel with a pressure differential of greater than 2 psi. If you put human occupancy in it, it applies. We have other great national issues with that, especially where medical devices are involved and where we have an epidemic of illegal chambers in this country being propagated. It's a great concern to the PVHO community, and people forget that they think PVHO only applies after 15 psi pressure, and it's 2 psi. It's a big problem, not related to this cause, but it is a big national issue. ASME PVHO is a very powerful, very important part for the future and the innovation we need. Because pressure vessels, you do not do anything underwater if it doesn't involve pressure vessels. Humans are not adapted for that environment. So it's connected to hydrospace. We are specialists in pressure vessels for human occupancy. We work on space systems, space simulators, altitude chambers, medical systems, hyperbaric chambers, diving systems, Navy systems, submarines, habitats. It's an exciting field. It's very broad. And it's all related to PVHO, pressure vessels for human occupancy. And people don't go into steel containers. Acrylic is central to these things. Like most submersibles today have a very high degree of acrylics. So Yes, we are specialists. The first windows we made at CMagine was in 1996. They were all under ABS survey. We've been making, to date, Hydrospace has made over 3,000 windows. And to be clear, it's highly regulated. And every single window has a unique trace number for which we must retain all the quality assurance data for 20 years in our offices for traceability. And any single point, someone come in and say, window number 1,544, show me where it came from, and we can show them the entire traceability of material production history. That's what PVHO does. It is a lot of requirements. You have to pay attention and say, oh, but there's a lot of liability. Yeah, there is, but life has a lot of liability. You just have to do it right. One would say, like our mother said, don't lie, cheat, or steal. You'll be okay. It is part of PVHO. It is unique in the world. Mr. Jerry Statue put it in. The committee meets 3 times each year. It is industry-based. People volunteer, engineers in the country volunteer. And I've been a soldier with PVHO for 20 years. I've been in a leadership position for 10 years. It's important stuff. In fact, when Dr. Statue passed, I'd heard that his information and all his paperwork was going to be boxed away and maybe not found again. And I asked the family to just put it in a truck and ship it to California. And I got a letter from them assigning all of his research and all of his books and works to Hydrospace, promising the family that we'd carry on the innovation and the important work that he had started back in the 1960s. It's not for adulations, it's because it is important. Someone has to understand how important it is. And that is where it ties for Windows. Everybody needs a window. It is complicated. We get lots of questions. We spend a lot of time on the phone letting people know what the code really says, what they must do, what their responsibilities are. And there are a lot of responsibilities for the user and how to use it, how to maintain it, how to install it in their system, what their responsibilities are. They're serious.
With respect to the acrylic window, can you explain your interactions with OceanGate with regards to their acrylic window?
Yes, I can. OceanGate had an interesting idea. There's a lot of talk about what are the shapes of the windows. And they're flat windows and round windows. The Romans figured out that goes back to the time of the Romans. Say, how so? Well, because people figured out if you needed a doorway, you could have 2 posts with a flat beam across, made a good doorway. The Romans figured out, hey, you know what? If you make an arch, it's a lot stronger. The invention of the arch was a huge human discovery. Seems trivial, but it isn't. It allowed the Romans to build the Colosseum that still stands today. The cathedrals, all the arch. The power of the arch is what makes acrylic windows really strong for holding underwater pressure. You can make flat windows, but they're not going to be very large. To put that in context, the Alvin window. The Alvin is a deep submersible for the United States. It's rated to 6,500 meters. Most of all these deep 6,000 and deeper submersibles for research all use flat windows. They're very thick. They're in the neighborhood of 5, 6, 7 inches thick. But they only have a diameter of 7 or 5, 6, 7 inches. It's not a big diameter. Works fine. If you want larger diameters, you need to go, you're best off to going to an arch. They call these spherical sector windows. The outside is round and the inside is round. 100% certifiable, all tests, we have all the PVHO rules that says how you design these. The issue is when you have a spherical window, you do not get a deformation, but you get some demagnification effect. when you look through it, things look a little bit farther away. So, well, that doesn't really make any sort of difference. But if you're trying to sell a thrill ride, you want to say, well, I want things to look closer. Okay. Flat windows do not have this visual effect. And OceanGate thought, well, maybe we could have a hybrid window of it is round and it is flat, flat on the inside and round on the outside, and it'd be as strong as an arch, and we have the optical benefits of a flat window. Well, it's worth looking into it. It's an idea. We don't know. It's a non-standard window. You'd have to do testing for it, but it's worth trying out. If it's important for your business, figure it out. You want some better optical effects and the strength. And that was a communication we had with OceanGate. So sure, they designed the window. We did, and said, look, you need to do a bunch of testing. It is a non-standard window. This is PVHO. We cannot certify to PVHO because it's non-standard. It can only be rendered safe once you do the testing on it. Now, there's a lot of question today on, well, what if it's something that doesn't exist? I mean, there's no testing standard. And I'd like to put that on the record today for the Marine Board, is that we do have these test procedures. They are enshrined in law.
Sir, I think I could actually bring that up. Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up Coast Guard Exhibit 105? Scroll down to page 7.
Well, that was a good picture, the very first one they had. Just a cross-section? Can you go where you see the window, the cross-section of the window? I think it was your first page. Yeah, right there. That one right there. No. One more. Right there.
Is this what you were describing earlier?
Yes. So you can see on this picture over here what is the traditionally approved acrylic window, which is spherical sector. You see the two arches on the outside, on the inside, and you have that little extra piece of acrylic that fills in the center. And that little extra fill into the center gives you an optical effect. It's like, well, is it as strong as an arch? Is it as strong as a flat window? What does it do? It's like, well, you have to find out. You either use computer analysis to find out, or testing it, or a combination of the two. But it is considered a non-standard geometry. Right?
Lieutenant Steele, could you move to page 7? Could you scroll in just a little bit close to the bottom of the page? Mr. Cohn, are you familiar with this email between OceanGate and Hydrospace?
Yes.
Were you the author of this email?
Yes.
What you were just previously describing, the guidelines, it's at the ASME PVHO 1, that last paragraph right there. They provide guidelines to establish the safe operational depth of an acrylic window that is of non-standard geometry.
Yes.
And then
yes.
if we scroll down to page 8,
The top of 8.
the top of 8,
Right there, section 2. So, not only did we told them what they had to do with that window, we also gave them book, chapter, and verse of how they had to test it. In section 2-2 tag 6, non-standard window geometries and standard window geometries with lower conversion factors is a set of test procedures required to qualify a window. Why do we have this? Is because Dr. Statue used these procedures for 40 years to establish empirically the safety of the acrylic windows. And here I would like to extrapolate and said it wasn't just acrylic windows, but it is applied to pressure PVHO components that are using nonlinear materials, non-metallic nonlinear materials, which acrylic is. It is a lengthy process, and just to be sure what constitutes a proper test regime, there are a lot of opinions. It's not a matter of opinion. It is in the book. And again, it is law in the United States.
Could you briefly describe some of those testing requirements for a non-standard window?
Yes. The basis of evaluating a component like that has three parts to it because material behaves in different ways. And this is for the benefit of the board, but also the public that is listening that are wondering, well, I mean, what is a test program? It is not just doing a dive or two dives. The first phase is verifying that you understand how the material does, what is the failure level of the material. And it is the proof testing of the material. The test requires that you have at least 5 samples that you test to destruction, and the pressure, the measured pressure of failure must be statistically significant within the same zone. Otherwise, it means you don't know. It's not related, and it's not linear. So all 5 have to fail roughly in the same zone. It does allow, which is important, scale model testing. It is enshrined in the code, but you have to do at least 1 full size in able to verify that your scale models are working. So that's 5 of them to destruction. The other test is cyclic fatigue. Everybody, I am sure everybody on the behavior of materials, everybody in their life at some point, certainly on the farm, has taken a piece of wire and bent it long enough until you break the wire. Okay, well, that's called cyclic fatigue. And everybody can understand that if you just bend it a little bit, it'll never break. But if you bend it a lot, eventually it does. The design makes sure that the displacement and how much material moves is very small and significant so that the cyclic fatigue does not affect it. To qualify a window, you have to put it to maximum working pressure for 1,000 cycles. That takes a while. There's a minimum time you have to do. That is generally takes 9 months. And at the end of the 9 months, you must see no evidence of any cracking or defect in the window. And the third part is plastic materials creep. All materials creep, which means when you're under pressure, it deforms. It kind of makes sense. If you have a piece of plastic, if it's warm and it's sitting under load somewhere, you can see that it bends. The creep test is really important, and part of it is if it's under pressure, does it keep moving? Metal doesn't do that. Acrylic does. And it requires, the code required, that you do that at full pressure for 80,000 hours. That was in the book. 80,000 hours is 9.5 years. Why am I bringing it up? Because as part of my duties on the ASME PVHO committee, I was part of the group that worked to change that element and say, this is not realistic. We are not getting new geometries approved because you cannot afford 9.5 years to perform this test. That is also innovation. We have methods, and there is now in the book, it was revised in 2016, 17, 18, I can check. It is now part of the book. It was a code case. I can talk more about the code cases, but it was to change that 80,000 hours as an alternative test method, which says you can use multiple windows and expose it to 300 hours, which is a lot shorter, but at elevated pressure. It's described in the book. That all of a sudden made this possible to perform one of these tests. It would cost you more money, but at least it was reasonable. That is also innovation. That Hydrospace was actively in to make sure that we have more possibilities for industry to be able to try new things. We're allowed to try new things, but you have to do it right. And yes, that email that we just saw, we gave very clear directions. There's many questions. That might be your next question. What was a rating on the window? And like, what was the final rating? The conversations with Ocean Gate says, look, you don't know what the rating is. Until you test it, you cannot give it a rating, but it does not have a 4,000 meter rating. You cannot say that. The best rating you can give it, which is totally valid, is as a flat window. That hump on the outside wouldn't hurt anything to add to the rating, but it is just a flat window. And the window they had right there was a completely valid flat, which is called a conical frustum window. But the effective thickness would be less. Calculated per ASME PVHO standard, that rating at 50 degrees F was 945 PSI. That is what was marked on the window. That's how we registered it. That's how it's in our database. And it was
And to confirm, when operating at 4,000 meters of depth, what would the pressures be down there?
oh, the rating for that is 5,800 PSI. So it gets mixed up on how PSI translates to depth. But 945 PSI translates to 650 meters, 2,150 feet. And the direction was to Ocean Gate, yeah, you can do, this window needs to be tested. Go ahead, test it. But you should buy a proper window also. We gave him the drawing and said, in fact, we even had extra material to make the second one because we're pretty sure that was just going to come. For the time and the cost of money, just get it done and you have a full replacement window that's fully certified, rated for 4,000 meters.
So to confirm, Lieutenant Steele, could you bring back up Exhibit 1, Coast Guard Exhibit 105, and go to page 8? What you're speaking about, Mr. Conan, are you talking about that second paragraph saying that you would consider in parallel task of fabricating a spherical sector dome?
Yes.
And can you just explain what the purpose of that would have been?
Well, it is to do the testing and operation with a submersible while they're actually testing the hybrid window, which was meant to go into a test jig for doing pressure testing, not to be run in a submersible. And I did expect them to buy it. I actually bought the spare material, which we still have in the shop. And the idea is, look, it retrofits exactly in the same seat. It is completely replaceable. Within 24 hours, you can put that window in there and you can dive in full safety. I believe it was $25,000 and it would take 12 weeks to make. Says we're still all rigged up for it. Do it right now. We'll have it in no time. We gave them the drawing, knowing full well, giving them the drawing, they could go other places to buy it as well. It's like, it wasn't about the money. It's just do it right. And we figured they could buy it in any number of places, and in the end they did. They just didn't buy it from us.
Did Ocean Gate ever explain to you why they didn't purchase it from you?
No, but I had my ideas.
Did you have any conversations with Ocean Gate about pursuing the testing besides the email correspondence?
No, we had, it's in part related. We did not. I did expect to hear from them at the PVHO committee because this is where they would have reported some of the test data.
Objection, can we just specify when we say Ocean Gate, if Mr. Conan is referring to particular individuals by title or name that he was communicating with?
Yes, was it generally the CEO, Mr. Rush, or other individuals at Ocean Gate?
Both. To define, it would be either Mr. Tony Nissen and Stockton. Look,
Thank you.
we talked a lot. There was an open line of communication. Back again, this didn't happen this happened over a period of 14 years. As chair of the industry, we invited Ocean Gate, showed up sometime in 2007, 2008. That's when we first had contact with Ocean Gate. They were looking for a submersible. We had a submersible available, secondhand, that they were interested in. And Mr. Sonline and Stockton, they were interested, but they found the Antipodes that Mr. Hoffman was selling was cheaper. It's like, okay. But by the time they showed up at the conference, it is an open door policy. It is, everybody is welcome to put it in. And so we had lots of conversation with Stockton.
Did OceanGate ever communicate the reasons for not pursuing either testing geometry with you?
Something happened at OceanGate, and I believe APL got the same feeling, because for many times before, there was a lot of conversation of all the testing they were going to do. And they changed their mind. Somewhere they changed their mind. And I don't know when it happened, but there was a change. And it is somewhere around the time where we delivered the window. It's like, what do you mean you're not, you need to be doing the testing. And it was left as a hanging chad, we'll see. It's like, no, this is not optional. And we discussed, and that's why we made it very, very explicitly clear to Mr. Tony Nissen and to Stockton that the rating of that window was 945 PSI, and you have a duty to test it, and this is how you have to test it. And if you want to do anything else, buy the spherical window, because that is, it is fully rated, fully tested, we understand it.
Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up that same exhibit again, Exhibit 105? And can we move down to page 25, please? Mr. Conan, this is a communication between you and OceanGate, where you sent OceanGate a preliminary study of behavior completed by Kemper Engineering of a spherical sector window with a flat inside, low-pressure surface. Did OceanGate request this type of analysis?
No.
Why did you reach out to Kemper Engineering regarding this window?
Because this is part of the innovation, is part of the knowledge we have, and is to communicate to, it is open source information, it is to communicate to OceanGate, look, there is testing involved, but there are also other resources available. And Mr. Kemper will talk more about it this afternoon. Designed by analysis, and the analysis we have, the capabilities we have today, the analytical capabilities we have today far surpass those we had in the 60s and 70s, which is where the testing program comes from. And I said, and I asked Bart, look, we need to let OceanGate understand what this looks like, what the behavior of this is, that it is possible, that it is feasible. It was all members in the industry were happy to help and support OceanGate. They got a tremendous amount of free engineering. They're asking lots of questions. Everybody's more willing to contribute. I considered this an action of goodwill from Kemper to give some idea what was possible, and it led to more analysis. But it is to support OceanGate and their engineering department to say, look, these are the type of analysis that can help you.
Lieutenant Steele, could we move to page 13, please? Mr. Conan, is this the report that was included as part of that email?
Yes.
And this was provided to OceanGate?
Yes.
I'd like to bring your attention to conclusion number 2 that states the specified Cyclops design, which we now know was Titan, at 5,800 PSI indicates significant strain that is consistent with potential short cycle failure modes. As this was provided to OceanGate, did you ever receive any communication back from OceanGate regarding this analysis?
No, the communication is please take that up with a professional engineer like Kemper Engineering to pursue that further, and they did more analysis to understand it better. But it did indicate that, look, this is not doing what you think it's doing.
And are you aware if OceanGate ever reached out to Mr. Kemper regarding this analysis?
I believe so. You can ask Mr. Kemper this afternoon, but this is, we are aware of the idea. It's a good idea, but there is a process of doing it to evaluate it. And we just wanted to make sure OceanGate was aware that there was expertise in the country to perform these analyses and to support them.
Lieutenant Steele, could you now bring up Exhibit 080, the quote from Hydrospace Group to OceanGate? And page 1, please. If we could scroll down to the notes section. So the note number 1 states the job will be started with submittal of purchase order, engineering drawing, and PVHO Form VP2. Can you explain to me what PVHO Form VP2 is?
Yes. So every PVHO window comes with, I call 5 birth certificates. There's 5 forms that create the full certification, validation of a window. And they're called for viewport forms. So VP1 is the fabrication certificate. VP2 is the design certificate. And this is where you have to report all the design parameters that went into the calculation for the rating of the window. That must be performed by a professional engineer, and this is generally always provided to Hydrospace for the fabrication of the window. We cannot provide a fabrication certificate if we do not have a signed design certificate for it.
And did you ever receive a PVHO Form VP2 from OceanGate?
No.
So did did Hydrospace actually construct a window for OceanGate?
We built the non-standard window. This quote was for the certified window. So this is a quote for the spherical sector round window.
I actually think we might have the quote for the non-standard one. If it was, we might have to go down a few pages.
Let's see, go up.
Well, we can pull up that exhibit later, but
But in either case, yeah, no, we did not get, they could not do a Form VP2 for the experimental window, which is why they had to test it. And in fact, the Form VP2 has a form on it where the qualification, it'd be interesting. The Form VP2 has a section in it where you can fill it in that says on what test validation data you are qualifying the window. If you do not have the calculation details and the formulas you used, it has a qualification by testing section, which is usually ignored by most people, but that is what they would have had to fill in to qualify the non-standard window. But it takes time.
And did Hydrospace end up making the non-standard acrylic window requested by OceanGate?
Yes,
And how many did you make for them?
1.
Just one? And just to confirm, you did not give the PVHO
Well, no.
certification?
No. You have the, we gave them an inspection report that is on there that defines the dimensional and material specifications. In those cases, we do that many times for the US government where they have non-standard windows, but they're exempt from PVHO, where we give them a commercial certification of fabrication, but we use same PVHO processes and PVHO certified material. 2 of the certifications that go with a window have to do with the testing. Each PVHO window must come from a casting, and each casting must have a sample sent to the lab and tested to verify that the material meets the minimum requirements of PVHO. So it's quite extensive. So it used PVHO certified material, but it was on a non-standard design.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Tom? Okay. Commander Whalen has a question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conan. I have a few follow-up questions. You had mentioned the 1,000 cycles for a acrylic window to be tested to. Is that to the rated depth?
Yes, it is.
And is that for a certain period of time or just 1,000 cycles to depth and then?
There is a profile where there is a maximum rate of pressurization, so the ramp up time, the hold time, and the ramp down time is predefined. It takes a while.
And you had stated that you had only, I'm gonna use the term built, but created one window for Ocean Gate.
Yes.
Were you aware that there was another window created based upon the window that you created being damaged in 2019?
I did learn, and I figured they had to buy a proper window somewhere, and I suspected from, well, Stockton wasn't very happy with me at some point, and they had the opportunity to go buy them anywhere, and I understood.
Okay.
They went somewhere else.
Recorder, can you please bring back up Exhibit 105? Page 1. And in the bottom right, it has a drawing number. Do you see that, Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
It's 15 TAC 040 TAC MEC TAC 000461 Rev B.
Yes.
And what does that mean to you as a builder of this acrylic window?
That's a number that's assigned by the manufacturer to identify the window.
So it's to this drawing, correct?
To this drawing, correct.
So you would build it to the specifications of this drawing.
Yes.
And as you built it to the specifications of this drawing, it was rated to the PSI of 945 PSI.
That's what we assigned, and for the avoidance of doubt with the director of engineering of what they thought this might be rated to, is what the PVHO rating would be for that window.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please bring up Exhibit 106?
Can we take a quick break for 106 to come up?
Yeah, but I want to get it before lunch.
We're going to take a quick recess to get the exhibit ready. We're close to lunch, so we'll take a short break and come back at 12:30, and then we'll do another quick session and break for lunch, sir. Does that work for you, Mr. Conan?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Commander Whalen?
So, Mr. Cohen, as before we went on break, we discussed that the specification and/or the design OceanGate blueprint that you had built your acrylic window to was the TAC 040, TAC MEC, TAC 000461 Rev B, dated 10/10/2017. And if we can go back to the other drawing as well, if you'd like to.
I can see it. I understand your question.
And was that a yes to that's what you built your window to?
That's a drawing I have on record, and I believe yes.
So while I know that you did not build this one from the Heinz Fritz Company, from this quote from April 29th, 2020,
No.
as a engineer of acrylic windows, is there any way for the rated depth to be increased within the engineering other than changing the shape of the window?
If they have the testing documentation that they performed the PVHO test on that first window, that would allow them to create a Form VP2 qualification by testing, and then they could qualify it as PVHO without having a signed VP2 or documentation at the company at OceanGate that they've performed that testing and verified it, then it would be a copy of the original test window. It wouldn't have any pressure rating any more than what we determined it to be at 945 PSI.
Thank you. That's all the question I have for now.
Mr. Conan, I have some follow-up questions on the testing that you mentioned earlier. I believe you said normally there would be tests of 5 windows to failure.
Yes.
Would you normally perform those tests, or would that be operationally tested by the buyer?
It is available. We offer that for people too. It is extensive. So that can be contracted out under contract, or it can be performed. A lot of times, because of the expense, the clients would choose to do that themselves, but it is a service we could provide.
And would that testing have to be done in a seat similar to the Titan's dome? I mean, the seating surface?
Yes, that is one of the requirements on the testing, is that the interface that the window sits into be identical to the design that is used in the vehicle.
And how would you fabricate that, sir? Or would it be done on the actual, or would you just build a mock-up of the?
You would typically build a mock-up specifically for the testing that ensures that the interface is identical.
Sir, early in your testimony, you testified to, I believe you were referring to Navigation and Vessel Inspection Circular 593. We call it a NAVIC.
NAVIC 593, yes, sir.
Was that the specific document you were referring to when you talked about your early
Yes.
interactions?
Yes.
And is it to your understanding that that document is still in effect at this time?
Yes. It is. It works in conjunction. It's the NAVIC 593, and then the follow-up, a NAVIC 794. That is the Passenger Vessel Act of 1993 that was passed, that enacted into law the release of NVIC 593. We'll talk more about it after lunch.
Yes, sir. Thank you. At this time, does the NTSB have any questions?
Not right now, Chair. Thank you.
OceanGate, realizing this, we're going to have Mr. Conan back after lunch. Do you have any questions at this time?
I think we can hold them until after.
All right, Mr. Conan, we're going to adjourn for a lunch, and I understand you're going to be coming back for an afternoon session. At this time, we'll be in recess and reconvene at 140. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The hearing is now back in session. Before we continue with testimony with Mr. Conan, I want to clarify one issue for the record. The viewport that was used on the Titan during the accident dive was actually manufactured by Heinz Fritz GmbH in Germany, and that was manufactured on or delivered to OceanGate on July 14th, 2020. At this time, we will continue with questioning from Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conan.
Good afternoon.
Would you ever consider building a carbon fiber hull for one of your submersibles?
No,
Why not?
too much money, not worth. You have to, a submersible must have a minimum weight to be able to sink. If it's super light, you have to add lead to it to sink it. To go super deep, steel gets a little too heavy, but the carbon fiber, all the angels today say this is really, really difficult. The Navy has spent more money than any private company has available to do R&D on. Still not doing it. So leave it to the Navy to figure out first before we would do it. Not practical commercially. Wouldn't do it.
Did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Rush regarding his business plan or company vision?
Not beyond the general vision of democratizing the ocean, which is join the club. I mean, we're all trying to bring access to the ocean, but nothing beyond that.
What are your thoughts on the term mission specialist? Who pays a company like OceanGate for a seat in a deep sea submersible?
Well, that's a lengthy conversation. It is a problem, but it is deeply rooted in problems that lie with the current federal regulations on the Coast Guard. I think it is bringing a lot of people to find ways around things because it's too convoluted, and I think I'd prefer addressing that in my second part of the presentation, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
It needs context, that's why.
Recorder, or Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 068? And this is the draft Marine Technology Society letter to OceanGate dated March 27th, 2018. Mr. Conan, are you familiar with this letter?
Yes.
And why did you decide to draft this letter?
This letter came as a culmination of a number of observations within the industry. As I've mentioned before, I've been organizing a yearly conference for 20 years. This was our 15th reunion. It was in 2018 in February. There was broad knowledge across the industry of what OceanGate was undertaking. They'd been doing it for a while, for some years now. Everyone was paying a lot of attention, and it really came to a head at the three-day conference. And many people, it went from, I don't know about it, to serious professional concern that this is really dangerous. And that year happened to be Dr. Segalovich from Russia who presented. Dr. Segalovich ran the Mir submersibles, which probably single-handedly have the most dives on the Titanic wreck, Mir 1 and Mir 2. This is what Mr. Cameron hired to do all the filming. And it was a very special operation to have this twin set of 6,000 meter rated submersibles. And the crew was extremely experienced. And they presented that year just saying how tough some of these operations were. And they also brought up the fact that this is, to say, extremely serious diving around the Titanic, to make a fine point on it. And expressing more than concern, more disbelief of how casually this seemed to be taking, and not understanding just how precarious the conditions are, both environmental and at the wreck of taking the submersible. So all in all, we had a very extensive group of people around the world, and it came said in a meeting, you know, we have to do something about this. In fact, we even had, I believe, you had a question of Mr. Stanley yesterday on some of the conversations about Coast Guard rules, consensus standard, how we do things, and it was a meeting that was in 2018. And we had lots of roundtable discussions on various aspects, and it came out to the conclusion, look, we need to do something. There was a range of things suggested, from lawsuit to just leave it be. And it's like, and that's where it kicks in. You have to make a decision. I believe it is important today, the responsibility we all have. I think the country tries to teach all its citizens, if you see something, say something. Well, it goes both ways, and it applies to leadership as well. And this was considered an issue of where we as consensus, as professionals in this industry, had significant concerns, not on one particular thing, but the overall approach of neglecting the years of experience and tradition and diligence that we applied. So I suggested, look, why don't we try with something simple and write a personal letter to the CEO, Mr. Rush, address his better angels, and say, look, this is beyond sibling rivalry here. This is everybody around the world. It is not a personal thing, and it is not something that we don't want you to do it. Everyone wants you to do it right. So I drafted it. This was the first draft. We had various communications, and I promised, look, I'll make a draft and I'll send it to everybody by email, look it over, make some suggestions. There ended up being multiple drafts of the letter. A lot of people had ideas, things. This was the very first one. And the consensus, well, there was a very feedback. I was just looking at it again, and not all of it was very polite. Like, who do you think you are? What do you think you're doing? To, you know, I agree. At some point, you have to make a decision, and I figured it was the right thing to do, and we drafted it. We have, out of 4 dozen people, we had more than 24 people sign it. And it was, I made sure that we had representative for just about every country that is a member to represent the global. And everybody knows each other, so I knew that Stockton would recognize these members, and hopefully it would sink in that the professionals on that list would have a meaning to them. That was the impetus to write the letter and to bring up the attention to Stockton that, you know, we are concerned.
Was any letter similar to that ever delivered to Ocean Gate?
No. Well, qualify. Officially, it was not delivered. As chair of the committee, I've been chairman for 20 years. The board of the Marine Technology Society more than once reprimanded me for speaking outside the bounds of the society, says you can't say these things, and say, well, this is just something important to the industry. By 2018, I was wiser, and I figured, well, after we had the draft and everything done, I figured I should really pass it by the executive director and the board just to make sure that they're all okay with it. That was a bit perfunctory, but I went through the motions. I was surprised when the answer came back and it said, you cannot. You cannot send it on behalf of MTS. You can send it personally, but not on behalf of the society because we don't know anything about submarines. It is clearly under protest. It's like, well, you have the most advanced organization of submarine scientists under your purview. Of course, we understand what this is. But it was considered outside the bylaws of the nonprofit organization. I had to respect that, and then I said, okay, and I filed a letter. Was a letter received? And that I can confirm it was, because somewhere down on all the electronic letters that were circulated, one of them got passed on to OceanGate, and Stockton got the letter. And Stockton's first reaction was to call me. It was not unusual for Stockton to call me. We talked a lot. And he asked me, well, what is this? And we had an interesting phone conversation about the letter. So yes, he did receive one, but not formally.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Sir, can you give some details about the conversation you had with Mr. Rush regarding the letter?
Yeah. I grew up in a big family. We're 8 kids. Everybody thinks is really smart, but you do stupid things, and around the round table, you get told and straightened out by your siblings when you do something. I don't think many people ever told Stockton no. Don't think he understood that concept very much. It was an
Objection.
approach on the letter.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe the question was about Mr. Conan's conversation with Mr. Rush about the letter.
Yes, sir, if you could just, I really am interested in the direct dialogue that you had with him, if you can remember.
I do remember. And on saying what this letter had to do, says, well, you can read the letter. We are all very concerned on the directions you're taking with the company. And there are 3 things we mentioned. Says, first, it is not appropriate what you have on your website. The language is confusing, it is misleading. I read it, I understand what you're saying, but a normal citizen will not understand what you're saying, and you are highly inferring that the vehicle is classed. And they were using the name of DNVGL on their website, and I said, I don't think this is appropriate, you need to fix it. In my conversations with Mr. Pauli in Germany, I said, well, you should be aware that it's on the website as well. I think this is not helping you. And we have to give credit to, and it's like, look, this is not a certified submersible, it's an experimental vehicle. You really need to be transparent about that. And I give Stockton full credit for fixing that. The website was updated, and I believe after that, everybody was fully aware that this was an experimental submersible and it was not classed. So that I was most happy about that. In context, I write many articles, I write many reports in all my professional life. I always imagine that public safety can be achieved through transparency and ensuring that the general public understands and can easily perceive whether a submersible is certified or experimental. And I thought that was a simple way of achieving some public safety. Since then, I must change my mind, because in the case of Titan, it was very, very clear it was experimental and not classed. And the general community of users, citizens, media, seem to completely not understand the implications of this. I thought that was, it was a lesson learned. The report I wrote in 2017, 2018 was published in the MTS Journal. It stands to openness and public availability of information. I do an annual global industry review, and I did not exclude OceanGate. I brought them in and I put in, but I remember choosing the words very carefully. This is still a legal, actionable country, of saying that the OceanGate is building an uncertified submersible. They're not operating under class. To the community doesn't mean much. To authorities, to which that report was also available, and that includes the Coast Guard, is it has a sign. It says, pay attention here, certainly with the awareness of what their intent is. So to say what was the conversation with Mr. Rush on the phone, it's like, okay, you need to fix this and you need to be clear, and that he did. The second part, the second part had to do with the classification. And it was the usual response that it takes too long, it's too expensive, and they don't know about this technology. I don't have time to explain my technology. And it's not doable. And it's like, yeah, no, look, there is a way. You can't just walk away completely. I said there are such things as qualification through testing, as opposed to calculation, is at the very least, you can come up with a validated test program, but you need to have a third party validate your test program. I said doing 2 or 3 dives to 4,000 meters is not a test plan. So that is on letting him offering that there are solutions industry. It requires some ingenuity to be a bit creative, but to find support. And he did say, well, everybody doesn't not like me. It's like, no, Stockton, no. But everybody does want you to do it right. And that's what the purpose of the letter is. You have to do it right because we're all in the same boat. It wasn't registering. In the end, we had to agree to disagree. The parting words were simpler, and he says, well, I am leaving the association. Upset, says, well, you can't. And he says, why not? He says, because Stockton, you never paid to be part of the association. You are a member of the brotherhood. You belong to the community. You have a responsibility to everybody. It's not about a paid ticket. So no, you cannot leave.
Sir, during that conversation, were you or MTS ever threatened with litigation if you sent the official letter?
No.
Okay. And just one follow-up, sir. The concerns that generated the need to draft a letter, was that based on OceanGate operations domestically with the Antipodes and Cyclops, or was it based on just the plans to operate the Titan?
Mostly the plans to operate the Titan, the approach they were taking in the development of the program.
Was MTS aware of the other operations that were occurring domestically, the oceanographic research vessel operations involving Antipodes and Cyclops?
I believe so. It's in multiple of their newsletters.
Thank you, sir. Does NTSB have any questions at this time?
My questions all revolve around the role of flag states, but I believe there's a presentation that might answer my questions. Okay, I'll defer then.
Does OceanGate have any questions before we go into the compliance scheme?
Mr. Conan, we have a few questions about the MTS letter you just saw. So can you confirm that Exhibit 68, which was just shown on the screen, was a first draft of the letter and that there were subsequent later drafts written?
That is correct.
And do you know which version of the letter was ultimately sent to Mr. Rush?
It was the one on the screen. The other ones never left.
Okay. And could you clarify how many signatories there were on the letter?
Which one? The one he saw or the final one?
The one he saw,
The one he saw? I believe there's 40 or 42.
40 or 42?
Sorry, can I just make one point of clarification? The letter we saw, names are obviously redacted, but there's 6 redactions on that. I just wanted to clarify, it didn't seem like there were 40 names there being redacted.
They're mostly on page 2.
And is that not included?
No,
I think can we go back to that exhibit, please?
There's only one page.
Okay, I can clarify that the Coast Guard only has the draft of page 1, so we are unaware of how many signatures were initially at least given to the draft. So I would have, if you're, by
I'd
your
like to,
memory,
yeah,
sir.
I'd like to add something to that, because that letter wasn't meant to be public. I did not know that it was publicly available. It was only after the incident that the New York Times called me and asked me if this was a letter that I had written. And when I asked, how do you have a copy of that letter? I was told he didn't need to let me know. I says, well, fair enough. I don't know, somebody obviously passed it on. I am not sure if in that activity that brought this letter public, both pages were made public, and I never shared with anybody the second page.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, sir, I'd like to transition to the presentation that you drafted. We are a bit short on time, so if you could help us kind of accelerate through this, sir?
I think we've covered many things already. I think it'll help expedite.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to bring this up. This has been a conversation within the industry for many, many years. And it is presented here as throwing observations on the wall for everyone to consider. There is no one answer, but with all my professional experience of 30 years doing this for a long time, paying attention, talking to many people, we could take these as personal observations for the record. This is William Conan speaking personally and bringing you what I put together. The first few brief overview is for general benefit, and I know the public has some sort of questions. And what is the industry made out of? How many submersibles go to 4,000 meters? These are some very brief items I put together last summer to brief people in the industry that want to have a better idea what the situation we have in here. Right now, there are 9 submersibles that in the world that can dive to 4,000 meters. It's a limited set. All of them are classed by different classification societies. Titan was the odd man out. There are somewhere today, it's probably updated here, but shy of 200 submersibles operating actively around the world today. And there it shows the first some shallow submersibles all the way down to 1,000 meters. You will notice 1,000 meters comes up very often, just for general public information. 1,000 meters, anything beyond 1,000 meters requires an export license. So it's a bit of a natural barrier. Beyond 1,000 meters, it's considered advanced. The list of the 9 operating submersibles today that go to 4,000 meters includes China, the Fenduze, the limiting factor, and everyone knows with Mr. Victor Vescovo, who went down to the Mariana Trench, Jiaolong from China, Alving in the US, Shinkai 6500 from Japan, the Natil in France, Consul and Rus 37 in Russia, and the Deep Sea Warrior. All of them carry 2 or 3 occupants, and you could see the class society. CCS stands for the Chinese Classification Society. DNV is from Europe. We have another slide for those. The general configuration of a deep diving submersible is like shown on the cross-section, and it generally consists of a spherical hull, which many people have. Well, how about the cylinder? Well, if you have a cylindrical pressure vessel, you need 3 parts, 2 round ends and a middle part. If you skip the middle part and you have only 2 parts, the 2 ends, it's just simpler, cheaper, and stronger. Classification Society. When we say that we have experience in the industry of 50, 60 years of events that happen and we make notes, this is playing the computer game and you write notes on how to win. That's what we do, lessons learned. These lessons learned are written somewhere. They are compiled in the rules and regulations that these classification societies put together. And they're non-governmental organizations that operate in different countries, and they all publish their rules a lot of times for free. Don't go too fast forward. I want to, right there. The American Bureau of Shipping rules, for example, this is available to the public. This is available to anybody who wants to look how hard is it to make a submersible. It is free. You might not understand what it all says, but this information is the cumulative action of years and years and years. DNV is a big classification society, so is Lloyd's, and most equally importantly, the American Society of Mechanical Engineering, ASME, that controls pressure vessels for human occupancy. This is a foundation of how you do design around the world for submersibles. We have existing design regulations. Next one is operational guidelines. In the United States, the Coast Guard has existing regulations, which is the NVIC 593, which is the guidance for certification of passenger-carrying vessels. It was released in 1993, and it was put into law by the Circular 794, which is the Passenger Vessel Safety Act of 1993. We even have international regulations under IMO, which is the Circular 981, which is guidelines for the design, construction, and operation of passenger submersible craft. So we have, go ahead.
Sir, I just want to, can you go back one slide, please, Lieutenant Steele? Just for clarification for the record, a navigation vessel's inspection circular is guidance, not a regulation. But in absence of a regulation, a lot of the industry goes by those guidelines. Just want to clarify.
Yes, thank you. I thought for the purpose of the presentation, it is worthwhile bringing, just updating a little bit. These are slides from the presentation in 2006, where there was a lot of work compiling some safety statistics for the industry, and I thought it would be worthwhile bringing these up as background. So there's a lot of talk. The heyday of submersibles was in the 60s and 70s before all the robotic systems came in. And it turns out, like, well, how many were there really? And you could see here from 1964 to 1965 how many active submersibles were. It's around 40 or so. This slide is important because this is where the last fatalities occurred in our industry in 1970s. Go to the next slide. We have 4 recorded incidents, the Nekton Beta in 1970, which happened in California, in 1973 on the Beaver 4 in California. Someone died, but that was a surface accident when the towing cable broke. Johnson Sea Link is probably the what's written most about, which happened in Florida and killed 2 people. And 2 people died in a fire in Japan on the Uzushio. This graph over here shows where the fatalities were in the spectrum of how many, I put it by seats, how many seats were available in the world at any one time per year. And you can see that there is a very marked shift in increased capacity somewhere in the mid-'80s, and that had to do with large tourist submersibles. What this does show is that a lot of these submersible regulations came around in the 1980s. 1990, ABS had a major publication of their safety regulations or safety rules. And this shows that, on the next slide, that we've gone from what we consider the heyday in the 70s, where there was maybe 1,900 solar dives per year around the world. We've hit somewhere around 50,000 a year. That's a very large change of order of magnitude. And maintaining safety throughout, and we have a record of 50 years without a single fatality until Titan, it does indicate the power of our regulation, the system we have in the rules for designing safe submersibles. Someone might make the argument, yeah, well, you don't have any incidents because no one's using them. No, this is a very large change in use. So we know the system works, it has proven, and the design regulations we have work. By the late 90s, written in the introduction of the NVIC, it says, look, we are aware there's something happening over here. And this slide over here shows what the market looked like in 1993. And in 1993, the market consisted mostly of research submersibles, military government types, and a new emerging technology, which was a large tourist subs. This graph over here shows how many subs were in operation by year. The green line shows a very steep increase, and that is the number of tourist submersibles that were coming on the market. This was of market interest and importance to the US Coast Guard. Says we need to address something like that. You can see the curves for research and other submersibles are fairly flat. Go to the next slide. This is what the submersible population looked like. It was equally split between tourism, research, and government. The other category, as written in the preamble to the NVIC 593, is interesting to read. It is a public document. It is available to everybody. And it does specify small submersibles. Yeah, they're out there, but it's really nothing of significance, and we're going to ignore it. I put this slide up there. This is the preamble of the NVIC 593, which does say that this circular provides guidance relative to the inspection and certification requirements for submersibles, primarily those carrying more than 6 passengers. So it was very much with the intent of, okay, these tourist, between the terminology of tourist submarine, passenger submarine, there is some morphing over here. The language being used is about, allow me one more, go back one step, please. It says at the bottom, together with other recognized standards, and until new regulations become necessary, this document is considered to be the best available guidance to facilitate industry while ensuring passenger safety. I'm highlighting that because the landscape has shifted. We are not where we were in 1993, and I do believe we're there, where it says maybe we need to look at that. This is the first day of the rest of our life. We need to look at that. Next slide, please. This is to point out in 1990, ABS published the rules for building and classing underwater vehicles, which include specific requirements for passenger-carrying submersibles. Well, implicit in over here is that we knew that other submersibles existed before. The feature or the emergence of passenger-carrying tourist submersibles was something new that were being addressed. So I am reinforcing the fact that the other submersibles existed before the tourist submersibles. Next slide. So just to be really clear, what is a tourist submersible, passenger-carrying submersible? That's what it looks like. They are generally very large submersibles that can carry a large number of people. They do not go very deep. They carry people generally no deeper than 150 feet, and it allows people to have a first-hand view of what happens underwater for real. So we're coming to the NVIC 593 and the emergence of the tourist submersible. After 593 was released, the Passenger Vessel Safety Act of 1993 was signed into law and implemented by the NVIC 794. This made a modification to the guidance that was produced in 1993, which was a result of many years of study from multiple agencies that came up with a number of categories, identifying categories of vehicles, submersible vehicles. The new modification required that any submersible with one passenger or more had to comply with all the subchapter T tourist submersible requirements. It's quite onerous. This is like saying your Cessna 172 has to have the same inspection as your Boeing 747. Is it safe? Probably. Is it practical? Not very much. Research, now, what happened with that? Research subs took exemption from this, and they said from the nature of their work, it's like, nope, it doesn't apply to us. Navy and government says, no, we're exempt from this. Private home-built submersibles, this doesn't apply. Everybody in this country still has the right to build their own submersible and go dive it. This is precisely what Mr. James Cameron did. He did not class as submersible, but he was the only one on that vehicle. He could do it how he wanted. So it's perfectly fine. You just can't have and ever take anybody else. So home-built submersibles have a standing exemption. Tourist subs were fully addressed, and rightly so. The code works. All other future submarines, none considered to exist at the time, would then also be seen and treated as tourist subs as defined by passengers. And that created a problem. Next slide. Now you can see what happened in the industry since the red dotted line here shows 1993, the release of the NVIC. And you can see that the meteoric rise of the tourist submersible completely flattened out. The market was saturated, and you can see from 93 onwards, both the research submersibles and the tourist submersibles, there was quasi no growth. However, the other submersible, which was considered zero, has a very steep rise in the number of vehicles. Next slide. The first picture of showing what a tourist submersible looks like, saying mapping all other submarines as a tourist submersible, that's a reality of what the industry looks like today. It is very wired, every size, shape, and applications. Next slide. If we look at the population and compare the two in 1993, where it was one-third, 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 the new production from 1994 to 2017 shows that 68% of all new production is the other category that was considered non-existent in 1993. Now that slide tells us we have an issue, because that other category is completely unaddressed in the NVIC today. Next slide. So what happened? All small submersible manufacturers defined their vehicles as not tourist subs. Everything revolved around the definition of passenger for hire and created untold legal wranglings. We have way too much precedent on trying to figure out what the definition of a passenger is, and you're very familiar. The problem is that the US Coast Guard officers and port captains were unable to resolve this ambiguity. It is just too complicated. This ambiguity and variances in adjudication from port to port, and that was the power of the captain of the port, left even greater confusion. Most operations made general exodus outside US waters, including Mr. Paul Allen, who tried very hard to find a working solution. We had an ally in Mr. Allen to try and have his submersible operate in US waters, and even he gave up, and it wasn't just because of money. It didn't take too long for the industry to realize that the key was to just find an exception, just like all the other sectors had done. Well, if research took an exception, Navy took an exception, government takes an exception, science takes an exception, private takes an exception, well, it doesn't have, you can imagine how the creative powers are being redirected to try and find another exception. And what was the exception is find a variance around passengers for hire. And this is exactly the approach that OceanGate took. The attempt of using mission specialists was to take exception to passengers, and it turned out that they succeeded because they were allowed to dive with Cyclops 1, with Antipodes and Titan under the carriage of mission specialists. But it was because it was a condition created by the de facto acceptance within the industry and the US Coast Guard that you could operate as general governance of the industry through exceptions. That's a problem. Next slide. What do we know today? The submersible industry has shown an exemplary level of safety and diligence for safety over more than 50 years. Operators, owners, manufacturers have exercised stellar self-discipline as stakeholders for safety. In 1990, 1993, the submersible world looked like it would emerge with a major population of large tourist subs. Based on limited small submersible activity in 1993, it was perceived that small submersible applications would be overtaken by the robotic and drone technology. I've been at this long enough, people told me, why are you dealing with a dead technology that's never going to go anywhere? The strategy implemented by the Passenger Vessel Safety Act and NVIC 794 to treat all submersibles as tourist subs has failed. Managing governance of submersible through exceptions from tourism sub-centric regulations and misinterpretation of passengers for hire has led to an extraordinarily difficult for small submersible vessels to operate in US waters. The submarine industry will continue to grow and requires diligent governance to ensure growth in an orderly commercial framework while ensuring public safety. Small submersibles are not going away. It is part of the national infrastructure of every economy to help manage our natural resources, coastal and in deeper waters. This type of access is just a natural continuation of our technology, and we never thought we had to worry about a new mode of transport. Well, we are here. These are the early stages, but we are at an inflection point, and we need to do something. And whatever governance, with all the good intentions in 1993 was intended, it is not working anymore, and we need to look at it. It's a complex situation. It's a complex industry. There are a lot of issues to play. There is no single answer. It is only collaboration between all stakeholders, and that includes industry manufacturers, operators, owners, and the regulators. It is part of our mission to continue our annual conference that we do every year to bring the entire world community together. And this is not just an American, US Coast Guard problem. It is a state problem of every country that is going to struggle with what do we do about those pesky submarines. They're not going away. So whether it's Canada, France, UK, Spain, whatever country it is, the states will have to come up with some means to manage it. How do you govern it? You have the option. Public safety can be served by saying the zero solution. We will forbid all submersible activity in our country. It is a safe solution, but the country will then also forego any sort of economic impact. It is a balance between the two. The United States Coast Guard regulations we have in place today, as released originally in NVIC 593, identifying different categories and finding the right amount of adjudication on it, was a good step. I think it is a good basis. Where are we? On the challenges, how do we go there? The innovation is at the core of the submarine industry development. And it's for many other modern economic sectors. We cannot go away from innovation. It takes an increasingly high level of knowledge to fully understand the risk associated with new technology. No state can expect its citizens to have the requisite knowledge to make a personal assessment of risk when dealing with something as complex as a submersible. The idea of a citizen making a decision based on informed consent is not realistic, cannot be. The only option for the state is to make high complexity technologies accessible to its citizen, is to provide third-party vetting according to accepted national and international standards. The self-discipline of an organized industry is a sign of strength and a positive value, with all collectively adhering to known safety standards and traditions, as are all stakeholders. What self-discipline in the industry cannot achieve is protection against a rogue agent. Protection from such activities can only be adjudicated by the state as an institution that cannot be taken to court for defamation or other intimidation devices available in free society. The state authorities that regulate access to the ocean are the last domino standing. It is assigned by the state as part of the duties and responsibilities. And that must be very clear. There cannot be any ambiguity, and we must clarify that. Recommendations, the NVIC needs to be reviewed and updated. The certification process needs to be made simpler and clear. Classification societies should be authorized to perform the technical design verification, and classification societies should be responsible for construction survey, testing survey, and annually inspection service for smaller submersibles, and here it's 6 or less. No state has the ability and the budgets and the resources to create a new department to verify all these things. We don't need to. They are existing, they're international. The class societies are international NGOs. They can provide that service. But it takes care of the design and the inspection. The U.S. Coast Guard can recognize a small submersible in good standing if it is active in class. Because when you're active in class, you must have annual surveys, you must have reports, and you must log everything that's happening. What we do, and I'll just share that, this is the last slide, is at the moment, we build quite a few submersibles, private submersibles, that go to owners of large yachts. If the yacht is registered to the Cayman Island, they can only put it on the yacht if the submersible is also registered in the Cayman Island. This is the Cayman Island Shipping Registry. We will build the submersible to ABS class. They will go under sea trials. We will perform all the sea trials with the surveyor. ABS will survey all the activity. On the final sea trials, we will invite the Cayman Island Registry representative to attend the sea trials as much as they want with ABS. After we complete the ABS test dive, we're generally talking about a week's worth of activity with ABS. On the last day, we will stay in port for one more day to do any test that the Cayman Island Registry would like to see. It works very well. It is not a big imposition on a manufacturer. What that does is does two things. First, it gives us a class certificate. We have full certification on classification on submersible, and it gets us registers with the Cayman Island Shipping Registry, which understands what that registration number means because they've witnessed that it has class. We are fully covered. If the Cayman Island wants to know what is that submersible, they have all the records, including the classification societies. And as long as it stays in class, your registration number has something. There is no reason we cannot do something like that with the U.S. Coast Guard, which requires very little department build on there, where while we're doing a class survey, the Coast Guard officer attends, and you can do an extra day or two to perform whatever test is required by the U.S. Coast Guards to verify this is all good. For small submersibles, this works. For large tourist submersibles, we need to retain the certificate of inspection schedule per the current NAVIC, which is greater than 6 occupants, with annual surveys and periodic inspections of operations as it is today. This is working. We don't need to change it. The U.S. Coast Guard should recognize multiple classification societies, perform classification of U.S.-built submersibles. That's really important. The U.S. Coast Guard cannot create a monopoly for the verification of submersibles. But it's all part of IACS. IACS is an international association of classification societies. Every state, and it's not just the Coast Guard, every country can pick which classification societies it wishes to have as registered agents to do the design and the construction. It is then also responsible for verification of the operations side. And the operations has to do with all the surrounding post-delivery issues that come with a submersible. Just because you have a safe submersible doesn't mean you can do silly things and not pay attention. And that has to include operational inspection requirements, minimum operation inspection requirements, maintenance requirements, safe emergency procedures, having enough research on sites, and most importantly, it also has to dictate what are the standard baselines for a minimum training for a pilot and for the crew and the maintenance. There's a list. The NVIC does touch on this. And we do have a problem today because some owner who doesn't know much about it will find out, well, how much does it cost for training? It's like, well, they say, oh, it's so advanced, you can get trained in 2 days. I mean, our program takes about a month, and it's a lot of work, and it's a bunch of money. It's like, well, one of you two is not telling me the truth, and it's probably you because you're making a lot of money out of it. It's like, well, no, you don't understand. It's like, you're right, I don't understand. Who is the adjudicator is finding out what are the proper requirements over here? These are issues of top-level governance to deal with an increase in the production of underwater vehicles. They're not going away. We have enough experience. We have tried things, and the U.S. Coast Guard NVIC navigation rules is at the tip of the spear here. There is an opportunity to lead and to come up with a template that other states can benefit from. We do need to organize something at an international level, like Mr. Thomas was saying, at the IMO. We have regulations at IMO, but it doesn't work very well from top down. What we need to do is most states need to find a practical solution on how to handle this technology from country to country. And if everyone is doing the same copy and paste off a basic baseline, we have some commonality across. How do we manage activity in international waters? That's a problem. But what we can do, you cannot, I've said it before, piracy has been a 2,000-year-old problem. It's not going away. You cannot regulate, you cannot fight it. But what you can do is you can prevent access to international waters if it doesn't look proper. And if an operation that doesn't meet the requirements say, okay, well, you're going to have to leave from Murmansk to go to your dive site, well, so be it, but it's going to cost you a lot of money. But you're not having access to international waters through a civilized port. So there are ideas. We cannot save the entire world, but there needs to be a change. There is too much ambiguity in the current way we had. And we have found that over 30 years. It was with all the best of intentions in 1993, but the amount of legal wrangling we have and the confusion that we have within the Coast Guard and the public and the operators has created a black market for people to try to find ways around. And what is the benefit for industry to go along with that? If a small submersible that is classed, less than 6 people can be classed, and the U.S. Coast Guard agrees to register it as a small submersible and have full access to the documentation, a couple of things happen. One of the biggest problems that occurred to me when I heard about the Titan problem is anybody trying to help the Titan was handicapped because nobody knew what the configuration was. Nobody could look up at their copy and say, okay, what they put on the comm system? What's the configuration of the ballast system? If you are classed, if you are registered, some of these informations are available to the rescue team. That is just on a side note. But the benefit for everybody to go along is if we can build small submersibles that are classed, they all are anyways, and we can get a registration from the Coast Guard, and that is now designated as a safe technology in a vehicle to operate in U.S. waters, regardless of who you put inside, the passenger thing goes away because the passenger and the scientists or the Navy person, they're all the humans. You are covered. These vehicles now become productive in society and they can actually do some work, and there's a lot of work to be done. The reason it's not is because it's too confusing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the feedback to the Coast Guard. I do want to ask one follow-up question from your presentation.
Yes.
Of all the submersibles that you've produced, are all of those registered?
Yes. Registered with the Coast Guard?
Registered with a state or a country?
I don't know, sir. This is something that's usually tied to the ownership of the yacht that it will go on to.
If you would check, it would be interested of the board to know if your vessels are all registered with a flag or a state.
Yeah, there'll be a mix. It'll be a mixed bag.
And by that, you mean you're sure that some are not?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, because the states will not have a mechanism of registering it.
Okay. So they're not registered because it doesn't fit the mold of what they would register?
It's like Mr. Stanley was pointing out yesterday, right? It's like, what did he say? It's like the sporadic, he says, what is a government inspection? And he said sporadic. It's like, well, okay, it depends. There is an infrastructure missing worldwide, and it's not because of bad intention, because it's complicated. And it is the intent as directing, and one of the direct mission objectives of our World Submarine Organization is bringing the community together, come up with a consensus standard that we can say, look, this is a decent template based on best practices from industry that a state can use to start forming a structure on how to manage the flow of submersible, and it would include a registration process. The question is, what do you put in the registration? Well, the classification papers is an obvious.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And since you mentioned Mr. Cameron's deep sea
Yes, sir.
submersible, I want to just make a note for the record that the Marine Board did interview Mr. Cameron. We have a preliminary interview that will be part of our record. And in that interview, he detailed the extensive testing that he performed on his submersible before doing his solo dive to the Mariana Trench. So that's something that will be available publicly when we produce our report. At this time,
Mr. Chair, just to correct, so I'm not misinterpreted. Yes, there was extensive testing done. I'm just saying for definitions, classification has a different term. So that was only the comment I made.
oh, yes, sir, I just want to say there will be,
Very good.
the information on the exact testing he did will be available in our report as an appendix.
Excellent.
At this time, are there any further questions for Mr. Conan? Mr. Commander Whalen?
Mr. Conan, did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Rush regarding Ocean Gate operations with their submersibles and notification to the Coast Guard?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Muse?
Your presentation answered most of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Cohen, for that. Has anybody sat down and compared the our NAVIC versus other flag states? Is there a study out there and say, all right, UK requires this, France requires this? Has anybody sat down and compared those to find the best practices for?
Yeah, that's on my desk as Project 83.
Right.
It is, no, it is part of the activity. We had a very interesting meeting at the annual conference last year discussing all that, and the international participation in the interest in all that is very high. And I think at this moment, it's very much something that we ought to be doing and provide internationally to people to understand what are the equivalencies. But we know what these rules are between France and the UK.
Can you touch briefly on any Canadian regulations or what position have they taken, if any?
Well, I being dual citizen and Canadian also, I know Canada is watching, and the message is to Canada as well. Whatever I'm suggesting for the U.S. Coast Guard applies to Canada also, and we do full-heartedly invite them to participate in our annual conference and sit around the table and hash this out. This is done among everyone. I have talked with them, and there is an acute shortage of any clear regulatory language within maritime affairs in Canada at the moment, and that's a problem. We hope to be able to help our colleagues up north to amplify on those.
Okay, thank you again for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Conan at this time? Okay. Commander Whalen?
Apologies, it's just a follow-up to Mr. Muse's question. Are there any other countries that you're aware of or flag states that you're aware of that have this regulatory schema in place that you had mentioned?
No.
Okay, thank you.
The U.S. Coast Guard leads at the moment.
Sir, do you have any final facts to share with the Marine Board before we adjourn with your testimony?
I appreciate the offer, but we're out of time.
Thank you, sir. If you do, you can submit a written statement
I
later.
understand.
Mr. Conan, thank you for your expertise and feedback during this today's testimony. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, or you'd like to provide any further information, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again, sir. We will now take a brief recess and reconvene at 2:50 with our next witness, Mr. Bart Kemper.
Thank you.
USCG, INCOA. Check that.
I'm still downloading the file.
We're just still prepping the presentation, so it'll be a couple more minutes before we start.
PDF version is good to go.
The hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Mr. Bart Kemper, Senior Principal Engineer with Kemper Engineering Services. Mr. Kemper, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kemper. To energize your microphone, please hit the button, and then if you need a break at any time, just let us know. We'll take a recess. And I want to start by saying thank you from the board for volunteering your firm's services to help us analyze some of the complex data that we had for this case. The expertise you provided was appreciated in this field, and before we started, I want to say thank you for that.
Understood. Thank you.
At this time, you have a presentation to go through, and if you would start with that, and then we will probably ask questions as you go, or before we get to, through the factual side, we'll probably stop and have some questions for you at that time.
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Bart Kemper. I'm the Principal Engineer with Kemper Engineering Services, and this is the summary of preliminary findings regarding Ocean Gate and the loss of the Titan Submersible. I need to say that this is a unclassified open source presentation. Nothing here represents the opinion of the U.S. Coast Guard or Department of Homeland Security, nor am I expressing the opinions of any other organizations such as American Society of Mechanical Engineers, Marine Technology Society, National Society of Professional Engineers. The only organization I'm representing is Kemper Engineering Services. The intent of this presentation is, as I said, preliminary findings. This is where we are right now based on the information available. It is the intent that if we find things that perhaps are contested or say they're incomplete, that would generate more information. If there's any other information or data available, we'll be happily incorporate that in subsequent work. So, slide. Our task is to basically provide additional technical expertise in a variety of areas: engineering design, organizational impact, codes and standards, study of verification, validation, and uncertainty quantification. This phrase comes up a lot, VVUQ. It's often spelled out, but just in general, if I say VVUQ, that's what it's about. The acrylic windows is a big part of this, as well as pressure vessels under external pressure. Also, we have expertise regarding carbon fiber composites, computer modeling, and volume failure analysis. Timeline. My first meeting, our company's first meeting with OceanGate was in 2016 at an underwater intervention MTS Marine Technology Society meeting. Both our company and their company had presented at that time, and we met socially. 2017, Will Conan asked me to look at a non-standard window. I didn't know the company. It's just amongst our own community, we ask each other for help. So he said, give me a look at this, and I did. Made a short summary report that will be talked about later on, but it was transmitted to OceanGate. The key aspect is that it indicated failure was likely after a number of cycles. In other words, it would reliably cycle at least a couple times and not fail, but it did not exhibit the same characteristics that a properly designed window would normally exhibit in terms of stress and strain. The much talked about letter was offered to me by Will Conan, the one that was at the time going to be through the Marine Technology Society. I agreed to sign it. As it's already been discussed, signatures never happened. It was never transmitted. It's outside the scope of MTS, but I was a willing participant of that. Unfortunately, in June 2023, the Titan was lost at sea. Because of my prior knowledge of the windows and my duty to report, being a licensed engineer, I put together a report and submitted it to the National Transportation Safety Board regarding the Titan window, just to complete the record and make sure that information was available. And because no good deed goes unpunished, we were asked this March to assist in the Marine Board of Investigation to provide additional expertise. Briefly, I understand my CV is part of the record, but just briefly, I'm the principal engineer at Kemper Engineering Services since it formed in 2006. I'm also an engineering researcher at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. I'm a retired Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I did a bunch of schooling, and I did a bunch of Army stuff, and they left at 28 years. I've been doing engineering for over 30 years. Started consulting in '97. So here's where the appropriate work is in '98 I began working on saturation diving systems, which are pressure vessels. That was based on my previous expertise in pressure vessels for the petrochemical and other industries. That continued to happen. I began working with different diving, subsea, and marine companies. I worked with the ACG DSV Eagle, which won the Kursk. I worked with different window manufacturers. I also have worked on and have consulted with Woods Hole Oceanographic, OceanX, and Navy Deep Submergence regarding small subs and various window issues. I've been working with a private individual regarding the Perry PC 1601 lockout submarine. And we've been in negotiation with Reynolds Marion's Hypersub to assist with that when certain milestones are reached with that company. I've been with the ASME. ASME is American Society of Mechanical Engineers. Pressure Vessels for Human Occupancy, which is PVHO, Codes and Standards Committee since 2008. I've been the chair for the Viewport Subcommittee since 2016, and I'm the chair for the Design by Analysis for Glassy Polymers Task Group. That is basically, we're trying to develop a methodology to use modern engineering techniques for any sort of glassy polymer, primarily acrylic, but also polycarbonate and other transparent items. So this is so that has given me a whole lot of work with that area, and that's an all-volunteer group. But that particular task group has people who are not part of the PVHO committee. That's where I work with people from NASA, from Reynolds Polymer. There's a wider, more technical group involved with that one activity. I'm also a member of the Verification, Validation, and Uncertainty Quantification subcommittees on solid mechanics and artificial intelligence and machine learning. Licenses, I'm a professional engineer licensed in multiple states, including Louisiana, Texas, and Washington State. I'm also licensed in Australia. I'm a board-certified forensic engineer, a fellow of ASME, also I'm a fellow of the National Society of Professional Engineers, editor-in-chief of the Journal National Academy of Forensic Engineers, and member of a bunch of other stuff. I listed all the ones that apply to this field. I've published 12 peer-reviewed papers and 20 conference papers or presentations that are about either PVHOs, pressure vessels in general, subsea, or VVUQ. Let's see the slide. So this is the team that we have. I'm the lead investigator. The KE staff are full-time people or full-time associates. Pretty much most of them are all in the Baton Rouge area. The consultants are a bit more widespread. These are all people who are standalone professionals who've agreed to contribute their time. Of note, 4 of the individuals are all either current or past members. Well, if they're past members, they're actually still corresponding. They're still part of the discussion, but they're not active voting members of PVHO. So we have significant depth in PVHO. And we also have 3 board-certified forensic engineers. These are people who are used to going through these issues and used to going through documents as well as looking at the engineering side. Slide. This is a brief by exception. In other words, we've had gigs of information provided by the U.S. Coast Guard, and we found a lot of good things and a lot of other things. For the purpose of this briefing, due to the time limitations, most of it is going to be focused on the issue involving the implosion. We've also been asked to talk about the role of engineering codes and standards and jurisdictional authorities and innovation as opposed to using, as it applies to using VVUQ. Our initial results are focused on the window design, the pressure hull, the issues regarding testing and simulation, and we've also some of the top levels of operation safety procedures. Our observation is that the larger macro issue is that there was not a integrated life cycle systems approach, and there was not a singular responsible and charged professional as an engineer. So, codes and standards. These are things that we say are written in blood, and this is not hyperbole. The original codes and standards were building codes and boiler codes, and the whole reason they came about was because people were being killed because they weren't built right. So, in both cases, the government basically said, professions, police yourself or we will. So they started making different associations to develop these codes and standards. Boiler started incorporating the pressure vessels. And so this is one of the larger, more in-depth codes and standards, but there are others out there. These codes and standards are intended to be best practices. So it's not always programmatic. Some of them are very cookbook, where step 1, step 2, step 3. And other times where there's more mature applications, then it's more about providing that judgment. These are developed by volunteers. That came up earlier with Will Conan, but everyone there is volunteered. Now, you might be employed by a company such as General Electric or the US Navy, and you're there as an employee and representative of your employer, but ASME doesn't pay for you. No one pays for your way, you pay for yourself. As a small consulting firm, we've paid our own way all the way through. Also, these codes are not just like a industry code where a bunch of people get together in a room and settle it out. These are also reviewed by ANSI. So they look at whether you have a mix of people. For example, in pressure vessels, they look to see you have fabricators, you have end users, you have regulators, such as the National Board Inspectors. In PVHO, we have a Coast Guard representative who is there for saturation diving. So we have these mix of interests so that you just don't have the fabricators or just the owners. We even have divers who are there just as divers. We had the head of ADC, which is the ADCI, which is it's a professional group for commercial diving. He was there to represent divers in the diving section. So if the owners were trying to push too hard one direction, we want this because it saves money, he would be pushing back saying, yes, but this is safety. And be able to explain it to the other members, such as me as a consultant, and we would ask questions of each other. So it's very much a dynamic, and it takes a while to make things happen. But it's that mix of interests and that longevity in activity that we can draw upon that makes it happen, which is also why when you talk to people in these Codes and Standards Committee, as you've been hearing, I know so-and-so, I know so-and-so, this is why this happens, is that in our volunteer time, we've made these associations and we help each other out. New technology does happen, and that's what has come up often, is like new technology doesn't it stagnates. It takes data. You're trying to convince people to change a safety standard. And once it's published, anyone can use this standard. So it's not a question of, I trust this company, or I do this a certain way, I'm the best thing ever. That's not the point. When you write these codes and standards, anyone can apply them. And they have to be written in the sense that the only thing the person will see are the words on the paper. So it's very much like military writing policy. You have to be specific, you have to understand. You'll have E4 mafia lawyers out there looking to sharpshoot you. You have sergeant majors out there trying to figure out how to implement it. It's that kind of thing. Interesting thing about the American system. The different alphabet groups, ASME, ASCE, all these different engineering groups that write the codes and standards, cannot enforce them. There was a Supreme Court ruling that made this absolutely codified. But the reason being is, if we were writing these books over here, and then we could enforce them, then we'd be part of the government. So we can't do that. So what happens is, all these codes and standards are best practices, and they're just put out there, and it's up to the jurisdiction to decide to adopt them. So this is why there's different building codes throughout the United States. We have converged mostly on the International Building Code, but there's still other building codes out there. For example, with the PVHO code and the Coast Guard, you guys added in the CFRs, when you say we are adopting ASB PVHO 1, you added, we will also want an additional 16th inch corrosion allowance. That's not in our book, but it's in the code. And as the jurisdiction, when you enforce it, you're looking for that corrosion allowance to be specified in the drawings. The jurisdictions can add, subtract to the code, as well as decide how to enforce them. So this actually does a lot of good for writing the codes, because we can focus on the engineering and on the safety aspects, and let the jurisdictional aspects and the politics and all that be literally someone else's problem, that we're not allowed to get involved. It is a system of codes, and by that I mean, with PVHO, we refer back to the National Fire Protection Association for all the fire requirements for medical hyperbaric oxygen, because they already wrote those rules. We don't need to redo those. ASC 7 is American Society of Civil Engineers Code 7. That's the code that so many codes, that all these other alphabets use for wind loads, snow loads, seismic loads. So these codes generally defer to the other expertise. Even within ASME, there are separate code committees for piping, that is and bolting, and bolted joints, which is not the same as the bolts themselves. They all have their own committees, and they all working independently, but they are brought together, homogenized. So when someone says we're not going to use a code, they're rejecting this large body of knowledge. It's not just the people in one code group that's contributing to this. It's an interlocking system, and generally speaking, these codes and standards are built on decades and decades of experience. The reason why we've increased design safety margins in the pressure vessel code is pretty obvious. You want things to be safer, but it's counterintuitive. In 2000, we reduced them. We actually reduced the design margin. The reason being is that the original design margins were based on old technology and a lot of riveting and a lot of things in the 50s and 60s. We didn't have non-destructive testing. We didn't have the ultrasound. We didn't have the radio that we have now. And the mills were more precise. The mills were much more reliable. So based on that and a lot of studies, we were able to back off that design margin a little bit. So that's an excellent example of how changes in technology is not just about make it harder, make it harder. If you can prove it safe, we'll make it easier. Slide.
Mr. Kemper,
Yes.
This is an important point I want to focus on
Yes, sir.
briefly. Can you provide an advantage that would be realized if the government incorporated ASME standard, for instance, into the regulations versus just updating the regulations?
Oh my God. So having been on both sides, having been in the military and worked in with civilian agencies versus what we do here, it is very challenging for the government to keep up with codes and standards because that's a secondary thing, because that's really not a central role. Further, when it comes to anything involving the military often has a 2 to 5 year rotation, so you lose expertise on a regular basis. And you're not going to be able to pull together that expertise the way the different alphabets will do. Where it makes sense to do that, if it's military specific, service specific, such as, let's say, issues involving the F-35, then you would have the end users, which is the Air Force, and then the various contractors that work on that system develop it, and that would be the manuals and operating procedures. That's where that makes sense, because it's all in that one tight community. But if you're asking the government to look out upon the vast area of any one industry and be knowledgeable of that, that's not realistic. You're going to need the help of that. And so kind of splitting the difference is what is happening in many of these areas, such as PVHO, where there is a U.S. Navy intense interest in that code, as well as a Coast Guard intense interest in that code. They send reps. There's a seat available for the FDA on the medical devices for PVHO. So the government can have a say in it and be a voting member and be informed. But if the government was trying to keep up with it, they just generally, it's a challenge. A good example is there is a MIL standard for active and passive barriers. And that was developed originally in the 60s and 70s. It was updated many, many times during the War on Terror. And they're now trying to bring that over to the ASTM codes and standards for Homeland Security. That's another one I'm on. So that's why I'm aware of this one. So this is something that was normal, that used to be more or less run by the Corps of Engineers and the Air Force labs, and is now being transferred over. They still have representatives from those groups as part of the codes and standards group, but now it's going to be run by ASTM and be able to be regularly updated and not be subject to government shutdowns and not be subject to changes in policy. Because it's not just about the government, it's going to be about the industry as a whole.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Please proceed with the slides.
Okay, not a problem. So, just to give a very brief overview of the pressure vessel code, it's big. 13 sections, 34 binders, it ain't cheap. But it covers so many rules and so many methods for these different pressurized applications. It gives you all the material data. I mean, we're dealing with material data right now with this project. Well, everything that is done with this code, there's 4 large binders that has all the material data, the specifications. It gives you the yield strength and allowable stress and tensile stress versus temperature for all these different alloys and their different grades. It gives you their welding compatibilities. It gives you all this. This has all been worked out. So as a design engineer, I go, well, I want to do this, and it's one closed system. The testing is all done. And that's the thing, is that if you want to bring a new material into this code, you have to submit all the testing. There's a whole protocol for that to get your new alloy into this book. So it can be done, but you have to prove your stuff, and then you have to provide the data, and it's vetted. Related to this, there is a joint code, API's American Petroleum Institute 579/ASME Fit for Service 1, where this is looking at calculating the reliable useful life of items that are in service. So if something was in a fire or dented or corroded past the original corrosion allowance, you could make an informed decision what would be a safe, reliable, useful life of this. Maybe downsize the pressure, maybe make it a repair. It also would give you justification for making a repair versus scrapping. So and then we'll talk more about PVHO, but it was originally focused on windows, and now the important part is it now looks at PVHOs as a system. So we look at now not just as a pressure boundary, but we're looking at as how we're going to keep the people safe inside. But all the number crunching of how to make the pressure boundary itself, with the exception of the window, either reverts to ASME Section 8, or in the case of submarines, goes to the classing societies. So that's an example of how you stay in your area, of expertise and your focus, and you defer to other codes and standards. So again, this is the system that was pushed aside, and why we have to look at this. So this is the standard, and if you're going to do something different or use something different, let's say a foreign code, the question is, does it achieve the same level of reliability and depth of understanding that this code does? If you normally are specifying ASME pressure vessel code, which is used internationally, it's not just in America, then this is a level of reliability because they've reduced the uncertainty by looking at all these different areas in detail, testing the materials, working out the different calculations, working out what are the allowable tolerances when you're putting these inputs in. All that's been worked out. Slide. So PVHO. No, the first, the one you were on before. Excellent, thank you. So specific to the situation here, there is different sections. There's Section 7 is submarines. And in it, we have a requirement for a user's design specification for every PVHO. This is not required in all pressure vessels. It is required for some of the Section 8 Division 2. Just go with me on that. You don't want me to go into all the arcana there. But we require it for all PVHOs because it's important that we're not just making steam here or holding acid or whatever, or making a chemical. We have people inside. And most pressure vessel codes don't even start until you have 1 atmosphere of gauge pressure. You're holding one pressure, 14.7 psi or 15 kPa. Here's 15 kPa, which is 2 psi. The reason being that 2 psi is a threshold where you could have an injury. That if you're at 2 psi and the door pops open or the window pops off, you could have an injury. Now, not always. You can have but that's the threshold that has been medically determined back in the 50s and 60s, and we're still seeing papers come up through different medical groups that they're still seeing that is, people getting injured at even 1.5 psi rapid decompressions or impulses. So we've been using 2 psi as a threshold. So that's one of the things that happens is that you normally would not worry about doing a half atmosphere pressure vessel for normal uses, but if you're using it for people or animals, you invoke these rules. Now back to the user's design specification. I've cut and pasted most of the one for submarines. What's important here is the section, and pardon me, but I am at an age, is it specifies that you must say number of intended occupants, maximum pressure depth, maximum pressure and depressurization rates and event rates, and conditions where these rates may be maintained, the intended operational environment. Think about this. The metallic hull of a submarine is going to be good pretty much in the Bahamas versus the Arctic. But the windows are plastic, and they have wildly different strengths and stiffnesses as you go across even a 10 degree Fahrenheit excursion is going to be as different as a 50 or 100 degree excursion with a metal. So if you're going 50 degrees with a plastic, it has a pretty significant impact on your design. So if you don't say up front, we're going to be going at this temperature, it might be missed. Maximum number of pressure cycles, maximum minimum internal external pressures, operating temperatures, and storage conditions also have to be specified. That's right there in the code. Because how you do all that defines the life of this item. So without this information, an engineer cannot do their job. So these are, I mean, to most people, these are like all common sense. Why wouldn't you do this? But we put this in the code because these are the critical things you want to put in the checkpoint just to guide people to make the right. You don't want to have someone skip something like, oh, I didn't think about where I put it up in storage, and you're already halfway through the design, or you already built it. And you assume that, oh, I would just assume that you'd put it in a garage and keep it safe. It's like, no, we're putting it out in the back pasture. You didn't say that. So that's the kind of thing that needs to be specified. Now, there are other reports. There's a GR1, which is a manufacturer's design report. That is a form that a professional engineer signs off on that says all that stuff in the user's design spec, which doesn't have to be an engineering talk. It can just be explaining, I want this many people, I wanted to do these things. The manufacturer's data report says what we designed meets all this. It performs. Here's how it performs. And that you have the mathematical models, the calculations, and the drawings to back it up. And there's a number of drawings and a number of documents that are also required by code. So when there is an issue with a pressure vessel, particularly a PVHO, there's automatically paperwork that goes with it that guides people to examine any sort of post-incident question, or you're just buying and selling it. You get its pedigree. This way you don't have to say, oh, trust me, it's metal. I have seen pressure vessels being sold. Well, it's steel. Which kind of steel? Steel is steel. At that point, all the engineers' heads explode and get really angry because it varies wildly. So this is why, even aside all these other rules about how thick it is and everything else that has been talked about in the past, from a engineering reliability point of view, an engineer design point of view, that's why these documents are important, because it's not just about how thick the window is, it's guiding you to how you approach your design and document your design. Slide. So how this came about was Jerry Statue was faced a problem. During the Trieste dives, they first used glass, because glass makes sense. And then they had problems with it. So they said, I got a better idea. We're going to use sapphire, synthetic sapphire. The problem with that is that as it sits on a 45-degree angle, 90-degree frustrum or 45-degree angle, the problem is that you have this very, very, very stiff ceramic and steel. At some point, as you go down thousands and thousands of PSI building up, water will find a way to jet through. And around 10,000 PSI, a jet is the same jet they use for cutting steel. So if you ever had to do a steam trace where you have to wave the broomstick in front of you walking down a steam trap, and when the stick gets short, you stop, it's the same issue, only worse in a lot of ways. Dr. Statue figured out that acrylics, and believe me, it was from talking to people from that time and reading about it at the time, it does not sound like a good idea. Acrylic is used for toys. Using this for going deep in the submarine makes as much sense as using carbon fiber. Why would you do this? But he figured out if you make it the right way, what happens is, when you're on these conical frustrums, which is the fancy name of saying the cone on the seat, that little bit of plastic squish keeps it sealed. And more importantly, the failure mode for these hard ceramics is often a crack that propagates in an unstable manner, that by the time you see a crack, it may be already fractured. Once it fractures, it loses the strength, and next thing you know, the inside becomes the outside, and when you're in a submarine, you really don't want to have a convertible. Whereas with acrylics, it is more likely to form a stable crack. First little cracks can be called crazing. And that is your warning to stop and reduce pressure. And of course, if you're in a submarine, reducing pressure means go up. But in a medical device, it would be back off your pressure. So do what it takes to stop yourself and then depressurize. And the US Navy agreed that was a good idea, and they spent about a solid decade testing different shapes, different ideas. And the thing is, being plastic, it's not going to be elastic. And this is where we're going to get a little bit of engineering. I'll try to keep it very simple. Most things we do, like your car, your use of steel, is elastic. If you put a load on it, it might move a little bit, but it pops right back. It doesn't do you much good to have things that bend and break. So, but if you take a piece of steel and you push enough force on it, at some point it bends and stays bent. That means it's gone plastic. And right there in that corner where it bent up, that's plastic bending. This is plastic all day long. There's a short little regime where it's pure elastic, but then it gets a little bit more plastic and a little bit more plastic. It's called a plastic for a reason. It's plastic. So so he had to come up with a way to make this work, and there was a lot of physical testing, but the computational tools were not there to do an elastic design. Usually, it's very simple calculations. The only material characteristic you need is what's called the modulus elasticity, E. Whereas when you're doing nonlinear work, you have a whole stress strain curve you have to incorporate, and then possibly have a creep curve, and then you have temperature effects. Modern computers can do this now. But back then, what he said is, we're going to test the heck out of it, test it repeatedly, get statistically significant data sets, figure out what the curve looks like. And you see a curve right here, where you see a bunch of, on the left-hand side, you see a bunch of little dots for different data points that shows, okay, that's where the brakes are. And then when he developed his design curve, he just stayed the heck away from that. So when it comes up that it was a very, very conservative curve, yes, it was. He understood there was a lot of uncertainty. He understood that we could not, at that time, reliably compute a model to predict it the way we could with steel. So facing that uncertainty, he tested the failure a bunch, figured out a failure band, wasn't a solid line, a band of failures, and then put the design line well away from that. So that was the process used. And the significance of this is that to date, as of today, we have yet to have a window designed to PVH-01 that was manufactured to standard and put in properly and not see an abuse. In other words, you weren't a submarine that took your window down to a thermal vent. You didn't decide to put a heat lamp on next to a window to warm someone up. You did, as long as you don't do those things, there's been no design failures. They've had things that they take out of service at the end of design life. Again, that design life is conservative, but there's been no failures. So when anyone says it's a very conservative standard, they're absolutely correct, because Dr. Jerry Statue was terrified of anyone dying because where he put the curve. So he put that curve where he felt it was safe, and it's been proved out. The problem with this is because it's all empirical data, you can only use the shapes in the book for the material in the book, and that's it, because it was all done empirically. Further, you're not even putting the material specs into your calculations. We'll do the exercise in a little bit, but if you double the strength of your material, you can make it thinner or lighter or something. The way the system works is, as long as the material specs meets the minimums, you go through the book and you use the magic charts. That's it. So there's no way to really innovate at this point, which is why I've been working on the design by analysis group. So we are looking at doing that. We are responding to the needs of industry, and other people such as Triton have developed a non-standard window for one of their subs, and they went through all the testing. So they basically did the Jerry Statue style testing for that one shape for their needs, and they're not publishing it for everyone to use. They're keeping it close to themselves, because this way they're the only ones to take the liability of their testing and their decisions. And I applaud them for that. And they worked it out with class. Class supervised it. It is all working out. So there are exceptions to the rule, but it's still based on the existing standards. Slide. And this is just to show what it was like back then, how they tested it. They had a weighted item following the shape of it, and then it was very sensitive in drawing on a line on a moving graph to say it was deflecting. But the picture to the right is more of interest. There was a statement made earlier that under pressure, acrylic gets soft. No, it doesn't. It doesn't get soft, but it does flow. It's a plastic. So if you put it under enough pressure, it will deform. And if you're putting it in a conical frustrum, that looks exactly like an extrusion die for metal, where you take a billet and shove it through a big hole that goes to a small hole and you get a wire. That's the same thing that's happening with the acrylic, which is why you have to design that acrylic to be massive enough with the right shape to resist that effect, and you monitor for it. But when this is from one of Jerry's papers, and he tested a failure, and he demonstrated this failure reliably happens under these conditions. And those became the conditions that he made sure were not near the line. Slide. So, in fact, I had to go into this because in order to do design by analysis, we had to say, well, what good is, we had to look at the previous testing. And what I essentially was able to do was to show why the current system works. We're able to develop a methodology to reliably use FEA to achieve a safe design. It was peer-reviewed. It's been actually not just in this one ASME paper. It's been presented also at a different ASME conference, the International Mechanical Engineering Congress and Exposition, and it's been presented at Marine Technology Society. And it's gone through peer review every time. Also, it's similar to what work done by others. So there are other researchers out there doing this kind of work, and I'm using Dr. Jerry's work. They're doing the actual testing because they're working for government labs. And we're kind of coming to an informal agreement on how to do this. Our papers are going back and forth. We're even citing each other. But it's very much a stair-stepping of information and development. But the bottom line here is it is possible to do it. 20 years ago, it was assumed that you could not do a PVHO window. When I joined PVHO, the word was, well, it's just too unstable, you can't do it. I've proven it can be done. Others have gone through the review, and some of the people that were convinced it couldn't be done now agree with me because we did the work, we showed the papers, we went through informal peer review with the people that really disagreed, and they came out on the other side and said, okay, you guys, you figured it out. So that's where we are now. So it is possible to do new things, and actually some of the work that I've done and others done went into what Blanson is doing on some new shapes and what Triton has already demonstrated in their shapes. Slide. So this is the Ocean Gate window. What makes it different is as you look at it from left to right, it's a flat bottom, then a 45-degree angle, and then a spherical arc. Normally, you have one or the other. Normally, you have a conical frustrum with a flat bottom and flat top and an angle in between, or you have a spherical sector. You'll see some analyses. You'll see analyses of. You've already seen an analysis of a conical frustrum in the previous slides. Slide, please. This is the Ocean Gate one. Now, this is the Ocean Gate window taken to 5,800 PSI. This is from the short little memo. It was not a full engineering report. It was a bottom line type of report that was sent to Ocean Gate. And I clearly showed that the strains are well above, at this point, 8%. I say 6 here, but the top of the line is 8%. That type of profile is more localized strain. Strain is a fancy way of saying stretching. So it's not bending, it's stretching. It's locally deforming. That is inconsistent when I've analyzed all these other ones that are within code. Basically, it's like, okay, this is what code looks like. This is what code looks like. This does not look like code. And it actually looks mostly like, but not all the way like, when I replicated Jerry's test to failure, I have used transient loading, meaning I loaded it up over time so I can watch it load up. This is consistent with something on the path to failure, where a crack would initiate at that point and then dive in a little bit, and then it would actually propagate either all the way up or, that's the thing, this is an unknown shape. But when it was a conical frustrum, it could either cup out the bottom or actually go all the way to the high pressure side. But that would be the crack initiation point. And the thing is that when that particular type of crack occurs, it's not a little crack that's a warning crack, like in a flat disc window. That crack runs deep, and you've at that point you've compromised a major part of your integrity at that point. The other thing that is of note here is that the analysis I gave them showed that if you measured from the center of the inside, the dry side, it deflected 0.263 inches, a little over a quarter inch. In the news reports.
Before we go there, Mr. Newbauer, can I just ask what this slide that we're looking at, maybe we can see the full slide, is getting cut off, but what was this analysis? Was this done on a particular viewport, or it was the design analysis as you described using the design, just sort of what we are talking about here?
This is the Ocean Gate window, using the Ocean Gate drawing.
When you say Ocean Gate window, could you just specify which window we're referring to, and did you have the window itself, or was it the design of the window that we saw on an earlier slide that you used for the calculation?
This is a 2007, well, I did the work I was approaching 2017. This report was issued in 2018. This is before the window was ever made. This was
Right.
the work, this is when Will Conan came to me and asked me to first review it and see what I thought of it.
Of it, sorry, just again, when you say it, what were you given?
This window,
But
But
you
just to
just said the
clarify,
window
it was
did
the
not-
plans of the
the
window.
drawings, yes, the drawings.
Okay,
Not the actual window.
understood.
Okay,
But
yes,
Pete,
I
sorry, I
understand
just
now.
want to be clear.
I understand now, thank you.
you never saw the actual window, is that correct?
Not in person, no. Yeah, this is all before the window was made.
Okay.
So everything here that we're talking about was before this window design was ever made.
Okay, so then to clarify, you provided this report to Ocean Gate before
Yes.
the window was made?
That's actually the next slide.
Okay,
We'll get there. But in the news, and if you need me to, I could go and find the various reports, but there's multiple reports that came out during last summer that talked about the window would come in three-quarters of an inch, 0.75 inches. This nonlinear analysis, using the data I had at the time, using for a standardized, and again, this was a standardized acrylic material, not necessarily the ones that a specific manufacturer would use, but this is this is a representative design curve. That was only 0.26 inches. To say that something has scooched in three-quarters of an inch, I found alarming. And then it raises the question, where do they measure it from? Because it's awfully hard for a
Mr.
person.
Kemper, just sorry to interrupt you again, but when you said, when did you learn about these news reports? Was it when you were preparing these reports, or was that at some point later?
This was during during the coverage of 2023.
Okay, so can we just make that also clear for the record?
Absolutely.
and sir, I want to understand too, just to make sure I'm tracking on that three-quarters of an inch. You said you saw it in news reports. Do you know where the news media obtained that information from?
It was stated it was during multiple interviews of people who were saying, I'm on the Titan, I'm doing this thing with the Titan, and they would talk about it. And I think at one point it might have been, Stockton Rush was saying it comes in three-quarters of an inch. I have that information available. I have those references. It might even be in my report itself. I don't have that copy in front of me. The one I'll talk about later. But this is readily available.
Okay, so just to clarify though, I mean, we don't have factual information that it was three-quarters of an inch.
No, we don't. I'm first to say this is a report.
Sure.
But my concern is that it's 3 times what I looked at when I was already for the model, and it also raises the question: how did you measure that? The way most people would measure this would not be trying to exactly try to get the middle of a window. How do you do that sitting inside the Titan and watching it? You would be watching the edge of it scoot in. Well, the edge only scoots in, let's say, half that. Where the edge of the window sits in the window seat, and if you're watching that come in 3/4 of an inch, that's even further. Now, again, this was news reports. It was multiple news reports. So this was part of my reason why I contacted the NTSB, because when I read that, and it could have been someone just grossly exaggerating, but it was of significant concern, and I'll explain why that's consistent with the design as reviewed later on.
Mr. Kemper, just to clarify, so that part of this slide, that is not something that was part of your analysis in 2018? This is something you learned in 2023?
The two images are from my report to OceanGate. The commentary about the deflection saying in news reports, those were news reports that came about in 2023.
Got it. And sorry, can I ask one more question on this slide before we move on?
Yes.
You said that this report was prepared before the viewport was produced?
Correct.
But our understanding is that the hydrospace viewport was delivered to OceanGate in November of 2017. That is part of Exhibit 105. So I'm just trying to understand when there's a 2018 date there, and by that time we understand the viewport had been manufactured and delivered.
That could be. I'm not part of hydrospace. We live in different areas. He asked, what I can say is I was asked to look at this in December. I sent the memo with the results in January of 2018. I have the next slide will be a little bit more clear, and the intent was to, let's just go to the next slide. That'll just be easiest.
Understood, but I would just ask, like, if you're not certain if the viewport had been manufactured, I think that is a perfectly fine answer. But Mr. Kemper, you testified that this was prepared before the viewport even existed, and it does not appear to be the case, or that you have knowledge of
that was my understanding until you brought that up.
Okay. So I think that, for the record, it appears that this report was done after it was the original window was manufactured and delivered to OceanGate. And we can check the delivery date on the invoice.
Right, it's Exhibit 105, I believe, but it's just if we could stick to the facts.
Sure.
Do you have that exhibit up, Lieutenant Steele?
This is from my report. Are you okay with
I
that?
don't,
Okay.
I mean, unless we can enter, I mean, it's been in,
I'm not disagreeing. I just don't know.
Okay.
I misunderstood what the facts were.
I think we can clarify for the record here.
Not a problem.
Was it this?
that's the invoice. We can take a, I mean, if you want to take a break, or we can do this.
Yeah, it looks like, just to close this matter out, it does look from the original invoice that it was November 17th that it was purchased.
Yeah, we can get the delivery date as well, if we take a break.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
We've been going for a while. I think this is a good time for a break.
Awesome. Cool.
Okay. So let's take a recess and reconvene at 4:05. 10 minutes.
Check.
The hearing is now back in session. During the break, we clarified the date of delivery of the first window that was manufactured for the first Titan hull. Lieutenant Steele, can you display Exhibit 105? And zoom into the delivery date for the first window. And I'm reading December 6, 2017. So to clarify for the record, the report that we're looking at was created after delivery of the viewport and was done in 2018.
Mr. Newbarber, just to clarify, the report was prepared on the basis of the design drawing of the viewport, not the viewport itself.
That's correct. I understand it was just going off the drawings, the viewport was not delivered to to Kemper Engineering that conducted the analysis. Okay. Okay. Mr. Kemper, do you remember like when you started this report and approximately when you finished it?
I started it sometime in December, and the email here on the next page, if you zoom in, is January 30th. So it's towards, it's in the formal report I sent had the original report and had dates on it, but this email went forward January 30. So of the next year of 2018.
Okay, and was this email in conjunction with delivery of the report to
Yes.
OceanGate? Okay, thank you, sir. Are you ready to proceed to this slide?
Yes, I am. So the results that were indicated here is that I indicated possible cyclic fail and then specified that the Cyclops design, that was a name at the time, it was not called the Titan at the time, at 5,800 PSI, indicates significant strain that is consistent with potential short cycle failure modes. What I was lacking, to be more definitive, was I did not have the head design. The head, I had a window seat that's basically just a mating surface, and it's very rigid, and I use it to analyze the window itself. But to actually predict the window, it's going to act as a part of the pressure vessel boundary. So I would, to be more precise, I would want to have the actual head design, so the flexibility of that head would be incorporated in the response. So that was one of the things that that Will and I talked about, is like that basically, look, Will, this looks iffy. I'm not sure. I can't say right now this is going to be one of those ones that fail in 50, 60 cycles, but I have concerns. So that was the basis of this going forward, and I was CC'd on the email. In fact, and they said, "Thanks, Will and Bart. I will consider this and discuss this with my team. All the best, Tony Nissen, Director of Engineering, OceanGate Incorporated." So I never heard anything more from them.
Can you explain the data you were the head design data you were seeking?
Well, just the design of the head, or whatever, that I didn't actually have the seat itself. If I know it looks like these metal heads are metal, and I mean they are metal, but they look like they're very stiff. They are, but when you're talking thousands and thousands of pounds of force, of pressure, it's going to deflect, it's going to move. And how that moves could make things better, could make things worse, because it's going to interact. As I said earlier, the reason why acrylic was selected, because it deforms just that little bit to the seat. And using a nonlinear analysis with contact elements allows the seat, the window to move against the seat. And if the window under pressure, the window itself flexes, the viewport as a whole flexes as it adjusts to pressure, the window would, being nonlinear plastic model, would adjust with it. So what I had was just very much just the outside shape being held rigidly to just look to just compare that to my previous work, because that's how I was reviewing Dr. Jerry's work. Was he was using test items, I was replicating the test items that were massively rigid compared to the shapes that he was testing, and I was learning to interpret the stress strain versus the stated results. And in specific, this seemed consistent with the ones that when he tested that given design at the test pressure he used, it had an annotation of failed in 50 cycles. Another one was failed in 16 cycles. So it was not consistent with the ones that failed the first time through, but it failed under a short number of cyclic loadings, which it shouldn't do. So that's, when I saw that strain pattern, that's what caused me to be concerned. And, you know, write the letter that I did, write the report the way I did. But I could not confirm it without having that data. And also, I was using, as a material curve, there is a standard acrylic called Mill Standard P84. And that was used a lot in Jerry's testing. So because Jerry was using that in his testing, I was using that to replicate his work. Modern acrylics are cross-linked. They're stronger and better. So to actually predict the actual window results, I would also use the actual stress strain curve for that window. So when Will approached me, he did not give me details about his clients. He said, I have concerns for, you know, can you please look at this? And I acted accordingly. So I didn't, that's as far as it went at that time. My anticipation was, hey, at least ask me the question, why do you feel this, why do you feel this might be a short cycle failure? I anticipate at least a question. There was nothing that came back. Not well, will it leak or will it crack? Or no questions about what the failure mode would be. What should we anticipate? If we use it, what would it look like? So there was no interest in any communication whatsoever. They didn't even ask me, how'd you come up with this, to see if I was modeling this the right way. They didn't have any interest in talking to me about that. So it's, that's as far as that went at that time. I found that a little bit disturbing, but I'm not the only engineer out there. And there are other people doing things. And can I go back and talk about what I spoke with Stockton Rush in 2016? It applies to this.
Can you clarify, was that at the annual meetings?
At Underwater Intervention Marine Technology Society meeting in New Orleans in 2016.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He made it very clear that I may have an aerospace degree, but I'm not the engineer. I'm going to hire an engineer who knows what they're doing. That is the right answer. And that to me, I just met the man. I didn't know him. That to me seemed absolutely reasonable. That great, you have a technical background, but being the engineer is a full-time job, and that's your whole focus. And you don't want the money guy to also be the person being the engineer. Because if I was the money guy at my company, I would have all the toys, and we wouldn't be paying bills. So him saying that I would, I'm going to hire these really good engineers and consult with people, it's like, okay. So my thought was that I informed him, he wasn't sure about it, and he went to his team, and that's what they said. I'm going to go talk to my team about it. So I was not concerned as in, oh my God, I think these people are going off the deep end. I figured they just took their work to their team and went to their people and figured and made a decision based on that. So I had a basis by which to interpret this, that when they said my team, that knowing that he's working on submarines, that he is talking to some of the other people in this field that are doing good work.
Sir, so you did not follow up beyond this email?
Nope. If I would have felt the need to, I would have. If I would have actually felt more concerned, I might have gone to the Board of Registration or some other, I would have acted in a more decisive manner. But I had every basis to think the Stockton Rush would be acting in a reasonable manner.
Understand. And so I'd like to just ask a question about the 0.26 inch expected distance of on the previous slide. You had estimated, I think, 0.26 inches of movement
Correct.
of the bottom of the window along the seating surface. Is that correct?
No, I estimated 2.6 inches along the center line. So it would be basically, as you look at the window, at the round window, it'd be the middle. Because it would pooch out, it would pooch out pooch out in a dome. So it would be, it'd be a round dome, it'd be right there in the middle. So that was why I'm saying that's more difficult to track, but the edge of it where it enters, where it's riding the window seat is much easier to measure. And that's when I thought that a layperson, when they said they saw it move 3/4 of an inch up and down the window seat, I was concerned that might be what they're measuring, because that would be more extreme than just what I had.
And just to clarify, it is 0.263 inches.
Yes, 0.263.
Would there be a concern if it was greater than that by a margin of
By
double?
a significant margin, ×3 is significant.
But what would be a possible cause? What does that indicate, in your opinion?
I have slides that address that.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Okay. So is everyone good with this slide right now? We can move to the next one. Okay. So what we have next is the conical section, spherical sector window that would sit in the same space as the Ocean Gate one. So in other words, the top rounded part is still there, and then you're just putting in less acrylic. You're just making this a spherical sector. And the right image was from the SolidWorks models that I developed, where I had the SolidWorks model of the Cyclops window, later became the Titan on top, and bottom was the alternate design using a spherical sector. Now this was developed, this analysis coming up was done post-incident. So this is when I knew that I was going to submit something to the NTSB. I anticipated the questions would be, well, what would happen if you use a spherical window? What about this? What about that? Also, as of 2003, I had 5 more years of working in design by analysis. I had a little bit more refined my techniques. More people had published. I had published more. So I had a little bit more of a refined technique when it came to modeling. I chose not to redo my old work and just present what was done in 2018 as transmitted. So the next one.
Mr. Kemper, just to clarify, the image on the left is not the design of a viewport that was manufactured for Ocean Gate. The one on the right is that?
The one on the left was not for Ocean Gate. The top one on the right was for Ocean Gate. The bottom one on the right is the same as the one on the left.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem. So slide, please. Okay, this is how simple Jerry Statue's method is. So the critical dimension to do this is going to be the bottom of the window seat, which right there is 15.2 inches. So I need that number. I need to know, and since this is a non-standard window, I selected that this was going to be similar to an acrylic spherical window with a conical edge, because I needed something to use Jerry's method. And due to the depth it was diving to, it has what's called a CF of 4. You look it up for the temperature. It's going to be 50 degrees, CF 4. It's that simple. Now, the CF is correction factor. That is not a design margin. It's not a safety factor. In fact, Kaylee Williams of Lockheed Martin and I presented a paper several years ago where we went through the CFs and tried to figure out, is that an actual design margin, Or is there a relationship of CF to design that we could pull as a design margin so we could basically back out how reliable, what the safety margin is for Jerry's designs? And we could not find a correlation. It works, and some are more conservative than others, but it's not a design margin, and you cannot treat that as a design margin. But you take that, you multiply your design pressure times 4, I get a number, 23,200 PSI or 160 megapascals. Then I find the right graph in the book, and because it's 90-degree angle or 40, a 90-degree included angle on the window seat, I'm using 160 because the other one, that's the other side didn't have the US one. You go to 90 degrees, you drop down, and it gives me a T over DI, which is the thickness over the diameter. That now gives me my thickness. It's that simple. At no point am I putting a single material property in here. I could double and triple the material strength. I could increase the stiffness. The design does not change. This is why we're doing design by analysis, and it's a slog to do this. And if you would have presented this to me as a good idea on its own, I would have a lot of issues. But this has 70 years of proof, and before they even did that, they had 20 years of testing to back that up. So I know this is shockingly simple for such a critical item, but when people say that Jerry Statue was conservative in where he put his design lines, he was, because of the uncertainty, because at that time, with the tools available, there was just not a reliable way to model this directly with mathematics like we would a beam calculation. So that is the PVH01 design method. Now, there is more art and science where you're doing the window seat, the whole mechanism and how it interacts with your rest of your pressure vessel. There's a lot more to it, but the acrylic section, that's it. Any questions? I know all the technical people are going, this can't be that simple, but it is. So let's go to something that's not as simple. Let's go to the next slide. This is showing the Titan window, the Cyclops 2 window, and then the exact same seat and same spherical section and as a spherical sector. They both deflect about the same amount. Axial deflection on the bottom left is 0.204 inches. Again, I'm using a more refined method than I did 5 years prior. With the spherical sector is 0.18. However, look at the strain. On the left-hand side, peak strain is around 16%. It's highly, highly localized. And when you see very localized strain, that is consistent in any material with a potential tear or cracking. I mean, all the energy, all the pain and suffering is going that one small point. And typically, acrylic has a max strain somewhere between 4 and 8%. So this is also showing that you're likely to have exceeded it, and you probably had some gross local deformation, but all that residual strain is in there. Now you look at the spherical sector, peak strain is 0.25%, much lower. Still pretty much elastic. And the elastic part is not just about the peak strain, it's also about how the rest of the material stays well in the elastic region and forces the whole thing to act as a unit in an elastic manner. So this raised significant questions, which is why I did the next analysis.
Mr. Kemper, before we go to the next one, I just wanted, and for the record, none of this seems simple to me, so the prior slide or this one, but the post-incident analysis, what was that done? I assume the incident is the Titan tragedy. What was the analysis done? What were you using for the analysis?
I still had the same model, the same geometry from previous. So I used the same window design that was presented to me in 2018. And then I used I confirmed Will Conan's spherical sector design. He said that he did it according to PVHO. I backed out and got the same numbers he did. And that was what I did to compare the two. Because there's a legitimate question, what would happen one window versus the other in terms of looking at this from a failure analysis or a systems perspective, which is my intention with going to the NTSB. This was not meant to be, and I didn't go to Will with this. This was not about Will's choices, or not about OceanGate. This was submitting this to a jurisdictional authority for them to decide whether it's relevant or not. I honestly didn't know if my report would be seen as relevant, but I knew I had to submit it.
Understood. So just to clarify, it's basically additional analysis on the data that you had from 2018. Is that
Correct.
fair? Understood. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Sir, did you have any updated information on the seating surface at this time?
No, I did not. I did not have the designs at the head.
And can I clarify also that on the left-hand graphs, that would be the Titan's design, and then on the right-hand side, that would be just a window that is curved inside?
That is an ASME PVHO1 spherical sector. So the point of it is, it's not a question of that Will was looking at this. I did the work to verify this is for that critical dimension and that pressure, that is going to be the ASME design that you get every time.
Thank you.
Now, we've talked about elastic and plastic, and we talked about how plastic by nature stays bent. You bend it and it stays bent. That's the definition of plastic when you're talking about metals. So, as I said, I had some more experience at this point, and there's been more studies put out at this point. So if you can go to the next slide. What I'm going to show here is a loading and unloading, where the curve on the left shows that it's called a pseudo time load. In other words, it's actually not representing any particular time period. It's just saying I increased the load up to the max amount at a certain rate. As you got closer to a certain rate, it curves over and slows down the rate. In the middle of the curve, which would be 0.5 seconds, it's not actually seconds. It's just 1 second is unity, so 0.5 is half that time period, is at peak, and then it comes back down. The reason for this is that when you're looking at nonlinear curves and things stay bent, it's all interacting because you have the parts that are still very plastic but compressed like a spring, and they're pushing back. And then you have the parts that have been deformed, and then they can be deformed back into a shape. So by loading and unloading, I was able to use this technique to replicate some of the impending failures from Jerry Statue's work. So this one cycle load is not meant to be used for fatigue loading or for something like that, but it is, I did find this to be a much more precise way of looking at a window with respect to failure modes as verified by comparing it to Jerry Statue's data. And when I say Jerry Statue's data, when he presented his papers, he included his test methods, his uncertainty. He would have large appendices to his actual paper that was published. In the Navy papers, he would have all the extra data available. So I was basically able to go through his lab reports and get his notes on that. So this is showing that it's a refined mesh without going into detail. You want finer mesh where you're having a lot more things going on with the stress and strain. It goes to how large the model is in the computer, but what this is meant to say is that there's a pretty good, this is something that my professors would arguably call overmeshed. But with modern computers, I can overmesh something and let it run and get it faster than back in the old days when we had to do, literally plot every little mesh point by hand and type in the commands. So it wasn't uphill both ways, but it felt like that. So can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So this is the result of one cycle. going into 0 point on the way up means nothing because it's not loaded. So I'm comparing 1,000 pounds of pressure, 1,000 PSI on the way up, and then 1,000 PSI on the way down. The top picture is on the way up. The bottom picture is on the way down. The difference of what you're seeing is residual strain. In other words, and also if you look at the top picture, you'll see a little bit of white space. Even at 1,000 pounds, it's still loaded. It's already pulled away from the window seat. That white space is to scale. What this means is that it was pushed down, and that flat part at the bottom was permanently deformed inwards. It's very much like an extrusion die. Now, the top part is elastic because it has all, it's not as directly, you can see, it doesn't show all the strain. So the top part is very elastic. It's not permanently deformed. So as you take the pressure off, it pulls it back up because you have it pressed down, it's acting like a spring. You take the pressure off, it's pushing itself back up, just like it would in real life. What's significant about that is that every time you cycled this will happen again. In other words, every time with this particular design, every time you cycle with that high localized strain, it's going to push it again and push it again and push it again. Now, what's going to happen over time, a number of cycles, is the top of the window is going to be in full contact with the window seat because it's elastic. It's going to be right back where it started. Sorry. It'll be right back where it started, but the inside, on the low pressure side, is going to have a gap. And it's going to be watertight because the top side is the water side. But now when you press on it, there's going to be a period, a space where there's only a little bit of contact at the top, and it's going to scoot down quickly until it picks up the rest of the material, until it gets to it picks up the corner, and basically. Because if you now have taken it and pulled the angles in a little bit, only the parts that are in contact are providing resistance, and it comes in more. So when I did this analysis, again, I was trying to get a better handle on this design, and the open source news, which is not engineering data, said it came in 3/4 of an inch. This behavior is consistent with the model, that over time, it would have deflected in such a way that as it pressurizes, it would scoot in rather quickly until it picks up the last point that it was fully engaged, and then fully engage and take up the load again. This is an example of why the ASME designs, whatever Jerry did, how much testing he did, paid off because those conservative curves kept us away from this behavior. But this behavior here is consistent with potential failure.
Sir, I want to follow up on that. So does that mean, in your opinion, that this design is problematic with a flat surface?
Absolutely, yes. Now, I want to caveat this. This has, and now that we could do this will be for the later report. Now that we have the step file of the head, and we know what the material is because we know it's now grade 3 titanium, we are now in a position to give a more precise answer. This is from the report I did for the NTSB last year around the September-October timeframe. So we did not have the ability to give a more precise answer. But this, given that it was just an in-house review, let's see what it looks like using the one cycle load, since it was consistent with the potential failure mode, these results are what prompted me to say, I need to send this to NTSB and let the smart guys there take care of this.
Sir, did you run this for like a second cycle, this analysis?
I didn't. And there's several reasons for that. But basically, it was all my previous work was just looking at one cycle. I haven't, if you start looking at multiple cycles, then you have to start asking the question of creep. Now, creep is the issue of a material, any material, steel does this too, under the right conditions, where under a static load, it just kind of moves. It's not quick, but it moves. Acrylic will creep. So if I was going to look at more at multiple cycles, I would have to consider time factors, and that would go in. I'd have to know more about what's going on. And honestly, it's a fairly involved calculation. The setup, and then I had no means to validate it. So I might get a very precise answer and be still way off because I have the wrong material properties, or I have, all of this was done using my default military grade acrylic that was done for Jerry's work, because I was trying to validate the process, the technique against Jerry's work. I didn't have the ability to find out who made the window. I didn't know the details of the window enough at this time. This was an in-house exercise to see if there was a reason to act, and these results led to me sending a report to the NTSB.
Yes, sir, I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
So this concludes the windows portion of the report. So the next slide is going to the titanium heads and domes. A question that came up during last week's presentations was, what's the difference between grade 5 and grade 3? Grade 5 often is listed as titanium, 6 aluminum, 4 vanadium. That's grade 5. Grade 3 is grade 3. You've reduced your yield strength to 45% of grade 5, and you've basically cut your tensile strength in half. So that's the difference between grade 5 and grade 3. But when we did the analysis using the step file from OceanGate, so we actually had the actual geometry, our initial analysis, now this is a linear analysis, but it indicated there was no real problem here. So once we saw that it behaved in an appropriate manner, that the stress distribution concentrations were consistent with normal practice, and even though there's a small quote-unquote hotspot where there's a little bit of high stress, that's not unusual with thick elements, and those will self-relieve. No failure mode was indicated, so we moved on.
And sir, I just want to clarify also that all of the results you're discussing now were done post-incident.
Yes. The results here were done in conjunction with the material provided by the U.S. Coast Guard, in conjunction with our helping out the MBI.
Thank you, sir.
Then the next topic will be carbon fiber. Now, we don't need to go through the slide in detail. It's just that carbon fiber does make sense. I know a lot of people have an allergic reaction to it. I understand that. However, I also read up about how people also reacted to acrylic. And so carbon fiber does make a sense, and if properly executed, would be revolutionary. There's that minor issue of cost, but take that aside, it has a lot of benefits. And it's being used right now for a number of uncrewed systems, both autonomous and remotely operated, and it has been used with some other crewed systems. So there's this figure is in reference 36. At the end of my presentation, there's an eye chart of 51 different references and stuff. Will not be presented in this hearing, but it is available to say this is where I got my different information from. Since there was no convenient way to put a title block on this is just from reference 36. So bottom line is that the idea of carbon fiber is not bad, but it does require a lot more work because this is not in the code book. Slide. And this is one of many papers I presented as examples last year at underwater intervention it was underwater intervention. The point is that other people have been exploring carbon hulls and how to do it. They have looked at doing different spheres. This one shows a more classic submarine hull, but it also has a lot of reinforcement to address the issues of buckling. So Stockton Rush and Ocean Gate were not the first ones to think of it. And this is an active area of exploration, at least in terms of R&D. However, next slide. Oh, this is another example where they're using spheres. Next slide. But there are factors to consider, such as delaminations. You don't have that with steel. You do have this with laminated items. And this particular one is specific to a review of structural failure of composite pressure hulls in deep sea. So this is absolutely on point. So this is a known issue, and how to address that is still being worked out. Slide. Other issues include residual stresses in the hull section, which is, I demonstrated what residual stresses are in windows. So residual stresses also occurs in other materials as well, but I was demonstrating that for the acrylic windows. Moisture getting into the carbon fiber is also an issue, and also temperature effects. We have not addressed temperature, but the temperature changes that go from ambient down to freezing temperatures in the water are significant, because moving water is one of the best ways to get temperature changes. The metal changes quickly, but the composite hull and the window are insulators. So they change much slower. So you're more likely to have temperature differentials. All by themselves, not showstoppers, but when you combine it with all the other forces and stresses going on, you can start having issues. Jerry's work, there's a separate paper on this. We examined the work with ASME designs, and there is an issue with temperature changes, but because Jerry was so conservative, he mapped around it. But if you're going to do a new shape, you don't have that option. You can't use it. If you're not using the ASME method, you have to explicitly address temperature issues. Slide. So going into the failure mode with the carbon fiber, we can look at this as, we can assume at this point, for looking at carbon fiber, that the head is good, the window is good, the ring is good, and it's just the load on the carbon fiber. Well, if you look at it in a plane view, as we are here, it's kind of like a bridge. It's just this straight line across a gap, 2 hard points, and it could be either. And normally, when you're doing engineering, you kind of you bracket this. You could, and I believe someone talked about this earlier. You can assume it's fixed, which puts more shear stress on the ends, and you can treat it as pinned, which maximizes the bending stress in the middle. This goes back to undergraduate work in engineering. Everyone who has been through strength of materials and beam bending and has nightmares about this. So this is all something that is, I'm saying the first principles of engineering do apply here. But what I'd like to do here, carbon fiber is addressed in the boiler code, but only for internal pressure, and they only require for external pressure is a vacuum. So 100 kPa or 15 psig is the maximum that's covered by the code. So there is art in the code about carbon fiber, but it's limited to 1 atmosphere difference. Outside that code, you need VVUQ. But I'd like to illustrate how this would fail in more of an abstract way, kind of a break it down Barney style with cartoon way, just to show the concept of how these fibers can break and how they lead to a failure. So the next slide is a bridge. And this particular bridge is called a Bailey bridge. And what's significant is it's made of that panel over and over again. It might be 2 and 3 panels thick on the sides. It might be 2 and 3 boxes tall. You change that bridge based on what you need, but it all has the same individual unit strength. The strength of the panel doesn't change. It's how you use it is what changes. Slide. And here's an example. The left is what's called a single-single. It's 1 panel across there's only one panel on the side, and it's one panel high. It is good for a footbridge or single vehicles, trucks up to 5 tons, depending on the length of the span. It all depends on the design. The exact same system right next to it is showing both a double single where it's a short span, and then it comes to a abutment and has a longer span across the water. So they go to a double where it's 2 panels wide on the edges and 2 panels high. It all is about the design. So it's not about the individual strength of the item as how you put it together. Slide. So what we see here, and this is something that there's no animation on, which is good. The top image shows 20 distributed failures. And part of this design was meant for World War II. The Bailey Bridges, it was designed by the British during World War II. All the Allies copied it. It's been credited for winning the war because it let everyone bridge across gaps quickly. It could take a whole lot of damage. It was designed to take damage. And if you distribute that damage around, as I showed here on the top image, you'd still send an engineer officer out to check it, but let's call it good. But if I put if I break 6 members right there on the abutment on the left or right there in the middle, that will cause a failure because it starts, basically a crack starts and it just keeps walking and causes the whole failure. So when it comes to the carbon fiber, it's not just about the number of breaks, it's about where those breaks are. And what you should do is know how this thing is going to break as you put it under pressure, and then know how many breaks, how many clicks it takes to get to the failure point. That's how the real-time monitoring works. Real-time monitoring is an excellent idea. It is the right approach for composites, but you have to do it correctly. If you don't know how many clicks you need to get to failure, you don't know how many you need to, as a caution, to say, here's where we stop. If you're not counting, if you don't know where the clicks are going to appear, because as you can imagine, if you put the weight in the middle, it'll start having more failures in the middle. It won't be randomized. The thing on top would not happen in real life unless it's being shot at or blown up. In real life, where it's going to be most stressed is where it starts breaking. And you could predict that here's where it's going to keep breaking on a regular basis, but you would test that. You would need testing to know what failure looks like, and then, like Jerry's statue did, back out where your design points are for different actions. So there's nothing wrong with real-time monitoring. There's nothing wrong with saying we're counting the breaks, but you have to know what those breaks mean. If you don't know how many it takes to break, and you don't know where it's happening, then all you're doing is listening to noise. The only thing that you would have of value with real-time monitoring at that point would be the rate of breaking. And even that's problematic because the first time you go down to depth, you'll have a lot more breaks. And if you go down to the similar depth or a lesser depth and suddenly start hearing a lot of breaks, you could go, oh crap, that's not supposed to happen now. But all of this is guesswork because basically the model, the design was never calibrated, the RTM was never calibrated to the actual performance of that hull.
So I'd like to just ask a follow-up on this issue. Ocean Gate's approach that I understand was if the hull became quiet at depth, that would indicate that the vessel or the hull was seasoned to a point that it was safe using the acoustic monitor and the strain monitoring. Can you give an opinion on that approach?
In abstract, it's not wrong. In terms of a macro, let's talk about it. But in terms of implementation, it's problematic. And this, again, I've had a chance to go over a lot of the material that was available. One of the reasons why this was not an accurate statement is that there was a decision not to maintain your acoustic monitoring unless you're doing certain dives. So they would turn it off.
Sir, I'd really, since we're still investigating
Oh,
that,
okay.
I just mean, if the hull were quiet, or the acoustics diminished at depth, would that indicate, in your opinion, that it was?
I would not trust that unless I had done the work to validate that's what's going on. I mean, they're talking about the general principle, but unless you validated your physical model and have basically calibrated your acoustics so you know what's going on with that, you know, I don't know how much I would trust that. Now, if that's in conjunction with being at a lesser, like half of my previous max depth, yes, I would say silence is good, and I would be okay with that. But the thing is that as things go down in depth, similar to what we saw with the acrylic, you're still going to have some flexure. You're still going to have, because it broke to a certain point, when it comes back down, it's going to reset in a different way. You're going to get some more breaks. And the thing is, if it's quiet, but you're at maximum life, how do you know that you're not at the point where the next click is literally the straw that breaks the camel's back? So that's where the uncertainty becomes too great.
Understand, thank you.
So one slide just to give a nod to the NTSB and all the great work they did. I'm not going to repeat the work that they've done, only to acknowledge that there are 5 layers, that they were cured successively, that there were wrinkles in layers and voids and gap and a glue laminate between the 1-inch lifts. But we had caught your briefing this morning. That was, you know, I'm not going to repeat that work. They're the subject matter experts for this exercise. So, slide. So I talked about VVUQ. I mentioned it earlier on. What is that? When you're doing cookbook engineering, normal engineering, you open up the International Building Code, the pressure vessel code, tells you what to do. Put in these numbers, get these things out. That's because it's all been worked out. It's been tested. It's been tried. There's for all those different things, there are studies and everything else backing that up. VVUQ is a method that you do for NASA when you're doing something new or high risk, no-fail situations. Nuclear reactor, space program. The space program doesn't actually typically, most of our space program has not had crews involved, but sending up a multi-billion-dollar satellite still is a high-risk situation, not just because of the money involved, but the capacity that they're supposed to do. So when you're doing something that's never been done before, the question is, well, what do you do? This is a methodology and that started back around the World War II era, became more serious as we started using simulations and not just slipsticks, where you do simulation and experiments in conjunction to build that body of knowledge. And unlike a code and standard, which builds a broad layer, you know, is using a very broad approach where anyone can open the book and use these rules to do this range of things, this instead is developing the body of knowledge for this one application, for this one thing. Now, over time, you do enough VVUQ, you do enough things, it becomes more and more like a code and standard. You develop that knowledge. But this is how you do something new. This is what NASA uses. This is what the FDA requires because they're medical devices. If you do, FDA requires by law, by regulation, I should say, that you use VVUQ if you have software in your medical devices that like runs your pacemaker, or you're using simulations because you're trusting this simulation thing to give you good answers. So you have to use VVUQ to make sure those numbers make sense. You don't have, you know, magic numbers coming out of your software. So bottom line on this, it is layers and layers of simulation experiment. You solve that one item, and then you work on your next item. So you have your individual, if you want to think of it this way, you use VVUQ on your individual components to develop your components, and then when you put them into your assembly, now you have to do it all over again because now you have them interacting together. So even if you're using a known commercial off-the-shelf item, you may have to use VVUQ to integrate that in to a brand new thing. Now, I'll get into this a bit, but the concept is very simple. The more unknowns you have, the more VVUQ you need. The less you need, the closer you are to using codes and standards, the less checking you need to do. Next slide. And this is just to illustrate, this is not about any one magical industry. This is not just for specialized things. It is for higher applications, high risk, high money, or highly novel applications that you just can't test by saying, hold my beer and let's see what happens. That has a place for low risk situations where you just, let's see if it works. That sometimes is the best way to see if I can get this new screw to work in this new woodworking thing, but not for something like a manned space, crewed space program. So the point of this slide is to show, I redacted all the names out, but this is who's on the committee. You have national labs, you have biomedical companies, you have aerospace, power, automotive, defense, consultants. These are the people who are writing these guidelines. Now, these codes and standards are not, these are intended for more advanced engineers. So they're not going to say, step 1, do this, step 2, do this. These are more guidance documents. But this is, if you're doing R&D work, if you're doing a new manned submersible, this is the right thing to pull up. So when there was assertions that we did it all the right way, and we were doing all following the rules, not following the rules, but we were doing it the right way when you don't have rules. This is what right looks like. VVUQ, definitely VVUQ 10, solid, computational solid mechanics. You're using FEA, this is what you should be using. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out. Slide. This just illustrates that the idea is that in traditional engineering is codes and standards is cookbook. And I termed advanced engineering as somewhere in between cutting edge engineering where you're doing the classic traditional full-blown VVUQ. Well, somewhere in between, you can be doing something that's just outside the code book, but still a known material. We're doing something new. We need to do some extra simulations to check it, but we're not doing something horribly novel that no one's comfortable with. Part of the deal with VVUQ, when you read the manuals, it's meant to inform the project managers, who are often technical people. It's meant to inform you, how much risk do you have? How much uncertainty do you have? Is the uncertainty something that we can mitigate? Or is it something that you're just stuck with, that we can't change how much unknowns is here? Because by breaking that out, what is known and what is the known uncertainty and the ones that we can reduce, then you can work that out and start making that part of your plan for your experiments. And how do you reduce that the uncertainty? So when you're doing something like at NASA or the national labs, that's cutting edge engineering. My mentor, AJ McFate, who you saw is on the team, when he was at Sandia decades ago, he was one of the people that was doing the backpack nukes. So they were using this methodology because it was high risk, high cost, just like it fits everything you want to do with VVUQ. But the heads and the controls that we're talking about for the Titan, I would say it's more like advanced stuff. You'd want to do some simulations, you want to test it, but it's not horribly out of, it's just outside the code book, but it's well within established engineering practice. You just need to check it. But the shell, definitely, you would need a whole lot more VVUQ in the window because the basis for the window has so much engineering uncertainty. We just know it works through a lot of empirical testing. But from an engineering point, we're still developing what does the FEA mean and how to predict with that. You would have to do a lot more VVUQ to get that window to be validated. So that's the concept here is as you start doing more in VVUQ, those procedures are actually baked into the code. Even now with pressure vessels, you have to do, you get your mill certs from the foundry that gives you your steel. Well, they perform certain tests, Sharpie tests and different tests. That's experiment. And they're validating the premise that this is the right material. And they also give you the chemistry to validate that you have the right chemistry. When you fully build it, you hydrotest it. Again, it's a test. So you're actually still doing VVUQ in the cookbook level, but it's much more reduced, and it's more about confirming that this is going to behave properly than we don't know what's going to happen here, but we need to write it down so we can see if we can replicate it. So that's how VVUQ is in a spectrum. Slide, please. I'm not going to beat on this one. I actually talked this piece out a lot about there's the big thing here is that when you're doing traditional VVUQ, it's called non-deterministic. In other words, when you do your normal design, I'm going to do it for this pressure and this temperature and call it good because you're using a cookbook. But when you're doing something like this, you really don't know how going up and down in pressure versus going up and down in temperature interplay. You don't know if temperature is a factor or not. You don't know if the rate of temperature is an issue. You don't know if the rate of the load is an issue. So you check things against ranges. So calling it non-deterministic means you have multiple design factors over a range. It's more money and more time. So the big takeaway here, the traditional VVUQ, which is absolutely needed when you need it, does take time. And that's why it's a national lab thing, it's a NASA thing. It's not fab shop and knocking out your pressure vessel thing. And as I said, it's high consequence and extraordinary novelty. We can go to the next slide. This is just to illustrate the idea of there's a version of engineering or deterministic VVUQ, which this is from some development that we were doing for design by analysis, where this is the idea that you have a design code, which is that white box, and there's a range where you can just do a few simulations and a few tests and it's safe. But the reason why you have all those little dots and arrows is you have to test around it to see whether it's good or bad. You have to map out what your results are to see where can you reliably just do a few simulations and call it good versus this is where it gets squirrely and we don't trust it. So the idea here is, again, you need more VVUQ, the less the engineering code provides guidance on using the models, guidance on material data, guidance on load combinations, and failure criteria. And the ASB pressure vessel code is one of the most detailed ones in providing all that guidance. So you can actually do a lot more design by analysis with a great deal of reliability. But in U.S. Coast Guard in their shipbuilding has guidance on using FEA. But there are other codes that just give you either some or no guidance compared to the pressure vessel code, where that increases your uncertainty. And you'll have to perhaps do some experiments to validate your design if it seems like it's way out of the standard, but it's still doable. You'd want to check that. So what I'm saying here with respect to the Titan is not everything needs to be treated as if it's Apollo 1. The engineering, the head of engineering, the engineering manager should understand these kind of concepts and be incorporating all this. And all the operational data and all the operational work is engineering, because that's your data. And they have to be working hand in hand. There is no stovepiping. You cannot, every chance you get to operate your equipment, whatever it is, when you're in development or you're using VVUQ, is data. That includes, if anyone's ever run an engine or a generator, you count your engine hours. It doesn't matter, then you count your engine hours. If you're really doing testing, you count your engine hours versus the load. But at a minimum, your engine hours are counted because that's what goes back to the rental place. But when you're actually doing development, you'd be tracking that against your load. And then if you're looking at really getting to development, you'd be tracking your load and your hours versus temperature if you're trying to see whether this equipment works in Arctic versus South Louisiana. So there is a process and there is guidance out there. This does not have to be invented from scratch. And the practitioners are out there that do this. And these are the best practices that are being used in Boeing, Lockheed, General Motors. The same people who are on the Codes and Standards Committee for this, they're there because they use it. So this is not anything new and hidden away. Anyone who's working in this area and should, in reaching out to people, should understand this and should be aware of this. Slide. And this is what I was talking about, the pressure vessel code, where there is a solid ring around DBA because they give you all the rules for it. And they even give you the allowable stresses to use. They even, in the pressure vessel code, even give you the methodology to develop your stress strain curve. So they give you that whole system. They give you your materials, your load combinations, what failure looks like. So you can do nonlinear analysis. So you can look at all these different things. Caveat to that, you can't use it for figuring out failures because the design code has built-in factors that if you design to the ragged edge of the line of the design code, it's still safe. If you give an engineer a limit and say, I can design to that limit, they're gonna put their toe on that line. So that where that line is in a design code is not gonna be one nanosecond away from failure. So, but that was that. And this one is the one about Windows. This is what we're doing right now in development. So you saw about the Windows, you saw the FEA. We're working this system where we're using VVUQ and we're pulling in the different elements of the pressure vessel code and PVH01 into this process. And this is something that we've been working on, you know, for many years, and it was published that we were working on it. So I've been getting emails from people saying, hey, help me out with this, talk to me about this. Other members of the committee have been hit up for people who are trying to do new things, and we've been sharing that information. So when I say that there's a community out there that is working on this and developing it, there's a lot of discussion. And sometimes that discussion is, hey, let me know how that works out and can send me your data. We want to include your data. I'll help you out and give you advice, but give me your data and we'll call it even. So it's not a question of you can't get help without putting money out. There is this whole community that not only is schooled in VVUQ, but they're working actively in the PVHO space to develop this for the Windows. So where we're going with this is why OceanGate needed VVUQ. High risk, well, there's people in it. Also, there's organizational risk, and that's one of the criteria for VVUQ is what is the consequence of failure? The consequence of failure of the, you know, when we lost one of the Apollo missions or we lost the Challenger, that put a lot of things at risk. Is this worth going? It puts a lot of questions into whether the program is going to be allowed to continue. For a company such as OceanGate, where you have this one equipment item that is central to their business model, even if there was not people involved, the risk to the organization warranted VVUQ. Then you had new materials, novel applications, and novel systems integration. Just because one or two things are known together, do you know how they work together? And really, anyone who's suffered through an engineering education has seen this before. Design, predict, test, measure, analyze, redesign, iterate until it works right. This is not anything that anyone who went through engineering should not, you know, we should all understand that. And the next bullet points were just to minimize amount of VVUQ, you just minimize your novelty. Documenting things, the more you document it, the more value you have, the less you have to redo it, the less uncertainty you have. Because if you do something and you don't document it, you have not really mitigated the uncertainty because you don't know what it is. You just know it worked or it didn't work, but was it within 50% of failure or on the ragged edge of failure? I don't know, it just didn't fail. That doesn't help. And this is the standard of care. When you're doing something novel that involves risk to the organization or risk to people, this is a standard of care, and it's well known within the engineering field. Maybe not at the level where you're working in the plants and you're working on, shipboard where you're working with the cookbook stuff. But as you get into the more advanced stuff, it starts slapping you in the face. But when you read the papers and read the books, these topics come up. Do we want to take a break right now? I was about to get into talking about the implosion of the shell.
Are the potential points?
Potential points, yes. I can keep going, but
Red, I think this is a good time for a break. We've been going for a long time, and we are over our time at the facility. So, but I mean, we've been allowed to continue on for a bit. So let's take a brief break. Is 5 minutes enough for you, sir? Okay.
all good.
We'll start back at 5:16.
Gotcha. Was there any slides before that?
We're going right to the potential implosion points slide.
I'm just tracking.
Sir.
We covered we're good.
Okay, the hearing is back in session. Sir, if we could go jump to the potential implosion points that you identified.
Correct. Bottom line up front, the root cause for the implosion is indeterminate at this time. There are multiple unmitigated single mode failures, which means that all it takes is that one thing to go for the whole thing to go. Also, the fact that there's an unknown design life is a huge factor in that. So conceivably, the number of dives that occurred with the Titan was its actual design life. And or it might have even been less by design and it exceeded it. We do not know. However, looking at the mechanical issues, there could have been cumulative carbon fiber breakage, end of life without any shortcomings. There was also the possibility of localized failure or defects due to fabrication. Now, just because there's an irregularity in a composite structure does not mean it's an actual defect that would contribute to a failure. You could have irregularities, certain number of voids, things like that, that does not impact the life of the item. Also, as it was discussed at other times, there was environmental considerations, how it was being stored outside, how it was being transported in the open sea on essentially a small barge and subject to a lot of repeating forces. That could also be contributory. Shear failure on the glue line has been discussed by others, and we're not going to go into detail on this. We lack the data to do a more precise analysis on that just because we don't have the mechanical information on the glue and glue joint and failure of the acrylic window. We can go to the next slide and talk about it with the illustration. So in this drawing, the drawing is based upon the step files that were provided by OceanGate. So these are dimensionally as provided by OceanGate. So we have that. The rest of it is by illustration. The window failure has several modes. It could have a crack or leak, but also because of the movement that we discussed earlier, there is a possibility that it could just push through like a cork. And that would happen without warning, that if it had extruded enough and deformed enough that by the time it got to full pressure, it may not have given a warning, or it may have started coming through and given people a chance to realize there was something going on, but didn't have a chance to react to it. I've identified the glue failures to the bottom left. They're not detectable by real-time monitoring. There's no noise associated with that. So that's probably the best example of an unmitigated failure mode, because theoretically the real-time monitoring would mitigate the carbon fiber failure modes, but there is nothing mitigating with the glue failures. If it happens, it's just going to fail, and there's going to be no warning. Breaking of the composite, there could be possible warning involving that due to the real-time monitoring system. It's unknown. It's unknown how, since we don't know the exact mode, whether there would be a chance to hear the real-time monitoring system start making lots of noise, or to hear the carbon fiber starting to break. When carbon fiber starts breaking like that, it causes a lot of noise. just one or two bands of it breaking can sound like a sharp explosion or a sharp impact. But if it starts breaking in general, it just makes a lot of noise. The real-time monitoring is supposed to be picking that up well before that point. So if you have a lot of clicking going on that you didn't expect, that would also be an indicator that you're potentially going to failure. But again, it's just unknown. And the last mode involved that I haven't gone into detail was buckling. Now, we can examine buckling in more detail now that we have the material data from the NTSB and we have the more data from OceanGate on the dimensions. Buckling is a rapid collapse of the geometry. It's not something that's readily predicted like a linear failure where a bending mode is, you can calculate stresses as it bends. It can be a snap through or oil canning of some sort where it's the mathematic models behind it are a lot more hairy. And you really need to have a solid computational basis for either computer or hand calculations for that structure. So we put that off to the side, and we plan to address that in the report, but we put that off to the side because we were waiting for the material data from the NTSB for that to go all the way through. Are there any questions on this one?
I think at this time, before we get into recommendations that your engineering firm is making, we have a few follow-ups from the presentation.
Sure.
Commander Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Kemper. I'm going to start with some of those failure modes that you just stated, because I think it would be a great time to follow up on this. So to confirm, the window failure that you just said that could be a possibility, you have an arrow pointing inward. So is it your opinion or is it your understanding that if that window was to fail, it would go inward and not outward?
Due to the pressure, the only place for it to go would be inwards. The question would be, would it fracture and crack first and give a warning that way, which would be like a cupping where a crack would propagate from the corner and carve out a cup, crack into and cause it to collapse that way, or it could just push through. What's the least likely mode to happen here is to have a leak appear. Just because of the pressure involved, it's going to have such a tight seal of plastic to the titanium that it's unlikely that a leak path will form in a way that it would be a stable crack, especially given the other issues that we've identified with the material.
Speaking of the acrylic, we heard testimony last week that stated that the acrylic window was not included in the analysis of the Titan hull. This is specific to the design analysis for hull number 1. Because the acrylic window would slide, is it your professional opinion, or in your professional opinion, is it appropriate to not include the acrylic window in this analysis?
Absolutely not. It's part of the pressure.
Can I just clarify, which testimony, could you just repeat?
Mr. Nissen's
And
testimony.
he testified that it was not included in,
Because of the sliding motion that it would create
not included in what?
in the analysis,
When you say analysis, what?
overall system analysis.
Like the test, sorry, can you clarify?
An engineering analysis where they would have looked at the entire system, all of the components together.
So not the testing, but the analysis, engineering analysis of the first hole?
Correct.
Understood, thank you.
That is a very flawed approach. The reason being, at depth, that window is experiencing about 3 million pounds of force. Now, of that 3 million, if you resolve it into axial, let's say that's X, and then, no, let's call that X just for starts. And then going the other way, perpendicular to that is Y. The axial force is about 2.3 million. And the perpendicular force, because of the angled because you're on an angle, so that force as it comes in is resolving both downwards and into the hull, because it's on that 45-degree angle. That's about 1.8 million. So if you analyze that hull without the window seat acting, even if you just had it as a solid, didn't have it as a sliding element, but just had it as part of the structure, now you have an unbalanced force on the hull. Further, that's 3 million pounds of force that's not included in the analysis. So you've just, that would be, this is literally a rookie mistake that we do with pressure vessels for human occupancy, where someone leaves it out, and I have them draw the free body diagram, walk them through the physics of it, point out, if you leave it out, you left this out. They go, oh, and we never had that problem again. But it just fails the basic idea of static structure. You would have to, unless you know. The only way I would be okay with this is that this is a known design that's already been tested, and you're just checking against other things. But in this particular case, with the amount of pressure you have, the criticality of it, it's not that hard to do, and it should be. You need to at least have some work where it's none.
Can you explain to me in a simplified term how a strain gauge works?
Strain gauge, okay. If I have 1 inch, if I have this, let's call this 1 inch, and I pull it out to 1.1 inches, that's 10% strain. So when you hear percent strain, that's how much it moved. And the reason why we use strain is because if I say something moved 5 inches or half a micron, what does that mean? But if I say I stretched it 10% or 20% strain, then for that material, it gives me an idea of how much it can do, because like stainless steel, typically you can do 30 to 40% strain, whereas glass is maybe 1 to 2% depending on the glass. So if I did an analysis that had a fraction of a percent of strain for metal, it would, I'd say, okay, it's elastic. So that's what strain is. That's an important concept. So you put this wire and you embed it in your target. And now when your item's unloaded, that's when you do it. So at ideal temperature, at a 0 point condition, you put your thing in. After that point, and it's going to be a very, very thin thing so that it doesn't add any reinforcement. So you can't just weld on some rebar and call it good. So it has to be something that has no way to influence the outcome. It's just measuring how much the attached item is stretching. So really what that's doing, it's straining, but because you know how long it is, because it's an instrumented item, you know exactly how far that's straining, and you run an electric current through it. So as the signal changes, it tells you how much strain it is. So because it's embedded in the item, it's telling you what the item's doing. So in this case, if it was the hull, if it was a pressure vessel hull, it's telling you how far it compressed or stretched in the direction the wire is going. Often in the strain gauge, you'll have a cross and oriented, so when you take the signals and do math stuff, it'll tell you whether it's going axial or it'll resolve out the vectors. It's vector math. But it's a calibrated instrument that tells you how far the material stretched.
We've previously heard testimony about a loud bang that occurred on dive 80. And we've discussed that there was a shift in strain in both axial and radial directions in specific locations on the hull. Many previous witnesses testified that the reason given for the loud bang is the sub shifted in the frame or the cradle. In your experience with strain gauges, would the submersible shifting in its frame cause a shift in strain?
No.
What could cause a shift in a strain data?
You shift the strain by changing you're either changing the load on the structure so it stretches or compresses, or you change the material in some way. You could do it by heating or cooling it, would also change the strain on it. In the case of something that's under tension, such as fiber reinforced hull that's been cured, and therefore it's tightened up. The fibers are all tightened up. They're not just laying there. Everything's tightened up. That if they suddenly shifted because a laminate broke or something else like that, that release of tension would change for that moment. It would change the how far that wire was stretched. So basically, if you could imagine, if you relaxed, you had a fabric already stretched over a frame, and that was this normal zero state, and then you did something to relax the frame, that would register as a change in the strain gauge, even though it was not about pressure, because there was tension in the item in the first place. But you would have to do something with the structure. The other explanation would be that there was a faulty strain gauge, and that usually would cause like the signal died. If one leg failed, it wouldn't resolve on the other legs. That's part of why you use a rosette, but a cross, because you're able to do signal checking. You also have other strain gauges that also would be giving data, so wouldn't give the exact same data, but it would give complementary data that would either confirm or deny. This particular incident that you've talked about, we've had the data, and we have reviewed it, and I've bounced it around the appropriate team members, and we have some thoughts on it.
I think we might wait till the end for that
Check.
specific question. I do have a question, though, related to this. Could a delamination cause a shift in strain between either interply or specifically between layers?
Yes, could.
If you had been presented with this previous situation, that being a loud bang upon surfacing with a shift in strain in the strain gauge data, as a professional engineer, what would your recommendation have been at the time? More specifically, would you have recommended that the sub continue to operate?
No, I would have done more investigative work and considered my options of what's available for testing, what's not available for testing, and bottom line, I would have stopped operations and assessed.
You mentioned potential failure modes in your presentation. Would any of those failure modes not give you any warning on an RTM system?
As discussed, the glue laminate would not give one, the windows would not give one, and buckling would not give one. Buckling is, as defined, is going to be a rapid event.
Speaking of warning, as an engineer, how do you believe an adequate warning should be established?
Warnings are what we experience on a regular basis with our vehicles. We get a warning from a stop sign. Stop signs tell us to stop. We got to stop by a certain point. In order for us to stop, we have to see it, perceive it, meaning that first your eyes got to lay on it. So if you can't see it, you can't see it. Then your brain has to go, okay, that's something I have to do. It takes us longer to process an unexpected event versus something that we're trained to expect. Fighter pilots have very, very rapid reaction times for things they're trained to do because they know what's coming and their brain is only looking for a few options. Same thing with major league batters. They don't need to see the whole pitch to know where the pitch is going, and of course the pitcher's trying to fake them out, but they're reading the body intent and starting to swing before the ball comes out. But the normal reaction is about 1.5 seconds. That's a normal person driving, reacting to something that was not fully expected. A deer jumping out in front of you, that's, if you're not looking for the deer, there's no deer warning, also the deer jumps out in front of you. 1.5 seconds from the time the deer is in your field of vision until you begin to act So that would be your foot beginning to press the brake pedal. Then you have to allow for the brake pedal to depress, and then you have to allow for the vehicle to come to a stop. So you need to have enough time to perceive, act, and enable whatever has to happen. With respect to the Titan, you have to be able to perceive it, activate the right controls, and then come to a stop. Stopping is the minimum part, but so you have to come to a stop and then hopefully start ascending. So the actual safety procedure doesn't count as mitigated until you begin to ascend because you're reducing the pressure at that point. So the slowing to a stop, you're still increasing your pressure. And if you were warned too late, by the time you stop, you might be overpressured, or you might be already well into a failure mode. So you need to be able to back out, reverse engineer out how much time is needed to affect that stop and ascent, and have your warning be in a position to give that to you in a reliable manner. So if it takes 1.5 seconds to react, a second and a half to activate whatever needs to be activated, and then based on that descent speed, another 10 seconds to come to a stop, you need at least 13 seconds warning to just have a chance to ascend.
Okay, thank you. As we know, the second hull was constructed of 5 1-inch layers that were cured in an autoclave after each inch. Can you explain to me the additional stresses that may be developed in each layer as the hull would be cured over multiple cycles?
Okay, there's a lot of unknowns here, and I consulted within my team Mike Gordon, who worked with composites with NASA. He was part of the Columbia investigation, and Yoshio Muki, who used to be the head of simulation and design with Textron out of Los Angeles. This is what they did for a living, and a lot depends on the material. Whether it was, there's concerns from reading the material about whether it was, there's some commentary about whether it's expired or not, what the impact of that would be. So potentially, it could be neutral or even good because the additional curing would.
Can we go back to the expired material and?
Yeah, we were never able to confirm
Okay.
at that point. So
It was in the material we reviewed, that was a discussion. And because we couldn't.
Could Mr. Kemper then specify what he reviewed? There was no testimony or anything on the record about this.
right, are you referring to like reports that they may have used expired carbon fiber in the media?
There was also discussion in during the hearing.
But we never confirmed if it was. If that was actually
The point being, we're actually in violent agreement on this, is that we don't know. Is that was brought up, and we can't say whether it was or wasn't,
Well-
and that's an uncertainty that's not been confirmed one way or the other.
So, sir, I guess I agree that it's unknown. Would there be an impact if expired carbon fiber was used? Potentially.
And in discussion with the other SMEs and doing literature searches, it depends. And that's why we don't have a quick answer on this. So potentially, the additional cures could elevate the glassy temperature of the material such that it actually improves its ability to take temperature. By the same token, it also can be putting additional stresses on the system depending on how it's taking the heat and whether it's contracting even more, just even contracting a bit more in the heat fractionally, you could be developing differential stresses. This would be something, because it's so atypical of doing something this thick in 5 lifts, five layers, this would be a prime reason to use VVUQ to validate that method. So it's not a standard practice. The literature search didn't give us anything of real depth, and when I talked to people about it, we got into some really great conversations about chemical reactions and chains and entanglement and a lot of, in-depth stuff that bottom line comes up to, it all depends.
Understand. Ocean Gate, do you have a point on the carbon fiber?
So there is no, it's based on the hypothetical that an expired material was used, which again is not something that has been established at this hearing. If we assume that it's unknown whether that would have, how that would have impacted the cure process. Is that where we are?
Well, I want to clarify, Mr. Kemper, from what you just described, I don't think expired or not is not an issue. It's just the carbon fiber itself.
That is correct. It's not about being expired. The point, the reason why expired came up is that and some other materials, it was just the uncertainty about the specific materials being used, the uncertainty about lack of data on of having testing done to confirm the properties as cured, which is a normal thing. There was a number of tests that normally should have been done that would have been the building blocks for any computational models as well as for quality control, quality assurance, that we're not saying they weren't done, but they weren't in the material provided to the Coast Guard. So these are the uncertainties we're talking about. I agree that whether or not there was anything of a date is really a red herring at this point. It's a question of we just lack the certainty to nail this down. If we can get more information, then we can converge on a better answer. But right now, it could be bad. It could be marginally bad and just not be a big deal, or it could be somewhat beneficial. But we lack the data to refine it to a better solution.
Understand, sir. So really can't take a position on that question at this time.
No.
And to clarify one point, the manufacturer of the carbon fiber is known to the board, and I believe there have been materials provided relating to it is a fact that can be determined as to where this material came from, who manufactured it, and its particular characteristics.
I agree with that comment. We can get that data to you, sir.
Understood.
Related to my previous question, would there be a specific layer that would develop the most thermal stresses?
If we're only looking at the thermal stress issue, then it would be the interface between the first and the second. Because when it comes to looking at this in terms of just thermal effects and thermal reaction, effective thermal effects, then it would be the innermost would be most affected, and everything else would be acting upon it. So the second layer would have the contributions of the ones that come after it, and the most rigid with the as we discussed earlier, the higher glassy temperature also goes towards a bit more rigidity. It would be most likely between the first and the second large layer.
Can you explain to me the importance of knowing the design life or life cycle of a system?
I can't even begin to explain how this is the most fundamental start you have. There's two ways you can look at a project or a design. One is that you set your design goal. It could be infinite life. It could be 100 lives. It could be 100 cycles. Whatever it is, you can set that as your goal. Or you can say the best we can do is design this. We have this much stuff, or we found this thing. What good is it? What can we get out of it? And then you start with that. You're constrained by something. It might be constrained by time. We only have time to do so much. What can we do in this time? But at some point, you're going to have a thing, a structure, and you need to know what its design life is. Otherwise, you could even have a fractional design life. That means that it'll never get to full load because you just don't know. So if you don't know what its design life, you never knew it was designed to, arguably is inherently unsafe only because you can't define what safe is. And you could be looking at something that looks great, and it might actually be great, but you just don't know.
Based off of the documents that you've reviewed, are you aware if Ocean Gate had conducted an analysis with the cycle life prior to building hull number 2?
When looking through the documents available, I did not see any evidence of any such analysis or prediction. Further, in listening to Mr. Nissen's discussion and the few other, having read some of the transcripts, which I know aren't part of this hearing, there was repeated statements saying that there was not a set design life, that the practice instead would be that we know it's good, and if something goes bad, we'll know it in time to stop. So it was our best understanding of what the situation is that it was based on we will operate it until it's time to stop operating it.
In your professional opinion, should a submersible, even experimental, carrying people ever be designed when you do not know the life cycle of a system?
This is such a hard question to just even explain. It's like trying to explain what the number 1 is, what a 0 is. This is just wrong. It's flat wrong. And that's why, and if you look at, when we look at any sort of design, the first thing you do is you set your requirements. If you don't have requirements, how do you know you're good? It just, and if you're going to bet your paycheck on it, you're going to bet your life on it, you bet your friends' kids' lives on it, no, absolutely not. That's just, you got to, the only way that's acceptable as a concept is if it's something that can break, a toy. Toys are built that way. If they break, you just hurt feelings. If you are doing something that's life safety, there's no respawn. There's no coming back from it. You don't get a second chance. You get to say oops once. I can't go any harder than I can. I don't think it's appropriate.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
In the interest of time, I'd like to see if OceanGate has any questions from that last line.
Nope, thank you.
Okay. Sir, I'd like to get to the recommendations that you made to prevent this occurrence in the future.
Sure.
Can we get to that? That was your last slide that we have in the
Yes.
deck today. Okay.
Go ahead and please pull that up.
Can you go over these, sir?
Yes. My recommendation is that if the Coast Guard is going to endorse an experimental craft, and I support experimental crafts, that it should be limited in a way like an experimental aircraft. I'm even allowing for 2 people because you could legitimately need a pilot and another operator down there, but they have to be. It has to be a test program, but as part of that test program, you would have to have the inspection just like you would with FAA, and you would have to be inspected for the proposed usage. So in other words, it's not I have an experimental, I'll have a free pass. You would be inspected by the Coast Guard. They would say who are the pilots, who are the people that are part of the program, make sure that they're qualified to do it, make sure they understand the risks and what the purpose is. The Coast Guard just can't just hand wave it. They have to say, okay, you're doing an experiment for a reason. We're not going to say no, but we need to make sure that it fits certain parameters, make it much closer to the FAA program for experimentals. The next one is require a minimum level of nav aids. The Titan presented a situation where there was no beacon. If the Titan had come to the surface, it was a white object floating with white caps. Very hard to detect. There was no beacon, there was no strobe, there was nothing that would assist with being seen. So not only would it not be able to be found, it could also be struck by a search vessel. It's just a white cap until you hear thunk. So there should be a minimum level of nav aids and emergency gear, and a very specific recommendation from my team is not just experimental, but all of these smaller class submarines should require essentially an extraction hook, a snap ring, a ring, something where it's mounted on the top, where if they're out of power or stuck or whatever, an ROV can come down with a cable, and because it's a standardized ring, they know how to fit it. It's not a question of which ring do we do. It's going to be a ring that they all know to look for. ROV snaps that on, and they could reel them up. So you could have someone who's on the bottom power out and freezing to death over time. No way to get up. Get the ROV down there, hit them with the snatch line, reel them up slow. It's not enough of a hook that it's like on Lars where you're trying to fish them out of the water. It's just enough to get them to the surface, which minimizes the design requirements. I think that's our team came up with this as a reasonable requirement that would be across that entire class of non-military boats. The next one is somewhat problematic of requiring ASME PVHO because legitimately a fabricator can be building something to a foreign code. You could have a pressure vessel made to European code. You could be building submarines or submarine components to DNV code. A recommendation would be that if they don't declare a specific class and are working with class, at a minimum, that defaults to that. So this is something that would be worked out within the community. It's not a quick blanket PVHO one or else. It's a direction that we should go between the regulators, the Coast Guard, and the community to figure out what is a reasonable minimum standard to require and why and how to do it to make sure everyone still can do their business, still be safe, but cover that gap so we're not counting on people to be informed of what good common sense looks like. The last item, look, a professional engineer does not mean, having a license doesn't mean you're a better person. It definitely doesn't mean you're a better engineer. You are not a better driver the day before you get your driver's license the day after. The difference with being a licensed engineer is that we are legally held about holding paramount lives, the public safety, health, and welfare. Now that's important. Stockbridge had to seek whistleblower protection. Roger Bajoli was the Morton Thiokol engineer with the Challenger, and he had to go whistleblower to get information done. Professional engineers do not need any whistleblower protection because since we're legally required to act in the public safety, up until the point where public safety is at a risk, imminent risk, we protect our client, we protect our employer's interests. That's in our ethics. But we hold paramount the public's safety, health, and welfare. And at that point, if something's not going right and you can't convince your boss to do something, no contract and no NDA can stop you because no contract can compel you to act against the law. So this is why Roger Bajoli of the Challenger explosion went to his grave every time he spoke to young engineers, exhorting them to get their PE. Because no one joins an organization thinking it's going to go sideways. No one takes a job thinking you'll be in that situation. But when you're in that situation, you're in that situation. And the license, yes, there's some hoops to jump to get your license, but it's between $50 and $100 every year, every other year. This, again, would take some discussion. The idea is this would not even be your head engineer, but this would be someone who, as part of your staff, could represent your bond to the public, that we have someone here that's an employee that ultimately their first duty is to the public, and they will act if they have to. Now, in reality, I trust Triton submarines. I trust Hydrospace with my life. I'd jump in any boat they had. They don't have any PEs as far as I know. I trust them. But we don't have rules and regulations for people who are doing the right things all the time, every way, and catching it right every time. That's not what the rules and regulations are for. These are contingencies for looking at this. And because inherently the public is at risk, I think it's reasonable to have this. Atlanta Submarines does have P engines. They're Canadian professional engineers. They're P eng, not a PE, but same standards. They do that. So I think there should be that, and the other element of this is that ASME pressure vessel code, both PVH01 and the code in general, also requires professional engineer sign-off. So it is consistent with the pressure vessel community in general and PVH01 in particular. It's just a question of how to implement this where it's a reasonably implemented and inspectable item that when you check on the shop, they have that one person, at least.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the presentation, the background, the work, and the recommendations on the way forward. Are there any final questions for Mr. Kemper at this time? Seeing none, sir, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation and assistance. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, or if you'd like to continue analysis on as we move forward, you please contact us, and we will stay in contact with your firm. If you have any questions just about the proceedings in general, please contact Lieutenant Kelly Steele, our recorder. At this time, we'll adjourn and reconvene at 08:30 tomorrow morning. I would ask that everyone please try to exit the building as soon as possible because we've gone over today, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.